sometimes. If you don't really have something to talk
Yeah.
about, just keep it short. Try to
Yeah.
stick the landing. Come up with some interesting thing to close on, and then just end it there. And I had short answers last night. I was like, I'm just going to give him short answers.
I actually was longer winded last night.
Yeah.
Did you notice
Sometimes.
that?
I did, but
Yeah.
you did good. You did.
Thank
I was
you.
one of that might have been. I told everybody you got to grow into it, and
Yeah,
so
you
you've
do.
only
And you
been-
actually have more time to talk than you think you do. That's
sometimes.
my, yeah, my takeaway was, my takeaway is I actually have more time. Like, I'm not going to go ramble on and on, but before I
Yeah.
was afraid to say more than, 3 or 4
Right.
sentences because I
Right.
got to give everybody else time to talk. I don't want to take over. But,
Yeah.
looking at how Joe talks, I'm like, all right, I just got to get at least 2 cents in,
Yeah.
I love that show. I'm going to miss it.
Sometimes I have, well, a lot, actually, most of the time, especially if they're talking about something like evidence, I could go on for minutes. Or, I'm used to talking about myself on my show for hours, so I could go on for as long as needed, But I've
Yeah.
learned just based on the segment links and being on with 4 people that you generally have about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So I've developed in my head kind of like an automatic minute and 20-second timer, But every once in a while, even that, they want you to go quicker than that. Somebody broke in, the producer broke in on me last week and said, we got commercial, you're going to have to break, And I don't think I had gone more than a minute, but just it was up against the commercial. So, and I don't mind that. I've told them off the air, just break in, tell me, I can wrap it up on a dime. If you say, all right, you tell me you got 10 seconds. Fine, I'll wrap it up in 10 seconds,
Right.
But I do know I'm kind of the fourth wheel there, so I get less time generally than the others.
Kevin.
No, when it comes to like with Nick and Joe
Kevin,
and the other ones.
you know the case more than anyone. No, don't be
No,
silly.
I'm not saying
you really
I'm not
do.
saying I'm
You
not
also
as
know
good
a
as
lot.
them.
You're selling yourself short. I'm going to argue with you.
No, what I'm saying is the fourth wheel in terms of Vinny's priority, because he wants Nick to kind of get his case across. He understands that that's the more popular side of this, and then Krowski is Krowski, and and he's a lawyer too, and I also understand how Vinny's going to give deference to people that are lawyers. So I don't say that like in a disgruntled way. I get it,
Oh yeah. No, I know what you're saying, but I told you I watched the show all last year without knowing you or anything, and I was very impressed. As a lawyer, I was very impressed with everything you had to say. Seriously, so. Just my 2 cents. What are your thoughts on what the jury will do today? If they don't come back, my thought is, if they don't come back by the lunch break, then that means they're debating more than that OUI.
Yeah. I hate to say what I'm going to say. I'm been reluctant to say so because I've spent the last year and a half wanting a decision, a verdict, so we can just be done with this and move on. But yesterday's notes got me so nervous. I don't know if nervous is the word, but just so feeling like that's discouraged, I guess. And I could be getting discouraged for no reason. It could have been just like one juror that really wanted to pass those notes along. But it got me so discouraged that I actually was almost rooting for, another mistrial so we can get a different jury. And just because, it's so important to get, it's, as I've said many times, to get justice here, obviously, first and foremost, it's for the O'Keefe family. But there's a lot else at stake here. We shouldn't pretend there isn't. We have the witnesses that have been falsely accused. And unless the feds reveal true exonerating information, the best way for them to be exonerated is by a guilty verdict that 12 jurors accepted that Karen did the crime. And so it is important for them to get that out there, the damage that this has done to their lives, But then there's more than that still. There's this way that the public, we were just talking about, and I was talking about with Dan too, that doesn't really truly understand the case except for what they get through the echo chamber. And it's important for the public to learn that they didn't get this right. And having 12 jurors decide that listen to all the evidence to vote on this and say that no, Karen Reed did do this. I think it's important for them to hear that. It's important for the public to have that, to go through that lesson. And it's also important to stop, if Karen Reed is acquitted of the major charges, that just rewards all these grifters that have been out there that were not seeking the truth. It's not just Turtle Boy. There's a whole, there's more every day chopping at this. Howie Carr and just so many. that have learned that you don't have to pursue the
I
truth. You
I
know,
feel like, back in the day when we covered the Whitey case, I feel like Howie Carr had, he had a few very interesting things to say.
I was a
He
huge fan
was
back then. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and I knew, I was right in the courtroom with him and all that for the Whitey case, but now I've just read a few things that he's put in his column, and it's so out of left field. He doesn't look at the
yeah,
evidence. I mean, Nick Rocco is much more articulate than Howie Carr.
yeah,
Howie Carr's way out there. And it's
yeah.
not fair. I mean, there's a lot of readers that take their information from Howie Carr.
Right,
And it's
right.
just being tried in the media once again, which, isn't right.
Is it, he's had a long, successful career. I mean, I
Yeah,
followed his newspaper column for all those years for the
me
Herald, and then
too.
I've bought several of his books and enjoyed them.
Yeah, me too.
And I liked his radio show. You
I've been
know,
on his radio show. Like I
yeah.
was
So
on his
what?
radio show numerous times back, but yeah, he
It's just
hasn't asked
frustrating.
me
Like,
to
is
come
it
on this
you've
time.
you've had, he's had all this success, but
Yeah.
do he feels this need to hitch his wagon to Turtle Boy of all things?
Yeah,
Is it
he
are the
does.
numbers that important to you? You
Mhm.
know, I don't
I
know.
saw on X pictures of, Howie with Karen Reed's dad and her family. He's really part of the family now. Like, he's the inner circle.
Uh,
Yeah, I know. He was outside the courthouse, and I don't know. What do you guys all think in chat? Have you read any of Howie Carr's articles on this case? I stopped. Well,
so John DePietro is supposed to be here today. Um,
oh,
I
with
I
us?
saw,
Oh, good.
yeah, yeah. I was watching him last night on the 9 o'clock show, and he had it 1-3, and I'm not even
Oh,
counting Vinny, obviously, which leans a little bit that way too, but he's going up
poor
against
John.
he was going up with or maybe it was 1-2, but there was two lawyers,
Yeah.
or maybe one was a podcaster, I forget, but they were very strongly Karen Reed.
Yeah,
And
I
so
met I met the one lawyer.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, she's from Pennsylvania. Was she on top of the law? Or, I suppose you don't really have to
Uh,
be on top of the law for that last night.
yeah. What do you mean on top of it? Like, did she understand the laws involved in this case?
Yeah, well, so there's a lot to do. Sometimes it's hard for outside attorneys to understand Massachusetts law, our verdict forms,
Right.
and also the statute, Chapter 90, which is the motor vehicle driving under the influence statute and all that. Chapter 90, Section 24, but that's where we get all the lesser included offenses. And I just wondered how much well, I'm sure she did a great job. I didn't watch. I was driving home last night.
Right.
Oh, who's that? I see somebody else
Uh,
joined us. Dan?
Hold on a second. I'm
No?
busy putting
Oh,
on.
Hey, how's it going?
I guess they wanted the court
hey,
TV feed.
the
Not how
fan?
it works. You need to decide whether or not you have a verdict on all three charges.
Sorry about that. People wanted the court TV feed, so I'm just putting it
Oh,
up.
of course. That's kind of
And
important. What if we all missed the verdict?
well, no, I had on the NECN feed, so we still we wouldn't have missed anything. I had on the ceiling fan.
Oh,
So
good.
um,
Yeah, the court
no,
TV feed is pretty good.
yeah, but it's about 45 seconds behind, so that's why I like to go with the NECN
Oh,
feed. But it's not a big
okay.
deal being behind. But
No.
I think they wanted this because it has the ticker, the 16 hours and 50
Oh,
seconds.
yeah.
Or 15
Okay.
16
I
hours
think
and 50
that's a good
seconds into it.
point. There we go. 16 hours. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm not,
Um,
I'm not as nervous today as I was yesterday. I was so nervous in the afternoon and just so anxious about the verdict, and then after they had the questions, oh my God. Did you
yeah, I
find
know
that? I mean, my legs ached from it.
you
I don't
you
know.
start rooting for a mistrial, which is
I didn't
the
root
opposite
for a
of what
mistrial.
I mean, it's just I'd rather have a mistrial than her be just convicted of OUI and have to go to
I know. I
to
know.
counseling. I mean, there's so
Yeah, I see what
there's
you
so many,
mean.
like as I was just explaining before, there's so many downfalls to that. Obviously, to the family, to the witnesses, but just to the way that the grifters like Turtle Boy and all the other ones benefit from it. And, you know, the way the public doesn't learn the lesson that it needs to learn here. And
Yeah.
it's, what does that mean for future cases when you can go out, if you have enough money and you have a sympathetic enough defendant where you can just basically stir this up and pollute the jury pool and all the other issues that go with it. It just, I hate to say it, I'd rather see a mistrial. And, you know, hopefully Hank would take this on again. I have no
I don't
idea
know.
if he would or he wouldn't, you know, and people were saying, well, it might be too expensive. Well, you know what? Get rid of Aperture. They paid those people $600,000 for what turns out to be pretty disappointing work, if you ask me. So pay Hank and get rid of Aperture. That's what I would say. Bring back Trooper Paul. You know, I think he may have got this
yeah, that's where one thing where I disagree with you on, Kevin, but
I can see
and that
why,
would
but
be crazy.
he will do better. He will do better. And I
don't
think that he
know.
had this. I honestly think he had much of this right, and history is going to judge him right on this. I did some research on the vehicle data, and so a big difference between him and Welcher is he found that there was a telltale signs of a pedestrian strike in the vehicle data, and Dr. Welcher disagreed with that. But I've researched it since then. I think maybe Trooper Paul got it right. So, and that gives us the exact time to the second.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I do get it. We do need someone to come in to talk to the jury that has testified many, many times about big cases and has, you know, won't get nervous and knows how to present it. But maybe we can find somebody a little bit more affordable and a little less confrontational than Dr. Welcher. I mean, look, Dr. Welcher to me was being confrontational and digging in his heels on the cross-examination. And I said that here, and everybody in chat got mad at me. But then when the expert witnesses, the defense expert witnesses did the same thing, like Rensler and pretty much all of them, Lollapalooza there, she was confronting Hank when he just for saying good afternoon, you know. When they did that, whatever. And then everybody was like criticizing them for doing that, but it's like, but so did Welcher. They did the same thing. So, you know, I don't know, but I just think that maybe can be somebody better than Welcher.
Well, let's see what the jury does first. Don't project. Don't write the script.
Right.
Don't write.
I'll take some. I'll take it. I'll take any version of manslaughter. Like if they want to go with involuntary manslaughter that does not have the OUI, that's going to be a much easier prison sentence for Karen. But I can live with it because at least they're concluding that she did it.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. I wanted to point this out to the chat here and the viewers. So the verdict slip, okay, it is confusing, but I don't know how you would fix it. But
okay.
I did like Judge Canoni's instructions. The one thing that I think that jurors or lay people may find confusing. Were you going to say something, Kevin?
No, your voice cut out for a second. That's all. But
okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to go through the jury, the verdict slip right now. Obviously, the top. So I'm talking manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Okay, if they have found not guilty on count 1, which is the motor vehicle, second-degree murder. And count 3, which is leaving the scene, which is a little harder to prove. Here's what I find might be confusing for them. So number 1, they can choose to go not guilty with the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Okay, they can go not guilty. But then if they decide not to go not guilty, they go down the ladder. Okay, that's the top rung, not guilty. Then they look at manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Then you check 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. So I need to explain that to you guys as a lawyer who's prosecuted a ton of OUI cases. The reason they have those 2 places to check mark right there is sometimes people would blow a breathalyzer, right? So then you would
Right.
check number 2. Oh, yep, they blew a breathalyzer. They are 0.15. Yeah, they're drunk, guilty, right? But then sometimes they don't blow a breathalyzer, and the officer has to go through a series of field sobriety tests. So if the person in the jury's mind has failed the field sobriety tests and they feel that they're, under the influence, they would check the top line there. So then if they agree, so then that would be checkbox number 2. If you do believe that she was guilty of operating while motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, if you do beyond a reasonable doubt, done, you sign the verdict slip. But let's say, nobody agrees. So let's go down a rung on the ladder. That's what Noni said. Guilty of the lesser offense, involuntary manslaughter. So they would have to decide on that. But then let's say they can't quite go beyond a reasonable doubt. So they go down one more rung. This is where I think people will get confused. All right. The next rung down, lower offense, lesser jail time, is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. I mean, you got the word homicide in there, and just the word homicide sounds serious. That's called a felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Okay. Then, of course, you have those 2 boxes to check. Go down the rung even one further, and that's your simple OUI. But I think that's possibly what confused the jury, because you've got manslaughter, and then homicide. Don't you think that's a little confusing for a layperson?
Yes, I do. And actually, let me ask you, let's take it even before we go back to the lesser included.
Okay.
Let's say there were no, let's just ignore the lesser included for the moment.
Okay.
So you got the first, so let's say you got the first charges leaving the scene of the, and this came up in the first trial, and this went to the SJC because of it. So the first charge is leaving the scene of the accident. The second charge is the manslaughter, OUI manslaughter. The third charge is second degree. What if you have a jury that actually is, as was the contention, we don't think this is actually true, but let's just hypothetically say it was. Let's say that your jury was unanimous that charge 1 and 3, not guilty.
Okay.
But on the second charge, they were hung. They couldn't decide. What should happen there? What should happen there?
Well, what should happen is they should come back with a not guilty on second degree and not guilty on leaving the scene. And then it would be up to the prosecutor to say, okay, do we want to try her again just on the, involuntary manslaughter? Well, the manslaughter charge, which includes involuntary manslaughter, which would include, manslaughter and then those 4 lesser includeds. They would never retry her on an OUI. But I think any manslaughter charge they would.
So, like I said, just for leaving aside the lesser included for the moment, just on those 3 basic charges, you're saying that if the jury votes unanimously not guilty on 1 and 3, that has no weight. That is just that's still up to the prosecution. So the prosecution still could, as they did here, in a new trial, charge her on all over again on charges 1 and 3. It has no weight. The jury
no, that's double jeopardy.
But it wasn't.
If they come back with
proof,
no.
If you just said it was up to the prosecutor, that's what you said.
No. Okay, wait. Let me start over. If they come back, maybe I misunderstood your question. If they come back with a not guilty verdict on second degree murder, they check not guilty, and then they come back on the third indictment, leaving the scene, checkbox not guilty, and then. Okay, that's returning a verdict officially. They sign the form, that's returning a verdict. Right. If they come back on count 2, manslaughter, hung, all right?
Yeah.
No double jeopardy would attach to that manslaughter charge because it's a hung jury.
Right.
But double jeopardy would attach. If the whole thing with the appeals court last year is the verdict must be read in open court to be an official verdict, and it has to be signed. Right. So,
and I think that is how it should be. It's just the issue is it wasn't made clear to the jurors.
Well, there was no verdict read in open court last year, and it wasn't signed. But they didn't. So a verdict isn't a verdict until it's.
They didn't seem to understand that it was an option for them to be hung
Yeah.
on the second charge, but reach a verdict on charge on.
Right. And so that had to do a lot. So one of the questions yesterday was on point with that, because they said, well, we're worried about having a hung jury. So that, but Judge Canoni had to be really careful, because they're not supposed to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. Like, oh, what happens? Oh my gosh, hung jury. That's what happened last time. We don't want to do that again. And so she had to instruct them about not being worried about the consequences of a hung jury, because that's beyond the scope of what she can do. And I know a lot of people don't understand that, but remember, you can't overstep jury deliberation. So she can further instruct them down the road if they're further confused, but not at this moment. I'm sure a lot of people don't understand that. Vinny didn't understand it last night. Vinny's like, that's why we got into a little argument in the beginning. But it's confusing. Yeah, go ahead.
Each charge is separate, and they have the power to
Mhm.
each charge.
They have the power to return a verdict on each charge.
Because it seems like in both trials, that is, for some reason, that's not been clear to the jury. So
Correct.
whether that needs to be more clear on the instructions, I don't see why the judge couldn't clear that up and say, you vote
I
on
know,
each
but she
charge
doesn't.
separately.
I hear you. I know. But she can't. She clearly was asked that question yesterday. She's a very intelligent judge, but she can't overstep at this point. I know
But
it
isn't it a
doesn't make
problem if it keeps
sense.
coming up over and over again?
It sounds like it's a problem if it keeps coming up. I mean, should she have had the courage to overstep? Maybe, but she didn't. She stuck with what is normal, or what is regular practice here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
It just seems
the
like,
judge has to be careful not to interfere in any way with jury deliberations. So taking that extra step would be interfering.
yeah, I'm
I
just,
know.
like I said, I'm wondering
I
if
hear
maybe
you.
this is a problem, that this should be clear on the instructions or the jury form itself or something like that. I mean, it seems to
know.
me, because this keeps coming up, that the defense has a legitimate gripe about how things are done in Massachusetts, that for some reason it's not clear.
Right.
I think the lesser included, personally, that seems kind of self-obvious to me. I'm not, especially once
It's
you just
not.
read it, but
Well, the way I just explained it, but if you're looking at that jury slip, if that, the charge with all the lesser includeds, I think it would be very confusing for a jury. Like, remember, 12 people are going back there, right? In the deliberation room, and they're looking at that jury slip. For a lot of times they'll go through it first. Okay, this is what we need to do. But there might have been some disagreement on, well, no, the lesser include what the lesser included is what the lesser included meant. They might have been confused about, well, why is this third rung down, this homicide charge? Well, shouldn't that be way up top? I could see confusion there. So I do think Judge Canoni explained it better yesterday. And then she did amend the verdict, but we haven't seen that yet. Nobody has.
Yes, and just responding in chat. No, I
Very
understand what Margaret is saying, and I'm not even disagreeing with her. I'm just saying the fact that this is happening repeatedly suggests that there's a problem here, and I don't know what the best way to address it is. And I understand that the judge wants to make sure that she doesn't do something with her response that just somehow would cause the jury to move in one direction or another.
Right.
So,
That's what she has to be careful of.
Right.
Yeah.
I
But it's too early. Remember, they just had their first set of questions. They went home. Oh, by the way, I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, but we were talking last night, with some people who are court watchers and all that. So it was interesting how Canoni sent the jury home at 4, right? Why not deliberate for another hour until 5? Well, there's some speculation that they could hear the jurors, possibly, I'm not sure, but jurors might have been heard arguing. And so maybe they're like, all right, let's give them a
let things
break.
cool down. Yeah.
Let
Wow.
things cool down. I'm not sure if this is
Mm,
true, but it sort of made sense to me because I was
mm,
shocked when, okay, 4 o'clock,
yeah,
why go home now? So maybe
right.
my thought was, if that's true, and it makes sense, maybe they were arguing over the manslaughter charge. Last year, it was 9-3 on manslaughter. So you never know. I think that's
Yeah.
what's gonna happen this year. I bet they'll figure out that they can come back with a guilty on second degree excuse me, not guilty on second degree and a not guilty on leaving the scene. And then I bet you they're battling it out over manslaughter, and that's what I said to Vinny last night on Court TV. That's my guess. You never know.
I hope so. It's just it really is
I
hard to
know.
tell. It really is hard to tell.
And there could be an FKR on the jury. Yeah, there very well
It
could be.
definitely sounds like there probably is.
Well,
And
yeah.
but what you hope is, what we call an FKR could actually be someone that just is on the jury and maybe wasn't actually maybe truly didn't come in with opinions, but
Yeah.
happens to lean that side. So, it's but based on what happened last year,
Oh, did
maybe
somebody say, "No,
maybe
Margaret, the
you
judge
know,
said 4 PM yesterday morning." Oh, okay. All right. I stand corrected.
mhm.
Thank you. Okay, so in the morning she's deciding up till 4. Okay. That's what I talked about. Some people were speculating about that. I guess more than one person missed the thing that they're only going to 4, which is strange. Why not go to 5?
So
Right?
based on your experience, Margaret, let's
Yeah.
say a jury comes to more or less a decision by the end of the day, but they just feel they need a little more. They want to sleep on it, or they want to make sure they want to come back the next day and just fill out the form and then get it over with and send in that they've reached a verdict. How
That
long
was
would that take?
Vinny's that was
That was
Vinny's
Vinny's thought.
that
Yes.
was
How long would
Vinny's
that?
theory.
And you've probably seen that before, though, in cases that you've tried. So when that happens, how
I've
long does
never
it take?
seen that before.
You've never seen that happen? Okay.
No, I
Like,
mean, in my experience, if they had decided on the OUI and nothing else, like let's say yesterday after the
yeah,
questions came out, and so maybe later afternoon, 3 o'clock, they're like, okay, not guilty down the line, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, but since she did these interviews, we think she was drunk when she was driving,
yeah,
so guilty on the OUI, they would have come back, or they would have told the
right,
judge, like, let's say 4 o'clock came around, they would have said, Your Honor, can we just have like a half an hour more? And then they would have signed the verdict slip and talked. So that's my opinion, because they can ask for more time. But that's why I think there's some sort of, my gut says there's some sort of argument going on. Now, Vinny will be right if they come back at 10 o'clock today. What time is it now? I
so
don't
it's
even
10
know.
o'clock right now. That's why I was
Ah!
asking. I'm wondering, like, if you have you seen in your experience a jury come back an hour into it, or would that be extra early? Would it be 2 hours into it? How long would it take? And we hear, and Girl with an Eagle Eye has been doing a great
Yeah.
job giving us posts about Channel
Well,
5's
thank
reporting.
you.
And she said
Oh,
that just spotted the judge going into the clerk's office. Does that have
okay.
any meaning to you? From your experience, does that have any meaning to you from
Yeah,
your
the judge,
experience
I'm
as a
thinking
prosecutor?
about it. The judge going into the clerk's office. I mean, I
Right,
don't know. She could call down to the clerk's office from her chambers. I
right.
don't know why she'd be going. Maybe she's going in, they have better coffee.
Yeah, right, right,
That would be
right. Just
speculation. I
they're
have
they're
no
passing around the
idea.
lunch menu, you know?
Maybe. Judge,
Yeah.
yeah. So, God, you never know. Yeah, girl with an eagle eye. Thank you. You do have an eagle eye. You're awesome. So, well, listen, the longer it goes on this morning, the more likely we're fighting over that OUI manslaughter.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know.
Can you see? I mean, it would, unless, like, what could happen though still is, let's say they're fighting over the OUI manslaughter, and let's say there's 2 holdouts that feel she's guilty. Well, maybe
Right,
by 4 o'clock, the others will have worn those 2 down, and then they could come back with a not guilty. So that can happen too. So, for
right,
example, I served on a federal jury. It was a civil case, but there were, let me think, 10 of us jurors that decided one way. and there were 2 holdouts that wanted to go the other way. So we were arguing with the other 2, or like trying to persuade them, listen, that your theory doesn't make sense. So then that we got one of them to come over to our side. So we had one holdout left, and we were read the Tui Rodriguez and everything. And finally we're like, come on. And he came over to our side. So then we had a unanimous verdict. So sometimes you have to do a
Right.
little bit of, because you're like, come on, let's, like, this makes sense.
Right.
So
Right.
that can happen too. You never know, like, what's going on in there.
I
It's
mean, it looks
exciting,
like,
though.
so from what we know in the first trial, there were 9 jurors that voted guilty on manslaughter, on OUI manslaughter. So if you're saying there's only 2 jurors that are on the guilty side now, that's a huge drop off from last year. What would cause that level of drop off? Was the case that was presented much worse? Was it presented much better last year compared
I
to
thought it
this
was
year?
I mean, I was just guessing, but I thought it was presented much better this year and much clearer.
Yeah.
And I
So why would
loved,
we have this level of drop off if that would be the
well, I
case?
don't know. I'm just I'm
Yeah,
just guessing. What do you mean? Like we don't know if there's a level of
Right.
drop off.
Right.
Well, I was just saying, oh, what if? Like, I was just doing
Right.
a hypothetical.
Right.
Somebody just asked me explain the OUI. The OUI is the smallest charge. So if you go down the
Mhm.
ladder and you see it say not guilty on OUI manslaughter, not guilty on involuntary manslaughter, not guilty on motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, you get down to the OUI, and that is your standard operating under the influence of alcohol. So that means that 12 jurors would have to look at the evidence and say, was Karen Reed operating her motor vehicle on a public way over 0.08, or what, based on her own statements, that she wouldn't drive on the expressway, based on a totality of the evidence, was she operating under the influence of alcohol? And for a first-time offender, you generally get, probation, maybe a year or 2, and you have to do the mandatory alcohol program, which is the 24D program. Now, she could get jail time. People are saying maybe she could get 90 days, up to 3 months. For a first-time offender with no record, I have a feeling she will not be sentenced to jail time on that.
Right. Right.
So that's my explanation of the OUI.
So last night when we were on Court TV, and I was telling the audience this earlier, Nick Rocco absurdly said that Judge Cannoni never gives the defense any ruling. She always favors the prosecution. And of course, we have people on this side that say the opposite, but neither is true. She's pretty fair. But it was funny. So when he said that, I waited till he finished, and I jumped in out of order. I don't know who he was going to next. If it was going to be you, I apologize. But I said, Nick, the jury seems to be discussing the OUI as a lesser included, which was something that was only added at the defense request. So obviously the judge gave them that. And Nick Rocco responded like, yeah, well, obviously he's going to give it. She's welcome to adding anything that seems like a new charge it was just so crazy.
So, Kevin, I'm seeing the comments in the chat. I also want to go through each of the lesser includeds. I'm sorry if I'm boring everybody with the law, but I've got, like, for some reason, I put my lawyer hat on today. You guys are
go ahead.
probably
That's what
kick
you're
off
here
the
for.
show.
That's what you're here for.
All right. I just want you to, so manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Okay. So if you do the lesser included of that, the involuntary manslaughter means unintentional death caused by wanton or reckless conduct standard. You can get up to 20 years. So if you guys think that Karen, backed her car up to 75% throttle, going 24 miles an hour, knowing John O'Keefe was standing there, is that wanton or reckless conduct. If you believe it to be, then you would find her guilty of the involuntary manslaughter. If you say not guilty on that, you go down the rung. Motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Okay. It sounds bad, but it is a lesser offense than the above. So in this one, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, the driver's actions must have been either reckless or negligent. Negligent means failure to exercise due care. Okay. And for it's called felony OUI, and you can get 5 to 20 years in state prison, up to $25,000 fine, and a 15-year loss of license at a minimum. And you can get up
I have
to a
these.
lifetime of license
I have these
loss.
up on the screen for you too, so
Oh,
that
well,
people can
thank
see
you.
what
I
you're
can't
talking
read
about.
that without my glasses, so I have to read.
Yeah.
I have to look at my phone. So then you go, if you can't agree on that, if you can't agree that Karen was either reckless as she drove her car that night, right? And you have to believe that the collision occurred because you've got motor vehicle homicide, right? So it results in John's death. Okay, so you're believing that the collision occurred. The driver's actions, her backing up 24 miles an hour, must have been either reckless or negligent. So was that reckless or was it negligent? Negligent is a lesser standard, failure to exercise due care. So they may be arguing over that. Okay, and again, that's 5 to 20 years. She'd probably only get 5. I don't know. And then, of course, you find her not guilty on that. You go down the ladder to the next rung. OUI is the smallest, which I explained earlier, simple driving under the influence case. Now, another thing
Right.
too is the reason why they have these lesser included. So let's say you're at the top of the rung
Mhm.
and you find her guilty on manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol.
Mhm.
That offense in and of itself includes all of the lesser included. So you
Mhm.
don't have to go down the list and check the boxes for those because it's inclusive of those anyway, and it's the bigger charge.
Mhm.
Phew. Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like I've got it on the screen here. I think I know it's probably hard to see for people. This is the best I could do, but it seems pretty self-explanatory, right?
Well, it is until it is and it isn't.
Right.
Because I really do think people would be confused about that whole homicide word.
Mm. I
It
think even the
sounds
term
bad.
lesser included, though that is self-explanatory, it's not a word that everybody sees in life
No,
normally. So
no.
maybe you're just better off putting this up there without using that word, because people can see the actual division here. So either she's not guilty of the offense charged, or she's guilty of the offense charge, and then or you start breaking down breaking down without calling them lesser included, but
Yeah, but
listing the
you got
lesser
it
included.
right. And by the way, another little legal thing here is the reason the judge didn't agree with the defense on putting a not guilty box next to each one, because that would, believe it or not, create more of a confusion and the possibility of inconsistent verdicts. So,
Right.
like, for example, they could, if you did that, like, what if they found her not guilty on the OUI, yet guilty of the manslaughter above? That would not make
Right.
sense, and that would be an inconsistent verdict.
Right. Right.
So
Right. And I
I
think
find
that's,
it confusing.
and I don't think it's a crazy position to determine that she's guilty of manslaughter, but that they didn't prove the OUI. Yeah, they pretty much did prove it, but someone could, in theory, say, all right, maybe the drinks really were watered down or something like that, or maybe Karen wasn't actually drinking them, or they can't prove that. I mean, to me, you have the video evidence of how many drinks that she had. You
So
have
so if
the
right,
receipts from the bar that shows how many drinks she had.
right. So here's the thing. If you don't think she was drunk driving, then you could vote guilty on the involuntary manslaughter alone.
Exactly.
Because it has nothing to
That-
do with alcohol. It means just her
Right.
actions, dropping him off, knowing he's standing there. It's almost
Right.
like the second degree murder, right?
Right.
But it's
No, and that's
much
exactly what I'm saying.
less.
What I'm saying is that
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
completely unreasonable for a juror to conclude that. They might decide that the OUI aspect of it was not proved.
Absolutely. They could. I doubt it.
Yeah, it
Because I
does
think
seem like
they're
there's quite a bit of evidence there, but
I think
You
the
know, they
number
could
of
look at
drinks, 9 drinks plus their that question though was weird. I thought their question on the OUI was really weird. Like the timing. Is it at whatever,
I don't think it's that weird
12:45 or 5?
because the defense play into the idea that it's possible that Karen had more drinks when she went home.
Oh,
And if
yeah,
you look
that's
at the other evidence,
true.
I could see where someone that does so look, people that don't understand drinking and they don't understand how people so like I've heard people say 9 drinks. Oh my God, there's no way she had 9 drinks because she'd be passed out. And because
I
from
think
there,
that way.
well, see,
I'd
if
be
you're not
passed
used to
out.
if you're not a drinker,
Well, I drink, but
people
I don't but 9 drinks?
but if you're not a heavy drinker and you're not a frequent drinker, people listen to that and from their own experience, they say, "Wow, that time I had 3 drinks, I passed out and I was hung over for 3 days." You know, they don't understand that someone that's a regular drinker that drinks 7 days a week, and drinks hard alcohol 7 days a week, becomes a functioning alcoholic, and they can, you know. So, but it's if it's outside of their experience range, it causes them to say, "What? There must be something wrong with this evidence here." Because no girl that weighed 110 pounds could drink 9 drinks and still be able to drive. And yeah,
Absolutely.
and not only was she able to drive, and there's no evidence in her driving that she in any way was dysfunctional in her driving, but she was all of the witnesses at the waterfall testified. Now, not as many testified at this trial, but even in the first trial, they all testified that she showed no signs of intoxication. So for many average people that aren't used to the drinking world, they would look at that and say, "This, well, then she couldn't have had 9 drinks," because they think, "Man,
Eh,
if I had 9 drinks, I'd be
I
staggering all over the place," you know?
I don't know. I think sometimes I don't know. So this is my thought. And this is maybe from a woman's perspective. Again, I think that sometimes people can hold it together weirdly, but then for example, I've seen people, right? Like we would normally
Right.
take somebody's keys away if we don't think they're if we think they're too drunk to drive. But
Yeah.
if you're in a party atmosphere, you're talking to various different people and you might not be really focusing on whether how much that person is slurring their words. There's a band playing and everything. So I just think, again, as a woman, you know how if you go out and you know you have to drive, we all know that 0.08 isn't much. So a lot of my friends are careful. Like we might do 2 drinks and then cut
Right.
ourselves off because God forbid we're
Yeah.
0.09, right? I
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
what you're
Point oh eight
saying.
for a woman, it's going to be, you know, about 3 drinks, and
I would
that's
say
pretty
3
close. Yeah.
drinks. Like it depends
Yeah.
on the martinis, like if they're made real
Yeah.
strong or whatever.
Yeah.
Wine can be strong. I mean, it depends on what you eat. But I just think because there's more women on that jury, I get what you're saying, but
Right.
they don't know how much of an alcoholic Karen is or isn't. But I think people bring their common sense into it, and especially a younger jury because younger juries have been really educated on drinking and driving. Like I know
Yeah.
my kids, right? My oldest daughter is 28.
Right.
Yeah, 28. And they would wear lanyards in high school, like, oh, here's the designated driver. I've got the lanyard on. So I
Mhm.
just feel based on in Massachusetts has very strict drunk driving laws. I think based on all of that, I think most people would feel that she had too much to drink based on the evidence
Right. It's
as
just
a
outside of
totality.
their experience range to understand that somebody that's had 9 drinks could in any way still be walking around and be functioning.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
that's
that's you owned a bar, so of course you would
yes.
think know that. I feel bad. Are we did you and I just talk too much and the other people left?
No, Boomer had to take off, and I'm not sure. See, the
Okay. Oh,
problem
I feel
is when I
bad.
can't. Well, no, and you know, Kate's going to be in and out. I can't tell when someone's there or not when I don't see their picture. So,
Mhm.
they have to just kind of jump in on their own, so we know they're here. You know, Kate's always got a lot of things doing phone calls and taking care of the dogs and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
so yeah,
I've got
it's
to get
if I
ready for
can't
my
see them, I
daughter's
don't know.
shower. My
Yeah, what is
gosh.
that? Oh, I thought that was Saturday.
It's this Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I've been
today's
working my
Wednesday.
butt up. I know today's Wednesday, but I'm having it at my house. I've got to I'm looking outside. I got to mow the lawn. I've
Yeah.
got to finish planting my I've got a lot to do, Kevin.
Oh, you don't have to stay, and I'm not going to
No,
stay on
I'd
the whole
like
time
to
either.
stay. I love
What,
explaining the
what,
law to people, and
right. What I'm going to do
I'm all
is when there's
excited
no one,
about the.
when there's no one left to talk, I will just get off myself too. And actually, I have to go get some blood work in Salem, New Hampshire. So, but I'll leave the show going, and so people can still continue to talk and chat.
Yeah,
And
that's smart. And I'll leave my
you know,
channel going. You know what I'll do? I will come back. So you guys will laugh. The chat will laugh at me. I do multitask. I'm actually painting flower vases for my daughter. I was watching the trial and like as thank you gifts, like with little flowers on them and the date of the wedding. So I've been multitasking, watching the trial, doing that, doing court TV. I got to get propane, like you know how it is. But I'll be
yeah.
around and I can jump back in.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you in the room. So don't take yourself out of the room.
I'm
Let
not
us
taking
keep look,
myself out of the room. I'll
because
be.
what I think I'm going to
Oh,
do is
okay.
I'm going to try to take off to get that test in New Hampshire.
Okay.
So I'm going to be gone for about an hour. But if I'm not
Okay.
here to let you in, if Kate's here, Kate has to log in. So if she's here, she can let people in, and I will text her and let her know. So
But
she
I'll
can
be
get
in
back.
the room.
So because
Yeah.
I'm going to be gone for about an hour, and there's a chance
Okay.
that the verdict could come in that time, and I don't
All
want
right.
people to feel they're going to miss it. So, and I will
Yeah,
text Kate,
leave
so
me in.
she's probably not too far from her house where she can get back
Okay.
and make sure.
Yeah.
But I'll leave
You
it
can
in,
leave
and I'll
my
leave the,
chair. If I have a blank chair, that means I'm just,
yeah,
you know. But yeah,
that's
and
right.
if anybody
That's
has
awesome.
any questions in chat, legal questions, I can answer them for a while,
Thank you very much for being here,
hopefully.
Margaret. And
Of course.
if they have a verdict, just come back. Even if I'm not back, you might be the only one on. You can explain it
Oh
to the
my
audience what's
God.
going on. But I'm pretty sure Kate will be back if that happens. She'll be
Yeah.
getting notifications.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very
All
much.
right.
So
Bye, Kevin.
hopefully we'll get a verdict soon, right?
I
Or
know.
something.
Something.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Bye. Uh-oh. I'm here by myself. Oh, actually, you're still there.
I'm still here. I'm going to take myself. All right, guys. We'll leave the chat going. We're going to leave the show alone, and please try to be civil in chat. Have fun.
Now I'm officially here by myself. Any questions? Any legal questions? Let's see. I'm reading the chat. Well, anyway, Margaret, Court TV is reporting that chat went up too fast. What do I think of AJ getting the OUI? Okay, that's a really good question. So, one of the most unique things, again, about this trial is at the last minute, Alan Jackson and the defense team added the OUI charge. And that was brilliant because now, the jurors, they've been in there, they've been watching the trial for a very long time. And this is the way that they can punish Karen Reed for something, drunk driving. And if they did that, it would be a huge win for the defense. So I'm surprised the prosecution didn't have an objection to that. But I don't know. So I've never seen that before happen in any one of my cases. I mean, the defense never adds charges. It's always up to the prosecution to add charges, but they did this time. Again, another very unusual thing that's happened in the Karen Reed trial. And I'm sure there will be some interesting questions. Margaret, do you see sanctions coming? No, I really don't. I don't think so. Good question, though. Don't worry, Margaret. Talk and you won't be afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm fine. I'm fine. No, it's all good. It's all good. But anyway, I think one of the issues with that the jury may be deliberating is, was there a collision? And that would make sense on the manslaughter charges. And of course, the second degree as well. The leaving the scene, I think that was hard to prove because they have to prove that Karen knowingly left the scene knowing that she hit John. I think there was little evidence proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. The voice messages, they were a clue, but I don't think proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I doubt that the jury can be unanimous on that charge. So that would be the weakest charge, in my opinion. Oh, thank you. I like this shade of blue. I should wear it tonight on Court TV, maybe. I don't know. Think about it. So I'm reading the chat if I look like I'm, you know, people keep talking about the cost of the trial. But think about it this way. Yeah, it costs the state a lot of money. And I'm a taxpayer, so taxpayer money. However, what if it was your son or daughter or brother or sister? Would you want the state to turn to you as a victim and say, sorry, we're not going to fully prosecute this case, but because we don't feel like spending the money on it? So that's the opposite argument of that. Is conspiracy after the fact a serious charge? If she is found not guilty, I don't think they'll put any more charges on Karen Reed. No, this is it. They're not going to add any more charges. So I don't think they'll charge her with conspiracy after the fact. So if there wasn't a collision, how did he get, oh shoot, that went up and I couldn't see. If there, can you repeat that comment?
I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Oh,
right
hi,
now.
Kate.
Hi.
Thanks for
Doing
joining me.
well.
I just was chatting in chat and trying to answer some of the questions, but it's so interesting. Will Karen be charged with witness intimidation? Turtle Boy's charged with witness intimidation, but Karen, I don't think they would charge her because I don't see where that can be proven on
Conspiracy.
her behalf.
So they've indicated that they may take that back to grand jury.
You're kidding me.
In a court filing, yeah.
I didn't see that.
Particularly because of some of the messages they found in the bloggers' devices.
Okay.
And there were messages between him and David Unetti where David Unetti was encouraging him. And when you place the messages that of encouragement in context, you see that he was commending Turtle Boy for cold calling witnesses off of a phone record of Jen McCabe's that was provided from discovery to Turtle Boy by the defense.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah.
I mean,
It's blatant.
Oh, hello. Good.
Howdy there.
Got two other friends here. It was funny. I was by
dropped up,
myself for a while, which is fine. I don't mind being by myself, but that means I have to read the comments and I look like
I dropped out and I was still listening. I put a message backstage saying, I'm listening, I'll be back quick. And then I heard Kev go, okay, I gotta run. I can't run him back to at least get in the back there. But
Sorry, no, I stepped away briefly. Just I had to take.
All right.
Well, this is good.
Princess to Starbucks. She loves her Starbucks in the morning.
Well, I like how we can switch off, and I can do that too. So if you leave me in, I have the empty chair. You'll see the empty chair, but I've got to do a few errands because, like I said, I have my daughter's shower on wedding shower on bridal shower. I mean, on Saturday. So there's a few errands I need to do, but other than that, I can come pop in and out. So happy to do that. All
right. So, I mean, I think that the questions about no collision, I'm really not. I mean, they've been in there for an hour and a half now.
Yeah.
If the only question was whether or not she drove drunk, I do not think that we would be in the position that we're in right now. I am very convinced that what we're dealing with here is we have some free Karen Reed on the jury.
I think I agree with you 100%, Kate. If it was just the OUI charge, they'd be back already. They would have been back last night, or Vinny said they'd be back first thing in the morning. Think about it, spiff up and announce their verdict. But no, they're still arguing, and it's got to be the manslaughter charge.
It is, and I think I've always said that's the charge anyway. I understand the murder too. I think Hank Brennan laid it out clearly. I think that even with unbiased jurors, it's going to be a tough sell sending a woman to prison for the rest of her life over what equates to a drunken mistake. It was a huge mistake. But it was a mistake nonetheless. And I think even in closing, Brennan understands that and was honest with the jury and said, look, we don't think she meant to do this, right? Mm-hmm. And in doing that, you're really weakening your argument for murder too, even if it fits the law,
Right.
Because that's a lot of gravity to send another human being to prison for the rest of their natural lives. That's a big thing. And I think that, Karen being female and attractive and well dressed, I mean, it's a tough sell for anyone. I've always thought it was manslaughter. And I think that's probably what they're hanging on, because there's just too much evidence for the entire jury to, go, yep, no collision. And when we read into the questions a little bit more, we see that the theme of them is protecting Karen Reed, right? Which indicates to me, coupled with a little bit of juror trouble that had occurred during the trial that I think people are mildly aware of, I could probably guess at least one of the Karen sympathizers on there. I'd say that.
Mm-hmm. I don't usually jump towards conspiracies or anything, but I agree. I think
this is not a conspiracy, though. This is not
but it's perceived. It's perceived in the public by.
I mean,
by
it's being called a conspiracy by conspiracy theorists, right? Like,
right.
We're willing to believe that several police agencies and half a town conspired to frame this woman by going so far as to put microscopic pieces of taillight in this guy's clothing, which is insane, right? But, so you say, there's clearly a plant. I don't want to call it a plant. I do not believe that Karen Reed, enlisted somebody specifically and that there's some sort of level of coordination here. No, I don't. Right. I think that, you cast a net wide enough and you're going to catch some of them in there. And, what's also interesting is the question about, well, what if we just check off OUI, right? Is that the whole charge? What has come out since then? Karen Reed has loudly told people that she's willing to take just an OUI to save her parents the trauma of another trial. Right. And this was announced on Turtle Boy Stream. And what do you know? We got at least one juror on there that says, well, can we just give her an OUI? Okay, come on, guys. I mean, the real tip-off is when they're asking if the recorded statements of the defendant are evidence. Can we just ignore them, pretty much? I mean, that indicates to me that we've got jurors saying she admitted to this. She admitted to drinking and driving. She knew where he was. She was expecting to find them there. Wake up. And you've got jurors going, free Karen Reed. That's not even evidence, right? Like, come on. It's clear. I think that unfortunately we're probably barreling towards another hung jury.
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know. And here's the thing. I'm wondering, when they asked the question yesterday about counts 1 and 3, and they were confused about hung jury, right? So I'm wondering if they knew there was a hung jury last year. I just have a feeling somebody did, and they don't want to be hung again. So I have a feeling, I don't know. I mean, they may really try harder not to be hung. And I was telling Kevin in the last segment, when I was on a jury, it was a federal case. We were read Tui Rodriguez, and it was 10-2 for a while. But the majority, and I was in the majority, had to convince the 2 holdouts. And it took like a full day. We convinced one, and then there was only one holdout. Then we convinced the other. So, again, the jury, and I didn't think we would ever in a million years convince this one holdout. He was dead set against what we all felt from the very beginning. But lo and behold, we somehow convinced him. And we convinced him with, there was a lot of argument too. There was fighting back and forth. It was crazy. But we didn't bully this guy, but we reasoned with him. So, but it's, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, they could deliberate for 4 days and still come back with a not guilty.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. I don't think it's probable.
I don't think it's probable either, but you never know.
I don't see acquittal on the table at all. I mean, whether there's a FKR on the jury or not, I don't see it. You'd have to convince everybody for acquittal. No way.
Yeah.
You're not going to get 12 people willing to ignore all of the evidence. You're just not.
Yeah. So the question in the chat, Margaret, does the jury know their questions are public? Yeah, because they're read in open court. And the media's there. So they know that. Well, you know what, Margaret, does the jury... Oh, okay, I just answered that. Yeah. No, they know who the media is. I mean, they're sitting there. They probably recognize some of the media people in there. I'm sure some of them recognize Sue O'Connell. I would. Yeah. Well, since you two are in the show, I'm going to go do some shower errands.
Alrighty.
It figures, right, that the verdict comes on the week I am throwing this big shower for my daughter at my
Yeah,
house.
of course, of course.
That's
I
Murphy's
mean,
Law,
I'm
man.
looking out
Yeah.
because I can see outside the window there, and I can't mow the lawn. I can put it on mute, but yeah, it's Murphy's Law. But that's okay. I can bounce in and out, and but right now I've got to bounce in and out. So I can mute my mic so you don't hear my cat meowing.
Sure.
There
All
you
right.
go.
I can put you
All right, so
backstage. Sure. I'll put you backstage.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Put me backstage, but I'll be back. I'll keep
Okay.
checking the feed and because I'm streaming this show to my people on It's a Crime Media. So,
Sure.
might as well take over.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. We'll see you
This
in a
is
little
so
bit.
much
Margaret.
fun. Thanks for having me on your show, Kate. I love it.
Absolutely.
All right. I'll be back.
See you soon.
Someone says she's getting acquitted on 1 and 3. We don't know this, but honestly, like unpopular opinion, but I've said it a lot. I can see that. I can understand that. I don't think that is that shocking. I think that I am comfortable drawing the inference that she knew that she hit him. I think that it was laid out very well. I think there's evidence to support it, but it's less definitive. There's no data stream. There's no hard physical evidence. There's nothing hard and really definitive that she knew that she hit him. And that's really what's required for charge 3, the leaving the scene. And it's probably kind of baked into people's perception of murder too, even though it's not necessary by the law. Again, like when we're going into murder and the sentences that come with it, it's heavy. If you put aside the, maybe any personal animus that you've developed watching Karen and knowing all the evil things that she's done beyond this collision,
Right.
you might be more inclined to go, oh, that's all right, throw her in forever. But unbiased people that aren't aware of all this stuff, like she's a person. Karen Reed is a person. Putting a person in prison for that long is a heavy thing.
I think that
she knew,
Well, given that murder too, all the prongs are it's reached. It's you can prove it, but I have to agree that the weight of that judgment, I don't think anybody would be, super comfortable with that. I think manslaughter is they're more likely to convict on that out of the two. But I do believe Hank made the case for murder too. But I agree that I don't know.
He did,
if
and
they would be-
he's not wrong. I'm going to say, like,
No.
like by the law,
But-
he's not wrong. So somebody, sorry,
but the human element of it, where human beings are going to have to put that on someone, I could see them being hesitant. Very much so. That's a lot. Murder 2 is a big ass charge. So.
Somebody asked about intent. I missed the message. I missed the comment. It was Christy, I believe, that asked. Intent is not an element. So they're going off of that third prong, that reckless negligence, right? That she intended to do an act that a reasonable person knows carries a substantial likelihood of killing someone. That's what they're going with the murder too. It's very close to manslaughter. And again, so you've got two charges that are very, very parallel. One carries a substantial prison sentence. I know people are saying, oh, it doesn't have to be like 25 years, 35 years. That's a long time for a 43-year-old woman. Let's just be real. Okay. It is. And this is just me without my personal feelings in it, because I don't think I would have any reservations in sending her to prison for 35 years. I just don't at this point, but it's because I know too much, right? And like, if you're on a jury, you really need to just consider the evidence that was put in front of you, during the trial. And the evidence put before you during the trial is that, she's a regular person with maybe a drinking problem, who had a toxic relationship and made a very, very bad decision, and then followed it up with several more very bad decisions. It's not the same thing as like a serial killer, and I understand that can be jarring for people that are so dug in to kind of look at that distinction, but I think it's realistic that, we have 2 juries now that, from anything that we know, reportedly struggled with that as well. So, like, the idea here is that she gets some punishment, right, for what she did. And what she did was take the life of John O'Keefe. I've always said that manslaughter was it. And I really do think that manslaughter is it. And I think the fact that we have a second jury that's hung up on all that is really, it's sending a signal here that manslaughter is the charge. Manslaughter is the charge. That's where we're landing, right? They're easy to dismiss 1 and 3. 2's the problem. That's the charge. That's, as these juries move closer to the truth, we now have 1, possibly 2 that are looking at this and going, it's manslaughter. So, I mean, focus it down, I guess,
Right. Apparently, Sue O'Connell says I should stick to Canadian business. Okay.
Oh, Sue O'Connell has opinions on you?
Apparently, pipe down there, Millhouse.
Oh, how many times have you been seen chatting it up with a murdered defendant at the court? Yucking it up, laughing, planning your coverage.
Right.
Offering to have videos sent to you. Yeah, okay. Sue O'Connell's a real piece of shit. She really is.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I feel the same way about Vinnie Politan, all of them. It's like, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. To continue to pander this conspiracy bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, Dad says you guys are adopting Canada soon anyway. Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Mark Jude says CKR convict Karen Reed, ADD, the alcoholic drunk driver. Okay. Yeah, I think there are obviously some people fighting hard for it. You can't believe that everybody in that room was just going to be like, fuck it, let her walk. Like, obviously not, or we wouldn't be here today.
No.
The thing is, too, I guess I have a certain, perspective on understanding. So, is it personal story time? Maybe it's personal story. I'm going to tell you guys a personal story about myself, okay? When I was in my 20s, early 20s, late teens, early 20s, really, I was married to a guy. He's the father of my kids, the sort of the genesis of a lot of the problems that, I get thrown in my face all the time. But he was very abusive, okay? Like, very abusive. And there was an incident once, well, there were lots of incidents, but there was one particular incident when I tried to leave him for probably the 6th time or whatever. I had a little apartment in Taunton that I really didn't want him at. He was aware of where I lived, but I was really trying to keep him out. And one day, as I'm getting my kids off the school bus, he rolls up and he's trying to get into my house, and he kind of forces his way in. And he starts threatening me because I'm leaving, right? And then, it gets physical very quickly thereafter. And I had some friends of mine around, and somebody called the police. So the police come out, and I'm telling them he's not supposed to be here. I don't want him here. Can you make him leave? Can you make him leave? And he's going, we're married. I'm just getting my stuff. He didn't have any stuff there. So he pulls like a dirty towel out of my laundry, maybe a pair of swim trunks or something. And it's like, I'm just getting my stuff and I'm leaving. And the police tell me it's fine. He said he's just leaving. This is, the marital home. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Right.
So I was concerned that he had grabbed a copy of my keys, and I'm telling the police, I think you got a copy of my keys. Can you please check them? And they're dismissing me. He's just leaving. Okay. So he did get a copy of my keys. And a few hours later, he came back intoxicated, and he pulled a knife on me, and chaos ensued. And my neighbors heard what was going on because I was on the 3rd floor. So the people below me hear it, and they start calling the police, going, hurry up, come get her. Come, he's killing her up there. So they come in and they get him. And my kids were present for all of this, unfortunately, as well as unfortunately a friend of mine and her kids as well. So, she locks the kids in one of my son's bedroom, and he's beating the shit out of me, whatever. And the police come, and he stares across the room with them and just cold cocks me in the face in front of the cops. So at this point, they're tasing him, right? So they're tasing him, but he's intoxicated and on something, so he must not have been feeling it. This is front page news, by the way. There's actually an article
man.
about this, but so they get him out, they tase him, whatever, and now he's charged with some serious crimes or whatever. And for the first time in years, I was like, I'm not going to invoke my marital privilege. I'm not going to just back down. Like, I want to see him go to jail. I want to see him stay in jail. I don't want him anywhere near me or my kids. And that was tough. And so it goes through the system. And at some point he realizes that he's not going to beat these charges because there were way too many witnesses. So he takes a plea. And so for all of the wreckage, it's because with domestic violence, it's never just the beating, right? That might be the easy part. It's everything that comes with it. The trauma, it changes your brain, right? What's a good punishment for that? And so I'll tell you, the punishment was 2.5 years in county jail. And he, I think, only served maybe 18 months, right? And so justice isn't always clean. Justice isn't always what you want it to be. And, he got out, and I was angry for a long time about the slap on the wrist. And, we had to deal with the damage. And there was a lot of damage on me and my kids that, I'm still trying to make up for. And he gets a slap on the wrist, right? And then he ended up dying in a car crash anyway. So I guess, God takes care of these types sometimes. But I guess my point is you got to temper your expectations sometimes. The criminal justice system is not perfect. The criminal justice system is not always going to give you what you want. And no matter what the punishment is, it doesn't undo the crime. It doesn't undo the cost. It doesn't pay you back. It doesn't make you whole. So the best that we can hope when there's 12 people going over the evidence and deciding this is that they're fair and that they're objective and that they do closest to the right thing that they possibly can. But you can't have expectations on a verdict that it's going to change much of anything, give you back what you lost, undo the damage that's been done. It's not. It's performative in a way,
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing in this world that is going to bring John O'Keefe back, unfortunately. And that's what his family really wants. And that's what they really need. And they're never going to get that. So what happens to Karen Reed is hollow consolation, really. I think we need to remember that.
It's true. It's absolutely true that the family is, and them healing and moving on is the most important thing. And I would say next to that would be the ceasing of harassment for them, for the witnesses. Absolutely the most important.
Oh, I'm not embellishing or lying about it, Dark Moon. It's in the newspaper. There's a police report. It was witnessed, unfortunately. So I don't need to lie about that. I think it's really gross when people say that about domestic violence too. I understand that a lot of Karen supporters, because they're also Turtle Boy supporters, are okay with domestic violence. Some of them are perpetrators, right? That's why they connect with these people. But Turtle Boy is a domestic abuser. We know that. We've seen the way that he abuses his partners emotionally, psychologically, sometimes physically. We've seen that Karen Reed was an abusive partner.
It's the problem with the whole tribal way of thinking, right? It's okay if it happens to my perceived enemy. It should. The idea should be it's not okay. Period. You shouldn't wish or celebrate things like that for people you disagree with. It's sick. I think the Free Karen Reed movement is disturbing. It's disgusting. I have contempt for it all. But no part of me wishes anything like that on anyone there. No, man. There has to be some kind of line in the sand, right? I mean, or what are we doing? Willie Wallace, yeah. He says, I feel bad for the McAlberts being lifelong Canton residents and having the community turn on them like they did. That must have hurt. I will say, from what I'm aware of, there are a lot of folks that are there that do support them, though. Thankfully, not everyone there is drinking the Kool-Aid, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Just the ire.
I just want to point out again that this was in the newspaper. So took 5 tasers.
Yeah,
so they were able to handcuff an out of control city man accused of brutalizing a woman in the presence. It was actually 4 children at the time, but you can't. domestic assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, assault and battery on a police officer, and witness intimidation. Patrolman Jason LaPlante reports having witnessed Young nut punch the 23-year-old woman square on the face, knocking her across the room on the floor. So I don't make things up, guys. I just want to be clear on that. I don't need to embellish or lie about my story. I don't really hide much about my story either. That choice wasn't made for me. But the point of the story really is that even after all that, do I feel like it was justice? I don't know. Nothing's going to change what happened, you know? So, you know, it's not perfect, but it's the only system that we have, really. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, look at Vinnie Politan in his element in front of the courthouse.
Yep. It's like an automaton or whatever they call those things. I don't know. I don't
Yes,
know.
that's true. Like that's all it is. Justice is just, I think we have a natural desire for some form of retribution, because that's really what it is, you know. And I think that the jury is in a tough spot here where there's a lot of moving parts. I guarantee that they've been cursed with the presence of at least a couple free Karen Reed lunatics. That's probably why they came back looking so exhausted and frustrated. Imagine yourself locked in a room with even two of them, even if you're in the majority.
Even
which
one of them.
Last trial
Jesus.
they were in the majority, right? There was a small amount. There were 3 people. I was able to confirm this after the fact. 3 people that wanted to acquit Karen Reed. One thought that maybe he fell into a pricker bush. One
Oh my God.
thought that she knew better than the medical experts because she was a nurse and she was FKR, and the other one just kind of dug in, right? So they were in the minority, but it's got to be miserable because they just won't budge or shut up or look at the facts. We can guess that we have somebody similar this time, at least one, because they wanted to dismiss Karen's own words. You know,
right.
It's a tough pill of reality to for them, a lot of them, to swallow, is hearing Karen say these things, which, let's be real, they're beyond incriminating. If Jen McCabe was saying that sort of stuff, you know, on camera, they would be calling for her head, and understandably so, because if Jen McCabe was saying that sort of stuff, she would be incriminating herself. Okay? That's what Karen did. It's tough. And this jury has to balance that. They have to balance, you know, what is fair? What is fair for this? Karen didn't set out that night planning to murder this man. You know? She clearly had remorse and regret and trauma when she realized what she had done. She was drunk. Their relationship was toxic. There were problems, you know. This is all human, relatable stuff. And I'm not excusing what she did. I'm not excusing any of it, but I'm saying, like, that's all they're presented with here. So they have to weigh, how do we vindicate this family, the suffering family, and give them their pound of flesh without cutting too far into this other human being? Because that's a heavy decision. I've never been on a jury for a murder case or anything of any consequence. I can't imagine that's going to weigh on you no matter what, especially when it's not Hannibal Lecter in, you know, restraints staring across the room from you. It's a woman that could be your next door neighbor, could handle your investments, you know. And again, I'm not excusing what she did. We know more about Karen than this jury is supposed to consider.
Exactly. That's hard not to weigh in personally when you're speaking about this. I mean, what you're saying is from a just jury's point of view, and they wouldn't be, nor should they be, considering the fact that, yeah, that that's all true, but to then weaponize the media and throw families under the bus like she did.
Oh, it's evil.
It's,
No,
it is
listen,
so evil. But you're right.
it's
That's
evil.
not supposed to be weighed in this trial.
It's not.
This
It doesn't
trial
have anything
is
to do with this
isolated.
trial. None of that
That's
came
right.
in.
Right.
There is no evidence for their consideration about any of the extra stuff that's gone on. A little
Right.
bit mentioned in passing. Maybe it can color the way an individual juror views things, but it's not going to have any weight. And it shouldn't, because it wasn't admitted. This is how our system works, right?
Which is understandable. But for those on the outside that aren't part of the jury, though, I mean, you can say what happened was an accident, but everything she's done since then, which I agree, it's not part of this trial, but everything she's done since then was 100% a choice. There was
And
no
she should be
accident.
charged for that,
Yeah,
and that she
agree.
should be given a jury that is permitted to consider that and consider the evidence that supports that she was involved with all that, and they should judge her on that. That's how that works. That's why, there needs
Separate
to
case.
be another grand jury with the additional information that we know. We don't know how much additional information the special prosecutor in that case is drawn. We just don't know. But we know that there's more than there was when they did the first grand jury. We know that because of the court documents. But those are two interconnected but legally separate issues at this point. And I think that after two trials, and again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm fairly confident saying, yeah, this jury's supposed to hang, because you're dealing with one or two, even 3, 4, however many free care and read people are in there. You're not going to convince them in a day, in 2 days. You couldn't convince them for 2 years, right? They're so deeply embedded, and they're coming in with all this extraneous information, and they're not considering the fact that it didn't come up in court because it's not admissible, right? There's gatekeeping that occurs. You can't just stand up in court and make wild accusations left, right, willy-nilly, right? They have some leeway. They've used that leeway, but they haven't gotten anywhere near what they've done on social media. So I don't know how this resolves at this point. It's like she's never going to be vindicated because she did it. And you're never going to have a 45-minute quick acquittal like you would an actual factually innocent person. You're never going to have 12 people sit down in a room and agree she did nothing wrong, because she did do something wrong objectively. No emotions in it, no loyalties, nothing. I mean, it is abundantly clear what she did, from physical evidence, forensic evidence, data, her own statements.
Her own mouth.
Right?
Yeah,
right.
Her own statements.
I mean, she did do something wrong. She's never going to be vindicated, but she has succeeded thus far in placing a stranglehold. So it's like, I guess the ultimate tragedy in this for me is that this woman that is seeking not just freedom, to hold on to her physical freedom, but this form of reputational repair and vindication that she will never get because it is not hers to have, is in the process also denying this family of their sense of peace and justice. Nobody's going to get what they want the way that things stand right now. She will never be cleared of this. There will always be a group of 20,000 people, that's how many were watching us yesterday or so, in this world that know that she did it. There will always be people who were close to her and then left because they know that she did it. There will always be family members and loved ones and friends of John O'Keefe that will always know that she did it. And no one's ever going to step in and say, no, she didn't, and put it on paper and sign it. It's just not going to happen.
And I would say too that number of folks that are aware that she did it, over time that grows. You got to take into consideration that the apparatus that was in motion to poison the potential jury pool, that was in motion prior to the news getting out that she was guilty. Like it was completely drowned out, right? So the truth needs time to catch up. Ideally it's before the end of trial, but it has a way of marching on.
it's never, the truth is never going to change no matter
No.
what. But I think, it's just it's a tragic situation all the way around. And it's like, the more that I had a therapist once that told me, in the context of uncomfortable emotions, what you resist persists, right?
Right.
So the more that you fight something, the more prevalent that it becomes, sort of. Like if I'm angry, if I really try to stuff that down, it's just going to persist and fester. You just ride it
Right.
out. The more that she resists this, it's like the more that her guilt is just going to become more and more and more clear, which I don't know if we can get even more than we are at this point, but like just more comes out, more comes out, more comes out. This is just, this is a woman who can't let go. Sometimes you just got to let go. You got to make those tough decisions. I've had to make a lot of tough decisions in my life, and there's, self-interest is a powerful thing.
It's a motivator.
It's binary. It's coded within us, fight or flight. We are built to survive, and it's very, very powerful. But at some point, you have to evolve a little bit and just put your own self-interests aside and take whatever's coming. Otherwise, you end up in this mess. Like, look at how many people have been hurt.
It's the list is always growing too. It's a long list, and it's ever growing. Oh, this is a strange comment. I just want to touch on real quick. Willie Wallace asked, does anyone think there might be a connection between Natalie and Alan Jackson, and that's how he really got involved? Personally, no way in hell, not even kind of a little bit. I just wanted to address that. So no, Willie Wallace, in my opinion, no.
I hear she's popular in the LA Armenian community. That's not Alan Jackson, but it might be a little adjacent, but it has nothing to do with this case. Natalie does know a lot of people, though. Like, she is definitely connected. Not in a bad way, not in a nefarious way.
It's not surprising.
She caters to celebrities for her career.
Yeah.
So,
and Mark she's extremely nice. I think that's kind of, make a lot of friends.
Mark Bedwetero says TB will pay if Karen is convicted, and I mean acquitted rather. Yeah, that's a real possibility. I don't know necessarily. I mean, again, like, that'll be like the last bastion of justice, and I'm sure the DA's office is invested in this family. Like, I would be silly to assume that they've had this case for so many years and they don't have a real strong affinity and love for this family and sympathy and want to get them justice. Number one. Number two, I mean, if this woman gets off with this much evidence, that's a problem that they're going to want to solve. And like, they know how to connect the dots on the problem, and it kind of starts with them, right? So yeah,
I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? No, I mean, that's a lot of smoke, right? Look at this evidence, and yet here we are. That's smoke unto itself. Yeah.
Well, it's not just, I mean, you've got the guy literally screaming, I'm getting to the jury pool. Our plan is to get to the jury. He's not the only person. Let's be fair and diffuse that responsibility. He's not the only person who said dumb shit like that. So, like, yeah, I mean, I think that, again, this is never going to end well. It's a recipe for disaster, much like the evening in question here. But I mean, I think that as the hours tick on, the likelihood of her acquittal is really dropping. And
I don't see it.
I would often say 0.0%. Perhaps that's a bit hyperbole because you don't know about jurors, but I'm still. It's just it would be very difficult to get acquitted of something that you very clearly did. You can only fool so many people. There's only so many people in this world. And, if we're going by the metrics from the last jury and what I strongly suspect about this one with all the information coming in, that you could fool about a quarter of people in the that's
on
really
the high end.
I mean, what? Yeah. 3 out of 12 is 25%, and it seems to be the breakdown most of the time. I don't know. Hopefully, we'll see this time what it was, but I'm going out on a limb here and guessing that it's probably 3 again.
It's unreal.
Which really works out for her in the short term. It's better than 0%.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
in the short term. In the short term, for sure, but no. This isn't sustainable.
Well, yeah, it'll be pretty much the same situation, Matt. Although Casey Anthony was an anomaly, right? Like that was a legal failure. That was, the state clearly just didn't prove their case. I guess, at least according to, because there was a lot of public pressure to convict her in that case. But they had to look at the legal standard or whatever, and they got her on the lying to the cops or whatever. OJ is probably the most comparable, where again, just a ton of evidence, clear motive, like clearly did it, right?
The optics of their Furman, there's that.
I'm sure Furman didn't help, but at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence. It's like, I don't think that, again, like you're looking at 12 people that you're picking out of the community. There are some people who that personal stuff that would create a strong feeling that would override like logic and the facts, but that's not everybody. Like I feel like I can usually parse out and say like, okay, I think this is bad, or I don't like this, or I don't like that. However, I can see how it doesn't really carry much weight or apply here. Like I'm able to do that pretty well. Not everybody can, I get that, but like Furman, I mean, he did plead the fifth on the stand, which was a little bit like I could see how you could draw a pretty strong inference from that. But overall, it's like OJ was a no-brainer. Although I'm also looking back on that. What year was OJ? Was that 93?
Oh God, off the top of my head, I want to say it was around 94, but I'd have to look it up.
Either way, I was like probably just out of diapers.
I remember seeing the Ford Bronco live. So like I remember sort of watching. I didn't watch everything about it, but it was definitely all over pop culture, man. It was SNL. It was all over the place. The Bronco, the whole nine. Was it 95? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That was a few years ago.
Can you imagine Karen writing like, if I did it? Then that would be it.
I know that makes me just puke in my suit when I hear that. Oh my God. But I can see it too, right? I could absolutely see it. And if it's anything like OJ, then the proceeds would go to the victim's family.
I'll tell you where this is falling apart though. In the immediate is like the civil stuff, right? Because every single time, this has now been retried, but been tried twice, retried once, we may be headed to another, but the defense shifts, and what it does is it focuses it, so it has lost a lot of these third party culprits, right? And so it is moving more towards just the police part of it and this proclamation that no collision existed. So in them abandoning these claims or being court ordered to abandon them, in the case of Colin Albert, that really, really, really strengthens any defamation cases. And her lawyers, as well as Karen Reed, have said these things. And I mean, there are text messages where Karen Reed is telling these things to Turtle Boy, who is then repeating them over and over and over again and making up his own stories on top of it too. And there are text messages where they are plotting that our stories shouldn't always match too much. People will think we're working together, right?
Right.
So, like, I mean, the criminal stuff as it drags on is really starting to have an effect on civil claims. The family still has their wrongful death suit, and we know that that's a no-brainer. That's a slam dunk. That's going to happen because either the stakes are lower and the legal standard is lower as well. And I mean, realistically, they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, despite a handful of lunatics that might, hold things up as far as the justice ends. But I mean, yeah. Ken Weeks says, so if this goes to trial 3, what does the Commonwealth do differently? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing is like, there's only so much that you can do. Is this just a monster that's so out of control that you can't reach into the jury's minds and tell them to ignore the shit on social media. You can't stop somebody from lying at voir dire when they're being selected as to whether or not they have an opinion on the case, a strong opinion on the case. You can't change the social pressure. There's nothing, the SWAT team is not going to start you know, rappelling down and arresting everybody who's posting this lunacy on social media, or the people that are, there's just no way to really control that. It's like, I don't know if it's too far gone. I think trying a different jury pool might not be a horrible
I would say
idea.
that's number one on the
but
list.
I don't know where they would go. I mean, that's the thing, is like the Commonwealth can't do this. They can't launch a counter social media campaign. That's kind of left up to like good, honest people, like the majority of who we have watching right now. And, you know, how do you know? How do you know when this starts, what it's going to become? Maybe it's just going to be one crazy person screaming that they were framed into the ether. Or maybe it's going to blow up like this. I think there are not easy answers to this. This has really been the focus of my writing as I'm kind of writing through this and processing it all. It's less about the facts of the case. I find that to be tremendously redundant at this point.
Yeah,
We've been over
same.
a million times. There is so much more evidence here than you would ever see in a hit and run. It's almost a parody of itself at this point, really. I'm more interested in how this happened, why this happened. Are there indicators? Are there things that we as a society can do so that it doesn't happen again, right? Because I see disinformation as very, very, very harmful and very dangerous, and it can affect murder cases or elections or, you know, the state of other countries. It can really touch so many parts of not only individual lives, but society as a whole. There has to be some sort of way to combat it. And I'm always just kind of, you know, stumbling in the dark as I do what I do online to try to do that. And some things are more effective than others. You know, some things end up, you get stalked and sued by a sovereign citizen for 5 years.
It's on the table sometimes. Yeah. In the effort of doing the right thing, you might bump into characters like that.
Sometimes a crazy sexual deviant megalomaniac targets you and your family for, you know, a decade or whatever. And, takes out a bunch of false criminal complaints. These things happen. So, you know, you got to figure out the most effective way to do this. But I think there's an imperative baked into this whole situation.
To me, it always boils down to, it's a culture issue. I know it's overly simplified, but to me it is. It campaigns like this, like to poison a jury pool or to pervert truth, to put out the disinfo. You're only as susceptible to the disinfo with the lack of critical thought. And you're only going to have a lack of critical thought if society as a whole abandons it. If it's not championed, if we give up on what makes us intelligent and decent, then we're all going to be more and more susceptible to more and more bullshit. And the only way to combat that is to champion thoughts and ideas that help us as a whole, help society as a whole, heal culture, get us to prized thinking. I mean, and being decent. I know it's very basic, but it feels like it's in short supply. And I can't think of anything that we need more. And there's different ways to address that or put it out there. But not trying is not going to do it. So we'll do what we do the best we know how to do it. But yeah, I can't see anything else, any other way.
Julia says the FKR keeps saying that John had to have broken bones and the injuries don't match a pedestrian psych. So Scorty Bello did not help the Commonwealth. She sucks. No, I think that's just another thing about, like, you know, again, like the truth is not always going to be convenient. That's just it. He does not have classic pedestrian strike injuries because they are assuming that you're getting a direct hit that creates an impact point on your body. And we saw both from Welcher's explanation, Dr. Marie Russell's testimony, the testing of ARCA, that's just not always the case. You know, that atypical things happen. It is atypical that a woman gets drunk, sideswipes her boyfriend, and just takes off. Like, that is atypical. It's not something you hear about every day. You hear about pedestrians being hit in crosswalks all the time, right?
Right.
Sober people do that. At night especially, right?
At night, yeah.
And so we
Yep.
have that template, sort of like, what do we see all the time? Because that's what we're equating to pedestrian strikes. Doesn't mean that things aren't going to fall outside of the norm there. And so, although we would love for Scorty Bello to swoop in and say, nope, definitely see this all the time, she doesn't. So that's just that, you know. Does it change anything? Does it undercut the evidence? No, it's just something that's not very convenient for the Commonwealth case. There's a lot of facts that are very inconvenient to Karen's case, you know.
It's also strange that FKR is saying that when FKR's champions, they're the ARCA test example E, shows you how you can exactly how you can be clipped by a vehicle and not have any lower body injuries or any injuries other than the arm and the resulting head injury from the impact on the ground. I mean, for them to squabble over that's really bizarre to me. Their own guys showed us how it can be done. So I don't understand that disconnect, but it's one of many disconnects they seem to have. Dad says, didn't Proctor try to strong arm the ME into changing the cause of death? I do not
No,
believe
they
so.
had made a comment. No, there was no indication. And actually, the first trial that the medical examiner was asked this specifically, and said that no, she was not pressured to change anything. You know, she didn't change anything. There was a conversation between Proctor and a coworker where he said, "Oh, she sucks. You should go back." And of course, like, again, the police are going to be frustrated when the medical examiner doesn't give them the homicide that they want, right? Which happens a lot in homicides. It's not like a totally unheard of thing, because they have all this information and that's convinced them. That's why they're taking out the charges. So why isn't this lady convinced? And she's not, because there's just not enough information for her, you know?
Right. Yeah, right.
I don't know if they could go back and try to talk to her again and see if maybe but then again, it's still like, you don't have options. Like, it's either accidental, natural, or, a homicide. Those are the causes of death, or undetermined. How do you tell based on these facts? The facts that we have strong evidence that a collision occurred. That is clear, like, as far as what happened. But when you're making these legal determinations, right? I mean, homicide has a lot to do with intent. Was it an accident, or was it a homicide? She didn't say it was accidental. She couldn't say it was homicide either. You know, it is what it is. I don't think that's a make or break it thing. And again, the truth is the truth.
Yeah, the truth is the truth, unless you can afford to put enough disinfo out there to scramble enough heads that a few of them get onto a jury.
Inconsistent doesn't mean it can't happen. And that's the thing, is that, we get from Dr. Marie Russell's testimony that she understands. You can drive a car into a crowd of people and everyone's going to walk away with different injuries. And sometimes people walk away with just a scratch, right?
Right.
Ron O'Keefe didn't get to walk away with just a scratch, but the part of his body that bore the brunt of that impact ended up being his skull.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if anybody's looked into ballistics. It's a wild field. I in no way was any kind of professional with it, but I would read up on that. I would nerd out. Now there's YouTube channels just for it. And in that field alone, you can see how bizarre kinetics are of fast moving objects. The type of wounds you can and can't get, the type of wounds you can get that you'd expect, no way could this person live, and yet they do. It's very bizarre. Reality is stranger than fiction. It is. So being hit by a vehicle and being clipped and not having the lower body damage, it's not that amazing. It's not that crazy of an idea to grasp. It really isn't.
No, and you know what? I'm getting, like, even on this side of things, it happened. I'm not trying to be like, this is my own personal feelings, and it's not anyone individually. It's just sort of a trend that I see at the whole. And it's obviously rampant in FKR, but anyone looking at this case, the whole internet has come together and become so consumed with the minutia.
Right.
demanding things of this case that are just unreasonable and not present in most criminal cases. Explanations down to the abrasion, down to the second. Like, this is not, their common sense dictates most jury verdicts. It just does, right? Either there's enough evidence that supports it, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, we draw inferences every single day. We're able to look at information as it is presented to us and connect the dots in our brains, and those inferences usually turn out to be right. I use the parking example, right? If you park your car, you're going to work, you park your car in the morning, you're tired, haven't had your coffee, you just pull into a spot, you run right into the office with your head down, sit at your desk, fuck my life. And then 6 hours later, you want to go get lunch, and you go out to where you parked your car, and it's gone. Okay. The only information you have right there is that your car is gone. Well, what could have happened? You got to figure it out. So you look up and you notice, oh shit, it says tow zone, no parking. And there's a phone number there, right? And so what happened to your car? Okay. Do you need to know the color of the tow truck? Do you need to know the angle that it was towed at? Do you need to know the exact time that it was towed to understand with the information that you have? I parked here, now my car isn't here, and there's a sign and a number to call if you've been towed. My car's been towed, right? And maybe you want to do a little bit more. Maybe you want to circle the parking lot to make sure that you were tired in the morning. You don't know exactly where you park, and make sure that it's nowhere. So you circle the parking lot. Nope, it's still gone. That just reinforces that your car has been towed. That is how a jury is supposed to deliberate, right? You are given information and you draw reasonable inferences, right? You don't immediately say, well, oh shit, my car is gone. It must have been beamed up by a UFO. Is that possible within all the infinite possibilities in this world? Yeah, I guess. I mean, you don't immediately go, oh shit, my car was stolen. Or if you do, that the sign clears that up for you, right? We draw inferences every day. If I wake up in the morning and I'm taking my dogs out, the grass is wet and the driveway is wet, I don't need to see the rain come down to know that it rained, right? And likewise, if it's only wet in a certain area and the rest of my street is dry, I don't need to go much further to say, oh, I should investigate this further. Maybe something is leaking from my house, right?
Right. It's not just a tiny cloud floating around, though some of us might feel like we got one.
But we are now demanding the minutia in this. Is this how really we want to handle every single criminal case we do? We'll never solve a goddamn crime again. It's not how this works. You look at the evidence, you draw the inferences. Did this happen? Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel comfortable enough to know that my car got towed, that I'm going to call that number and figure out how I'm going to pick it up, right? That's moral certainty. That's it. You don't need to know every single little detail to get there. It's a straight line.
Not to be insanely pessimistic, but I think as AI gets better and better and more people are, scratching their heads wondering what the hell they're looking at is real, I think the hyper focusing on minutia phenomenon might become worse over time.
I don't think it's AI. I think this is a very human thing, because know what? You could
not in this case. I'm just saying,
if you were to plug in all the information to AI, don't put Karen Reed's name in, don't put John O'Keefe, just plug in all the evidence on both sides. The AI is going to tell you, because it's not swayed by logic. I'm not logic. Ooh, that was a flip. Not swayed by emotion. It's driven by, just an algorithm that is logical and pieces everything together. And it's going to say, she hit him with the car and took off, right? And maybe
I get that. I think what you might be missing, what I'm trying to say is that people already are fed up from being lied to, and they can pick their boogeyman. Maybe it's the government, maybe it's their teacher, maybe it's their parent. People are pretty collectively sick of being lied to, right? So there's so much animus you can tap into, especially if you want to create a movement. They're already at their wits' end, and they're easier to influence. Now people aren't even so sure video footage, photographs they're looking at are even real. So I think that hyper focus on that minutia might get worse over the next little while. I hope not, but it just seems that way. Like, no one knows what's real anymore, and I think that's getting worse. That's what I meant by it. Not that AI would fail us. It's that
I do think that this is the product of some form of distrust. We have a very distrustful society now. We don't
Very.
trust our government. We don't trust our police. We don't trust each other.
Right.
And we tend to enjoy sensationalism. This is definitely like a societal rot. It's really unfortunate when these situations come up and you just kind of get to stare down the barrel of the worst parts of ourselves, right? But it's all there in this case. It's very frustrating, the idea that suddenly, because it's Karen Reed, we are doing backflips to try to essentially manufacture. I mean, it's like the defense team grew by osmosis, right? I do believe at this point, I think it's a fair, again, I'm drawing an inference with all the information that I have available, that there is at least one free Karen Reed person on that jury, right? They are by osmosis an extension of the defense team. Right. They're asking questions for Karen's benefit, for her well-being, for the consequence to her of their choice. And that is not applying the law, right?
No, that's being an apologist or an advocate, and that's not what you're supposed to be when you're on a jury at all.
I mean, again, to go back to my car tow thing, right? I'm not making the decision to call the tow company because I figured out it's been towed because I'm worried about whether or not the receptionist is taking lunch and I'm going to be bothering her. My objective is to get my car. The objective here is justice. That's the only thing that you focus on, in theory, and hopefully, but we're dealing with human beings.
Right. And again, it all boils down to we're only as susceptible to that mistrust, that distrust that in each other in every facet when we're weak, especially when we're mentally weak. When our empathy's low, when our critical thought is non-existent, and unless that's addressed, I mean, I don't see anything fixing it. There's no quick answer. No, not at all. Yeah, I can see that, Harry.
Yeah. Shout out to Harry Balls.
Yeah.
Long time listener, not a first time caller. That's my boy right there. Harry's a cop. Paul Blart, maybe. No, I'm just kidding. We used to call him, he's really in law enforcement, but we used to call him a mall cop all the time.
You just call him Paul Blart? That's rough, man. Yeah. Shout out to Harry, dude. But yeah, I think that didn't help for sure. You get so used to the entertainment showing you this is how it's done. Enhance, right? And it's like, no, it's not like that at all.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think Dr. Welcher is probably out of everyone, and I know people have mixed feelings about him. He was I found him to be the most honest and credible witness, one of them anyway, that was pulled out, because he was only going to tell you what he could tell you, and he wasn't going to endeavor to go further, because you can get yourself stuck in a hole of all these what ifs. He understands that you can't dive too deep into the minutia. It's not scientific at some point, right? Because it requires a ton of speculation. So what Dr. Welcher did, and it's quite simple, is just look at the orientation of the taillight where the damage was found and the geometry and say, does this match? Yes, it does. That doesn't prove or disprove anything, nor was he endeavoring to. And that's why the focus of his presentation, his testimony, his refrain was the totality of the evidence. Because he's saying, look, this blue paint test here is a piece of the puzzle. It is a reference point for you. So that when you are asking yourself, does this even line up? Right? I am showing you that the orientation, does line up. And conversely, if they had done that test and found that the orientation does not line up, we can rule that out.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's all that he's doing. That's all that he's doing, and that's all that he wants to do. I think, again, people are demanding these answers that you're not going to get because there's too many unknown variables. We just don't know. That happens all the time in life. It rains while you're sleeping. Your car gets towed while you're in, the office. You bake cookies and forget to crate your dog, and get out of the bathroom and they're gone. We're making these inferences all the time, right? Because evidence supports or disproves a hypothesis that you make in your head, and your brain's able to do this really quickly. And again, like, we're drawing off of, life experiences. I know that if I bake cookies and I leave them on the stove and I go to the bathroom and I come out and they're gone, one of two things happened: my kids or my dogs came out and took them without permission. And most of the time it's the dogs, right? But it's not unusual. We don't need to know every single detail for things that we don't see to be able to figure out after the fact what happened. We do it all the time.
I just want to address a comment here by Wings. Says, I agree, Kate. Kevin is putting blame on Welcher without merit. I just wanted to nod to that and say that I can see where Kevin's coming from. I think that Welcher and to split it from entertainment, on an entertainment level, I also enjoyed Welcher combating Alessi, because Alessi drives me nuts. And if I was on the stand, I probably wouldn't want that soy sauce weasel to talk to me like he did, and I might throw a bit of attitude at him. I can see that. I thought that was enjoyable. For me, that was nice to see, in all this seriousness of this trial. It was it was almost lighthearted in a way, and it was sort of that, like, I enjoyed that. But I could see Kevin's take on it, saying him appearing more combative than he maybe needed to be, maybe not had done the case any favors. I can see that. I can understand that element. So I don't think it was without merit that Kevin was saying that. I can see the point he's making. I think maybe it would have helped Welcher to not show that Alessi was getting to him. I could see that being, maybe technically a better move, but easier said than done. I mean, I've never been up on the stand like that. I mean, I'm sure the pressure is pretty intense, and he just wasn't having it. But I think everything Welcher said was on point. I think his data was on point. I thought his testimony was on point, but it could be perceived that he was drawn into the Alessi effect and he reacted, Alessi is Julia says Alessi is a freaking had a meltdown with. Yeah, I can see that. He did. He absolutely did. Alessi reacted to Welcher as well. Most definitely he did. Jennifer says Alessi wasn't getting to him. He was. Oh, did I lose you there? It was getting. Oh man, I lost you. Alessi wasn't getting to him. He was getting to Alessi, and Alessi. Excuse me, Jennifer. No, I disagree. I think Alessi was getting to him. I do. I think he did. But I think Alessi overreacted more than Welcher did. But I perceived Welcher as being off put by Alessi, and if that's what Kevin's talking about, I can see it. I don't think Welcher was out of line. Not at all. I don't think it was insane, but I think he might have tipped his hat that he was not having it with Alessi.
I'm watching the Vinny in the background with all of his weird support. Like, those people just love to look at. They want to be on TV so bad.
Oh yeah, of course they do. They love this. Somebody said, I can't understand, and I think it was, I think it was more of a statement than a question. They couldn't understand why Vinny would do this, why Vinny would be out there stunting like this. But it's, in short, money, attention, money. It doesn't go any deeper than that.
We have the legal genius of Lothario here saying that suspicion equals reasonable doubt. Yeah. Keep showing up.
Okay.
Incorrect.
I'm helping.
Alba says Brennan won't prosecute this case again, but AJ won't defend her again at a retrial. Do I agree? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a big fat I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know.
Margie Party has fallen in love with Hank Brennan. Easy to do, I think. I have just I just more than anything would like to sit in on a class that guy is teaching. He just
Oh,
he's
most
such
definitely.
an incredible mind, and he's such a good communicator. And I just like
Mhm.
wish that I could like just bore into his brain and like just absorb all of his knowledge. He's just such a
Yeah.
skilled talent. I mean, really, I have just a deep abiding respect for him. I understand that there's like a subset of women that like swoon over him, and I can understand that. I just don't feel that way. Like, I just want to be like, could you be my teacher forever? Like,
Right. Yeah.
teach me
Brennan,
things.
be the Yoda I need, yo.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I feel
Yeah, I
like
want to
that when
just
I'm
throw him in a backpack and like
right.
run
Yeah,
through a
right.
swamp and
What would you
get
do
into
with
a
this,
tree
Hank?
with
What do you
him.
think here? Yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding. Like Master Blaster, right?
Yeah. I
Oh my
want him to
god.
teach me how to do force backflips.
I mean, I feel like that when I meet people of talent. You know what I mean? My first thought is like, how do I, absorb some of your intelligence? Whether I do or not. A lot of folks could argue not, but I that's how I see it. It's like, man, yeah, he's very talented, very intelligent. Hank is like Pee Wee Herman. What? Are you kidding? No way, dude. No way. I think your memory of Mr. Rubens might be a little off. I do not see any parallel.
I have not heard that the jury's back.
No, I've heard nothing. Alessi is like Pee Wee again. I don't know. No, I like. I don't know. No. I mean, closer than Brandon because he yells at least. But no, man, Alessi's his own little mutant. I don't know what. I have to figure out what he's like. He might just be like none other. Maybe that's why he gets to me so much. Oh, what? Oh, what's it there? Alba's saying, Kate, AJ was heard saying in a hot mic moment yesterday, quote, Bob, I can't do this again.
Oh, I would have to go back and listen to it.
Yeah. Hey there, Kevin.
I don't know, James, if the O'Keefe's won a third trial or not. I don't know. I think that they need to make that decision. That's the thing. It's like, if this hangs, which was my feeling late yesterday when I really sat and took everything, and I was like, oh shit, I can see what's happening here. Like, they have to be given that needs to be their decision, and their decision needs to be respected unilaterally and like by everybody, right? Because like, this is a lot for people to go through. Welcome back,
Apparently,
Kevin.
FBI probes are somewhat easy enough to kick off. Is there no possibility one could be kicked off for, I don't know, jury tampering? Is anybody keeping
know.
tabs on what's
Sorry,
going
did you
on?
not mean to add? I didn't realize you didn't mean to add yourself, Kevin.
No, that's okay. I did. I just didn't have my mic in. I've been listening to you guys for a while. I got home about 15 minutes ago, so I was content to just listen, enjoy the conversation. But then you informed me you were going to drive your son, so I was like, all right, I'll jump back in.
Yeah, school's out now, man. So I'm like,
Oh yeah,
I
This-
am now a full-time chauffeur again.
this is going to be all that time when people that have cottages at the Cape are all heading back to the Cape because the kids are out of school.
God, I wish. I would love to just
Yeah, I know.
spend the Cape with my kids. Like we would go down there sometimes, like for like a weekend or whatever. We've been camping once, sort of. Not really. We got a
Perfect time
campsite.
to.
Yeah.
Where'd you go camping?
Miles Standish. Like, so I don't mind Miles Standish. My apex. I am an avid camper. Since my kids were little, I think it's like the best thing you can do, honestly, when you have kids, is like take them camping. but personal preference. But like Miles Standish is okay to me, but my personal preference is actually Nickerson State Park. But like, good luck. Like, I check in April usually. Like at some point in April, it'll dawn on me like, maybe I could try to get a site at Nickerson for this year, and it's like sold out, like just completely booked. Crazy
to get those yurts.
I don't know. I don't mind tenting it. As I get a little bit older, I wouldn't mind. Like, I don't think that we could purchase an RV. I don't think that would work out. I would have nowhere to put it because I rent, but I wouldn't mind renting an RV just because, like, I am kind of sick of the setup and takedown, but I usually don't do it that much. And I have a son now, so I was like always had a son, but he's grown almost.
I stayed at Nickerson once in the yurts. Tom Fleming had rented it. You know the yurts that they have there?
Yeah. You can't bring dogs in the yurts. That's a no-go for me.
Yeah. It's a nice place. It was a pretty cool area.
Oh God, they have a beautiful, beautiful pond there, just crystal clear, and it's close to everything. I love Nickerson. Someone's saying that there are always spots open. Someone help me find a spot. I'll go down there this weekend. Jeez, who wants to go to Nickerson? I need a break, honestly. I just need to
Oh my God,
for a while.
A break. Hell yeah.
Well, if you like the hot weather, this is the right time. It's going to be like upper 80s and 90s for like the next week.
I'll just sit on the beach all day. I burn. I don't tan. That's fine. I just like to be in the woods or by the water. It's like my happy place.
Yeah, I don't really tan either. I mean, a little bit, but that's just sort of like post severe burn. And congrats, Kevin. I'm seeing that they're saying you clicked over the 10K.
Oh, I did. So good. I didn't even know.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
Well, party
for everybody that did that. Thank you very much. You know,
I'll be back in like 15.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it is kind of like if you reach out to someone that is it's just published a book and you want to interview them, you know, they're looking at you the size of your channel. So that I think that 10K looks like a better number,
definitely.
You know.
Yeah.
I think the last time I did one of those with an author, it was probably 4K subscribers. And realistically, only about 20 people would show up in live for a chat because this was after I had flipped on the Karen Reed case. I know Kate doesn't like that word, but so
she's not here.
I was really it wasn't even actually so much the flip. It was after I had the outburst against Turtle Boy, and so I lost pretty much most of my crowd that night, you know, most of the active crowd, because a lot of the subscribers were no longer following. They had got interested because of other cases like the Delphi murders or the Lizzie Borden case. So there were subscribers, were not active participants or listeners, you know.
Can I get a sunburn through flannel? Oh my God. Yeah.
I can't go in the sun anymore because of the stuff I'm on. It doesn't react well with the sun, but we'll see. I was on this targeted therapy that I'm back on again, but I was first on it 7 years ago, and it warned not to go in the sun. But I found that it didn't affect me. As long as I went out and I get that baseline, get a little exposure to it early in the year, so you build a little bit, then I'm fine. I could say, and I believe there is something healthy and medicinal about the sun. You know, there is science behind that shows people in the southern climates are less prone to catching certain things. So people that get a lot of active, but yeah, you don't want to be getting sunburns, obviously.
No, man.
I'm one of those Irish people that if I get that base thing, I do tan. I know Irish people.
Yeah, I have got enough Irish genetics, man, that I glow in the dark and I roast in the sun for real.
I've definitely known Irish people that no matter how much they can try to get a base, they just don't. They have that kind of skin that will always burn, and that's it. They cannot. They're incapable of getting a tan.
Yeah. I'm mostly a mutt, European descendant mutt, right? You know, so you get I thought it was like English, but it's not. It's Irish, Scottish, and Cornish, I think. Because it wasn't. It wasn't straight up English. Yeah. And then because the family, like I said, the lineage landed in States. The 1630s, roughly, somewhere like that, and then ended up.
Do you know where they landed, or?
Oh man, I was family was showing me. They went and paid for the whole thing. I haven't looked at it in a little bit, but I should because it showed the lineage. It showed where everybody landed and where they migrated, and they were there for the Revolutionary War, and then a couple of the brothers, I guess they went north because they thought, oh, this America is getting too civilized, and Canada at the time looked kind of cool and wild. And so they went north. And
well, a lot of people that remained that didn't want to separate from Britain went to Canada.
Yeah, from what I gathered, I don't think they were real loyalists, man. Like, I don't think much of my lineage had that going on.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't appear so. No.
There's other reasons too, depending on what time it was. For some people, like in Massachusetts, there was a lot of, going back, say the 1600s, but persecution based on religion, which is ironic because they left Britain for that reason. But they wanted you now to conform to their idea of religion. Right. And so some people left. That's how Rhode Island was formed. And other people moved to Canada or out further west. And so, very ironic. And now we have the descendants of that, and they still kind of have that same way of wanting to tell people what they're supposed to believe. Only now it's more political,
Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, for real. Yeah. But you see with the family lineages too, there's a lot of like north-south going on, like my family line started stateside. I mean, there still is descendants stateside for sure. But then the tree that I'm from, the branch, whatever, went north, but you see a lot of going back down. And like in a nutshell, I've been asked a couple times, like, and I won't get into the politics on it because it's a whole other thing, and I don't want to make it that. But like someone was joking and said, "Oh, I think Boomer might be he wants to be the 51st state, all that kind of stuff." No, I'd rather Canada be Canada, but I could see myself moving stateside so that my lineage ended up back stateside. You know what I mean? Like I could see that for sure. For sure.
What area would attract you most to move back to? Want to move to?
Oh man, honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, like one of the first things I would look for, and I mean, it might seem overly specific, but I would, as a barometer, kind of look at the firearms rights. I know that can be a little controversial, but I think I would fare in an area that was less restrictive. Personally, not to say that's my number one, but it's just, as far as being, maybe it's a hangover from being Canadian and being up here, but it's almost a barometer of what some of your other views on other liberties are. You know what I mean? So it's 1A, 2A, hell yeah, all the way. Absolutely.
I'm not a gun owner, but I sympathize politically with that approach towards the government. That approach towards I'm not one of those people that believes you don't have to you get rid of the federal government. No. And I do believe that you need to have an FBI that's out there watching out for terrorists and stuff like that.
Sure.
Many other things. But I definitely have an inclination to be suspicious of government power.
Oh yeah, big time. And especially up in Canada, it's different too. The country's really changed a lot. I know people think that there's no guns up here and all that kind of stuff, or that people are very, 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 one side or another politically. But it really only got heavy duty upended when little JT started running the show. And there's no term limits up here, guys. It's a lot different. And that's why I'd like to see Canada stay Canada, just a little bit more freedom coming back, like roll it back to 1994 even.
It's a huge country with a lot of areas and a lot of different microcultures within it,
Yeah. And the population is like a smiley face. It runs up the left coast and then down across the border and then up the right.
Yeah.
And it's like a little smiley or a staple shape was where most everyone lives.
Yeah. Chick from the Brick says, so happy for Brad Marchand, who just won a Stanley Cup with Florida, and they've just won their second in a row.
Yeah, I saw someone say, move to Florida. We have gun rights and a real hockey team. Yeah, right. Ouch. Oh man.
Who would expect a dynasty in hockey? They're a budding dynasty. We'll see. They have to win one more, I'd say, but they've been in the Stanley Cup now 3 years in a row, I think. So they're getting close.
I do think Florida is cool as hell, though. I really do. I have an affinity for it. I think it's interesting, man. I think Florida's cool. It's different. You know,
What do you think
it's
about
different.
Texas?
Texas is different now from what I gathered. I mean, obviously it's a big place and people are different, you know, here, there, and everywhere. But I mean, in general, I think Texas is kick-ass. I really quite like the state of Texas.
Yeah. I've never
Oh
been
yeah.
to Texas, but I used to work for a company whose headquarters was in Chicago, and I had to go
Mhm.
out there every once in a while. And people were coming from all around the world for these
Right.
meetings or these things that would go on for like a week. And we'd go out afterwards and hang out in the bars. And as a
Mm.
creature that was used to hanging out in bars, and as someone that's good at like competitive games and stuff like that, you know, I'd always kick ass in pool and darts and whatever because these were things that I was used
Nice.
to doing, drinking
Yeah.
and things like
Yeah.
that, except for the guys from Texas. I don't know if it was just
Right.
this company, but the guys that came in from the company from Texas almost seemed like superior beings.
Oh no.
They just were superior in every way. They were
Right.
good at, they were great at pool, great at darts. They could
Yeah.
hold their own with any amount of liquor. They were better looking than me. The women liked them. It was
Damn.
just like, man, they were just like superior beings, you know, and they were
Like
nice
Rocky
guys
IV,
too.
they were grown in a lab. What could you do?
Oh man, it was
Yeah.
unbelievable. I was like, man, I was like, I bow to your superiority. You know, it was amazing. But
Oh,
I wouldn't say I
Dad
was
says,
jealous,
"Come,
but you
come to
know,
Texas. Leave your politics at your old place." I don't know, Dad. You might be in agreement with my politics. I don't know if it's all that different from Texas at large, my friend.
yeah.
Yeah. Hence why I don't fit in here. So good. Never have, really. Never have. You
A
know, I
lot of
love the
people
country
fleeing
I'm in,
California for
but
Texas.
you know, yeah, it's one of those things, like you said, it's a big place, lots of different people, but if we're talking in generalities, I don't, I hear you, Dad, but yeah, I don't click as well up here, in general, right? Like with a lot of people, of course, you know, some of my best friends seem to be from Alberta. I don't know if that's by coincidence or not, but they call that the Texas of Canada. Maybe that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, I have an affinity for the States. Always have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
And being into music, Kevin, how could I not, right?
oh yeah.
I mean, oh my God, the amount of musical influence alone from the States, it's massive.
I admit that growing up and even through college, I was a big fan of Rush.
Oh yeah.
I was a
I mean,
huge
they're a
fan of
killer
Rush.
band, man. They're
I
very
had all their
cool.
albums. I had all their albums, you know.
I thought their vocalist was a female for the longest time. You know, there was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just did. And at that time, I was discovering like bands like Metallica. And so I thought like a heavier, tough voice was cool. And then I heard Rush, and it was kind of like you know, it's just not the right time in your life to be listening, to hear it, you know, to give it its fair due.
I
But
can't
since
like
then, it's
that's
grown on me, man. Yeah.
the only reason I kind of can't go back when I go back and like to listen to songs once in a while on YouTube that I used to like. Geddy Lee's
Right.
voice is just I can't go back to it. I can't.
It's grown on me now, but
Yeah.
as a kid, I was like, "What is this, man? Why is he so?"
Yeah.
Or well, I honestly did. I really did. Yeah, I really did think that that was a lady singing. I didn't know.
Yeah, I never thought that, but I mean, it was like I said, it was a different era when you grow up listening to these bands before MTV, and so you don't know what they look like, and you know, you're hearing this, you're looking at the album covers, and you're kind of having a different impression than what you're
big time, man,
now,
big time.
you know?
Oh yeah, a lot of the stuff I was into, they played it on this show, and it was so terrible because it would start off the show. It was an hour. I think it was almost every day, and it was called like the Power Hour, and that's where they play the heavy metal. And in that hour, you might get 40 minutes of music, and in that 40 minutes of music, you might get 3 to 6 minutes of the bands you actually listen to, right?
Right.
So they weren't all that represented. So most of the bands I listened to, even with a video show that was pared down from an hour every day, or at least 5 days a week, to a half hour a week. They really chopped down. So most of the bands I listened to, I had no idea what they were really about, what they really looked like, or anything. It was just the music, maybe the album cover. You know, which was interesting
Let's see, there was trying to think. There was when I was in high school, there was a band that came out that was Canadian called Loverboy. They actually had a few hit songs that were pretty good.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
Same kind
We
of
had a
thing. Not really an
couple.
image. Not really the kind of group that people would want to probably attach to in high school, image wise. You know.
No, I think they all wore like parachute pants and
Yeah.
shit like that. But
Yeah.
yeah. There was some decent stuff though. There definitely. Like I don't know if anybody remembers the old band Slaughter, but you would get arguments up here. There was the American Slaughter and there was the Canadian Slaughter. And the American Slaughter was like a pop hair metal band, and the Canadian Slaughter was a mean thrash band. So of course,
there was 2 different Slaughters. Okay.
And they were diametrically. They were so different, man. Right? Yeah, scraps would break out over the Slaughters. Yeah.
Wow. You guys take your music seriously up there.
Hey man,
your
Canadian Slaughter never wrote love songs, dude. So, yeah, totally. He's scrapping over it.
When I was, of course, I was growing up in a blue collar town, and a lot of kids identified with Springsteen, the boss. Is the boss. I was not one of them. I just never really. Yeah. Actually, even the idea of making my personal identity based on a band was never something that appealed to me. You know what I'm saying?
I can see that. Yeah.
It just, I don't know. It's that just wasn't me. Or I don't know. I'm not someone that
like a collection of bands. You know what I mean? It was like that was the cultural thing. But I get what you're saying. It's pretty much the same thing. But yeah, it would be like a collection of bands where like was half your personality. And I agree. That's pretty weird. But I mean, these are young kids too. Like, what else did they?
Yeah, I get it more now. But yeah.
But then,
If everybody around me is rolling up their sleeves like Springsteen and calling him the boss, it tends to drive me away from Springsteen, unfortunately, because I don't really want my identity to attach to somebody, to some band or some person. I don't really understand, these people that get too attached to Turtle Boy as an identity. It's like, I don't know, be your own person. I mean, I never really understood that.
No, it's weird. It's idolatry, basically, right?
Yeah, I don't really get it. I guess you have people that have a weaker sense of their own self.
That might be a big part of it. I would imagine that's a big component of it, right? You're almost giving up a portion of yourself just to lockstep in with someone you perceive as better than yourself, or a better version of yourself. And again, especially when it boils down to this like I don't know, entertainment sector or celebrity, like we're talking music, we're talking actors, we're talking talking heads, all of it together, right? You only get a version of that person that's put forth in the media that they put forth, right?
An image that's crafted by marketing people. And
I'd rather, because I've had some interesting conversations with people before in my life. Imagine that. Some of them were they were famous. They were famous people. And most of them were not. And I don't think the barometer is based off of like how famous you are as how interesting or good of a person, or a person I want to get to know, or it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to. Some of the best conversations I've had, man, have been in, a green room after a show with God knows who. Just whoever, you don't know anybody, right? Just random. Yeah, so that sort of celebrity idolatry, it doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't.
Yeah. This been even just this stupid little channel here, right? My own channel. There's been times in the past, and this is probably was more when the channel was just a little bit smaller too. Not that it's big now, but people would say, hey, what should we call ourselves if we're fans of your channel? We need to come up with a name or something like that, as opposed to like Turtle Riders. And I would say, no, I don't really want you to do that, because I'm not the other side of Turtle Boy. I'm just I'm not your leader. I don't speak with any more authority than you guys do. I just happen to have a mic and I have the time to talk, and you guys get together, and some of you don't even listen to me. You probably have the volume down. You're just talking to each other in chat.
But
I don't, I didn't really see it that way. I don't want to see it that way. And I think most of the people in our chat are the same way. They're very independent minded. and they like to hear the evidence themselves and make up their own minds. And and I think over time, that's probably more why they are here.
Yeah, man. I'm with you on that. I think it's weird to okay, like if say a phenomenon kicks off where the people that follow you like what you're doing, they start self-referring to themselves as something, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
That's one thing. That's might not be something you're in control of. That just some bands have that, whatever. But if you it's so to borrow a word, egregious, right? It's so damn egregious when the person comes up with their own name for their own followers. That is the tackiest, weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like you're not supposed to come up with your own nickname either.
Right.
It's just on par with that, right? But it's okay, it's not on par. It's worse. It's worse than that.
Right.
That's bad. Yeah. It's worse to be like, you're all my whatever. It's like, no, man, that's weird. That's a bizarre way of thinking. I'm not into that. No. Very, very weird.
Definitely. I think most of us here are all very independent minded, and
I would hope so.
It's you think for yourself, and even like as we try to convince people, say for instance on a case like Karen Reed, it's more like, all right, here's the evidence, here's the facts, you get there on your own, And I think most people, because we have confidence that they will too, that if you're seeking the truth and we give you the evidence, you'll get there on your own. So and that's the only way that it really sticks. If you have to go there because you are following somebody, I don't know, that's just weakness to me. I was just last night I didn't watch his channel, but just I do watch a lot of YouTube. So when I hit YouTube and I see what's showing up and have I seen the chat? Yes, I'm glancing at chat, but also it can be distracting too. But so I click on the YouTube, and in the thumbnail is Turtle Boy show. He's live last night, and he's got 17,000 people watching him live. And I just, because of what he stands for and what he does on every show, I do find it disturbing. There are 17,000 people that aren't bothered by what he does.
Well,
it does bother me,
I would consider, now this could just be me huffing my copium. It could be, but let's just consider that the rise in viewership isn't akin to a rise in support.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
the
true.
truth of the matter is this guy's careening towards a very substantially it's a heavy trial coming at him. He's teetering on the edge. Every decision he's made so far has led him further and further and further to this edge where the drop off is extreme. And there's a lot of people that love to watch downfall.
There's a lot of
whether
hate
it's
watching,
him or someone else. It doesn't, and it's not even just my opinion. Like, oh, I really hate the guy. Everyone's there to watch him fail. What I'm saying is, he's made a giant spectacle of himself all over the news, right? That gets you the attention, but you sometimes be careful what you wish for, because all that attention doesn't necessarily mean support.
Right.
They could be there to watch the fireworks. Like, this guy's off his rocker. He doesn't care about anything. He's careening towards this, possibly prison. And that, I think there's a large amount of people that like to see that play out. Whether it's definitively like hate watching, I'm sure there's some in there, but I think it's also sort of the fascination of such a public collapse, and it's impending. So they're kind of I think there's a lot of people invested in that.
Even if you give that, say that 10% or 20% of his audience that is falls in that category, but so that still leaves many thousands who are watching this live and going back to watch it on replay. People that this was one of the stunning things to me too, back when I was still believing there might be a cover up because of things like 227 that I didn't realize there was going to be contrary expert testimony on that. And so in May of 2023, when he first broke this, he's going to the lacrosse game of Jen McCabe's daughter and badgering him in the stands, and his audience is taking enjoyment out of it.
Yes, his core audience did. Oh, they like that. Yeah.
And it hasn't really changed. You see this guy a few months, just like a month ago,
Mhm.
on his show describing how he fantasizes about Lieutenant Tully and his family dying in a fiery, terrible crash or something like that.
Oh yeah,
And
he wishes
yeah,
for death and destruction on a lot of people. He did it again recently, I think,
yeah,
to someone else.
he does something,
Totally
I
does.
presume, something like that on every show, and
Right.
that doesn't.
Yeah.
It bothers me that there's thousands of people that doesn't bother. That I just it. I don't
Right.
know how many people are paid subscribers for him, and they pay $14.99 a month. There's
Mhm.
got to be what 3 or 4,000 that are willing to
Right.
pay that money, and it really does impact your impression of humanity, the people around us. Are there
Oh,
that
I
many
get it.
people that
Yeah.
just enjoy cruelty to other people?
And they feel like it's an indignant rage, right? Like it's a just rage. So they're you know, they feel okay with it because they've convinced themselves or been convinced that the targets of that are deserving, that they're
Right,
killers that are getting away with it. So this is justified. You know what I mean? It's
right,
okay.
right.
Um, and I think that probably accounts for. I'm gonna lean into trying to be optimistic. I would think that accounts for most of them,
Yeah,
and the minority would be the purely evil people that just like to see
right.
pain dispensed.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, because
I mean, just in
I'm not
few
naive. They
months,
exist too, of course.
right? And then
Yeah,
just a few months ago, him calling on threatening to bring his mob, which is part of that audience that's watching him,
sure.
to the kids' soccer games of the Attorney General in Boston. She's a young
Right,
Attorney General. She's
right,
not involved with these cases. Ultimately, she is the top law enforcement officer in the state. So,
right.
and presumably he wanted her to drop the charges against him. But
Yeah.
he's threatening to bring a mob to harass her at the kids. I mean, and nobody blinks an eye and says, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to support this guy anymore. None of Howie Carr will still go have him on the show and take pictures with him. And
Right.
not all those other people that know about this, LTL and Young Jelly and all these people, none of them will ever raise their voice and stand up and say, dude, I believe
No,
Karen's
they
innocent, but
won't.
you've gone too far, man.
Yeah,
That
no,
kind of
they
lack of
won't.
courage is bothers me.
They know where the bread's buttered, right? That's
Yeah.
that's like a right. It's an indictment on their character for sure. But Kev, how these things, how time moves, right? Like
Yeah.
now it's easy to be a bully when you got all the bullies behind you. Time
Yeah.
has a weird way of moving on and changing things,
Yeah.
right? How
Yeah.
it's easy to be the bully right now, but is it going to be easy as the truth spreads? And it is. I mean, if we harken
Right.
back to when this first started with our involvement and what was the terrain like then? It was like, I remember it jumping on with Kate, and then we were covering Chile, I think, and I came in right as everything was sort of winding down on that end, right? And
I
I
don't know.
figured,
I've heard
oh,
the name, but I don't really know anything about
yeah,
it. Go ahead,
it was
yeah.
there was a lot of interest in him at the time, and she said, like, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, I hate to break this to you, but like what I'm looking at right now is it's not going to be this isn't going to be money. This isn't going to
Right.
be like, this is literally there's some people out there that are being targeted. It's affecting their kids, it's affecting their lives, and they're trying to grieve the loss of their friend. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'd rather do that. That has meaning. I'm not
Right.
here for clicks and views. I don't really self promote much. I mean, at all. I just don't. But at that point, it was like, okay, so this is where you're headed. Yeah, I'll follow you with that. And it was so lonely, man. There wasn't
Yeah.
there was like, she's like, yeah, it's gonna be us against pretty much this throng of people. Like, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
And now,
That's definitely how I felt back, in
yeah,
that summer asking questions. I was only aware of Kate because the Turtle Riders or Turtle Boy was always deriding her. That was the only thing I knew about
right,
her.
right,
And so I would go to her channel. She only did about 3 shows that summer. And I would go on there and listen, and there'd be like 9 people in the panel, it felt like. And the first 5 minutes, she would try to discuss the Karen Reed case a little bit, but it was hard with all those people, and most of them weren't interested. And she had thousands of people watching, but they weren't interested in the Karen Reed case. They wanted to hear about that Cyrax guy.
That's right.
And so
Yeah. And it was basically, it was like commercial self-deletion, I guess, to put it in YouTube friendly terms. It absolutely was, man. It was like, this is not going to be commercially successful at all, you know. And basically, just, do you believe in this helping these people or not? And if the answer is yes, then, you know, by all means, you're welcome to jump on in. And I said, okay, let's go. But it was very lonely terrain, man. There was no support there, you know. And very, very early on, there became a little bit more support. You entered the fray. Jen Coffenaffer entered the fray. There was like a couple more people coming, and then it was just us for God knows how long. Just us collectively. That's it now. And but it's growing, and it's growing.
I think that's how a lot of us felt on our own.
Spreading.
Yeah, you know, you guys felt on your own. I felt on my own. I was not even really aware of what you guys. I had, like, Kate was making these close connections on the ground with the witnesses, which was great, and that was a big part of it. But that really wouldn't be productive in any way until much later. I wasn't seeing anything to get this kind of contrary to the mob opinion. I wasn't seeing it there. I didn't know where to go to find it. I remember seeing Jen Coffenaffer and Wendy Murphy on Court TV. And you know, the first time I saw it, Wendy just was putting out crazy stuff and didn't really seem to know the evidence of the case. And there was another time I saw Jen and Wendy go on where Wendy was very good. So she can be good, but she kind of go like, maybe Grant gets it from that, but she goes on these tangents that isn't really backed by the evidence, you know? And I don't know. So it definitely felt lonely. And then I was like, so for instance, Matt was doing around the same time as me, kind of asking the same questions on TikTok and switching over at the same time. But I was unaware of it. I didn't follow TikTok. From my angle, what I had was a team of 2 co-hosts, Erin and Dave. And then in the back, we had about another 12 people that were on the team in the background on our Discord and helping out with trying to find documents and things like that. But they were every single one of them was free Karen Reed. Every single one of them. And I was asking these questions on my own, and they were getting mad at me. But that's, anybody who knows me, that's not going to make me stop asking questions, you know, and having daily conversations with Dave and Erin on the phone. And Dave and Erin were being converted too by my arguments that there was no conspiracy here. But eventually I had that falling out on the show with Turtle Boy, and everybody left. Dave and Erin left to form their own channel. But I also knew that they didn't believe in Karen's innocence. So it was a hard pill to swallow. You know, so, and my crowd, I started doing book interviews with a couple of really good guys, but my audience was like 20, 30 people. It was, you know, at that point, it dropped down to next to nothing.
We took a massive hit, and I mean, it's still evident. You can still see it. And that's because I would say we ended up putting more time and effort into supporting some of the people that were being attacked, trying to seek the truth, than doing the entertainment thing. Or let's
if you stayed on Cyrax, it would still be huge, right?
Oh God, man. Yeah, definitely. There was other avenues that if we had said, oh, we'll put all our time in that. Commercially far more successful than this. But when it's the right thing to do, it's you don't have a choice. It's the right thing, and you do that. You know, but I think the point is the truth is spreading, right? And I think as it does, it's gonna make reality a lot different for those people who have had it easy being a majority of bullies. It's not so easy when more people are aware of what you've been doing, and then you've got to stand by that, because like you were saying, you call him Young Jelly. He took down that video of himself you know, acting rational. My take.
It's the very definition of cowardice,
right? And that's immortalized. That's not going away. You know, it's catching up. It's catching up.
Yeah, this is what I've tried to say over and over on my show for the last year, is that there's going to be a point when this is over. And it's going to be like a witch hunt where you'll look back on this at the craziness of it. I'm talking about the people that could still, have either trying to exploit this conspiracy theory or still believe in it. Right. And they're going to look back and say, what the hell was I thinking? But it's harder for that to happen if Karen is acquitted. That's why there's so much writing on what happens with this jury. And, if we do get a mistrial, I do hope we get another trial. And I do hope that somehow they can get Hank to continue on it, whether it's finding the budget to keep him on or finding a way to convince him, I don't know. I think
it's a long investment. It's a lot,
it is.
Right?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. And, he wouldn't have to work as hard, I presume, on this one because it's the second time around. He's mastered all the data now. And, when he came on this case, he had to learn all the evidence that we already knew and that Lally already knew and stuff like that.
Now he knows. Exactly. He's already got that for sure.
Right.
Whether he would have the schedule to be able to do another round, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have any connection to Hank whatsoever. I mean, I think my connection to Hank was probably Margaret because I think she knows him. That's my right. And that's not a connection at all. Like I don't know the man.
Right.
So I would have no idea.
Right. Well, we have some other connections, but he obviously understands the gravity, so he's going to be, as he should be, tight with information. So nobody, but as far how he feels about that, how at this point nobody's going to reveal how they would feel about a third trial because there's a lot. If that happens, there's a lot that else has to happen. So the Norfolk County DA's office is going to have to talk to John's family. How do they feel about it? Because this is an enormous toll on them,
oh my God. I know.
So Liz is asking, at the risk of sounding turtle boy, ask us any known info about the jurors or the foreman. No, I don't. We don't know anything. No. We shouldn't know anything. If we ever did know something, we shouldn't say anything. Oh, is Kate back?
Yeah. But no, that's the only people that possibly know about those jurors would be people connected to Karen Reed, because presumably her defense team knows about them. But other than that, it's just a stab in the dark. I know what I've heard about juror behavior or affect from people that have been in the courtroom. But even then, I always take it with a grain of salt because everybody's viewing it through a different lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And You could look at my resting face and probably draw a million different conclusions depending on your perspective. You know what I mean about what I'm thinking and feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a smile can mean a lot of things. I hear, they so-and-so smiled at so-and-so. A smile can mean a lot of things, man. Or a frown I
talked to people that were in there yesterday. Actually, you might have seen in Discord because they were in Discord too, but nobody else saw that. I don't believe it's true. Honestly, I think it's one of those things that was started on social media by somebody, but we have several people that were in that courtroom and nobody saw any jurors smiling at the Reed family. I think that's bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. All I heard from pretty good sources is that the jury looked frustrated. At the end of the day.
Which I can imagine why.
Yeah. So here we are now. It's 12:15, and so it's now been about 24 hours since they wrote those questions, and there's no verdict. So that surprises probably just about everybody. And what does that indicate? It may be that those questions were just represented one person's view or one or two people's view, and were passed on. We may someday find out. We may not. Alba, I don't know. If there was a third trial, like I said, there would have to be a lot to happen. Right. And she says, I don't think Hank went back. I mean, I don't know. We can only hope that he comes back, especially with those brilliant closing arguments. And some of the cross testimony was pretty brilliant too. Not all of it. And the cross
all of the work's been done. I mean, as far as the laid out. And I think honestly, what I'm getting from this and the likely out is that this is not a deficiency in the state's case. This is because if you're doing this over and over again and getting the same result every time, and I suspect we will get the same result yet again. And, I might be wrong. I don't have a crystal ball here, but more and more it's looking like we're barreling towards it's not a lack of evidence or, I mean, Lally got 9, Lally got 9. I don't think that's it at all. It's just, you have this minority, and in the jury, that's what it's proven to be thus far, is a minority of people that are sympathetic to Karen Read, that are not deliberating in good faith. They're worried about her own personal interests, not the case and not justice. So I gotta say at this point, I don't think that it's a deficiency in the Commonwealth's case.
Well, we're going to see. The proof will be in the pudding. It really, if we can get some idea of what the voting is, that'll tell us. So if they, if they do,
I know the breakdown from last year. I have very specific details at this point. I know exactly what happened. I know that there were in fact 3. I know what their arguments were. I know who was free Karen Read. I know that Ronnie was a guilty voter, that lying sack of shit. He never vacillated in front of the other jurors anyway. Not until he got on TV. So, I mean, like.
But if the numbers come out very different this time around, what does that tell us?
What's that?
If the numbers come out very different this time around, doesn't that tell us something?
I would say that, again, it would probably be a jury issue, not because this is clearly, everybody agrees, a stronger Commonwealth case. This time, if this last time it was 9 guilty for 3 not guilty, if that's reverses, that tells us something, doesn't it? Probably that you got a bad draw.
I don't know. I mean, if I would say that if you get 9 people that are voting to acquit, that does tell us, just reasonably, in any case, it tells us something about the weakness of the prosecution case, and people can debate about what that weakness is. But I don't, 9 is a very strong number, but we haven't had that yet. We don't have any information on that. So I don't think, I would be shocked to see that. So, especially given the strength of the closing arguments in particular, but other aspects of the state's case and the mountain of evidence that they brought forward, I would be surprised. Will Karen's civil disposition? No. Deposition, I meant, yeah.
Ronnie wasn't being truthful. You can't trust a guy that dresses like Orville Redenbacher. Who can you trust?
Yeah,
that's terrible.
Yeah, and this is the thing that is a problem with any of these high profile cases. And I've talked about this since before this trial, before this case. There's people, not everybody, but a certain percentage of the public is drawn to that limelight, to that, whether it's the limelight of the media attention, or in this case, the social media attention, to want to be a hero to a certain crowd. Yeah. I believe that was a factor in Officer Devers' testimony. That was a factor in Barrow's testimony. I'm sorry, I just do. And also, I'm not so sure about the woman, I forget her name, the Greek woman who testified that was the sweetest thing she ever saw. I think that may be a friendship between her and Karen. Yeah, Kolakifis. I think that might be a friendship thing between her and Karen, or something different. But for a lot of these other people, it changes their behavior to want to ingratiate yourself to that crowd, and that can affect witnesses. That can affect a lot expert witnesses. That can affect a lot of things here, and it could even, and obviously could affect jurors too.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just a gut feeling, because I don't have anything else to ride on other than that. With Devers, I still feel like she thought she saw what she saw, reported it, or was interviewed, and then was interviewed about it. Was it a year? I could be wrong. 1 year and 8 months, at least 1.5 years later. And then she was shown, oh, hey, that's an impossibility. And she went, oh, I must have been mistaken. I kind of feel it was organic like that. I could be wrong. She could have had designs on inserting herself too. It's possible, but I'm again, just an instinct. I don't think so, but I could see how you could see that. But with Barros, yeah, I see that as a little more clearer to me. That he wanted attention. I mean, I think he was more than happy to go to the hotel and hang out. Maybe he'd be in the documentary, like I got that energy from him. But to his credit, though, he didn't disagree with that final photograph that was in alignment with the actual taillight damage. So I don't believe he was just poised and ready to lie directly, but he was ready to be, like a soft witness for the defense. He'd do whatever he would lean into whatever questions they were asking.
So we may have a special guest coming up in a moment, someone who's with the family.
Right on.
I'm emailing them the link.
I still really just strongly believe that the biggest hurdle that we have here, unfortunately, is the jury pool. And I don't know if there's a clean answer to that. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but it just, again, I try to look at things pragmatically, and like, this is
it tracks.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else myself. It tracks. Just
And it's a problem. What can be done about it? It's difficult.
Right. That's what I mean. There's no real clean
no
answer.
idea.
You can't.
No
you can't
idea.
There's no thought police here that's going to bore into these people's brains at selection and know what they're thinking and feeling and what their true intentions are. And I feel like the bigger that this gets and the more outrageous it gets, rational, for lack of a better term, normal people are going to be more disinclined to get on that jury, right? Nope, have a conflict. Nope, already heard about it. Nope, already have an opinion, right? Because who wants to be involved with this at all?
Right. Yeah, you're targeted off the rip, no matter what you do. You're just by signing up. It's by virtue of being there, right?
Yeah, and
That's
just
tough.
I've talked to people about the process of jury selection too in the courtroom, and it is skewed in such a way that really helps the defense. I can't really go into more details than that. And I just the person who is going to come on is still on the road, and he just told me it's going to be about 20 minutes. Sure. So in about 20 minutes, we should have someone who has been in court most of the days and who is a close friend of John's and who has been with the family as they're hanging out. I won't say where, but as they're hanging out during the trial. So that'll give us some insight as to how the family feels, how the friends feel about what's going on. It's a very stressful time. I just can't even, for Peg O'Keefe to have to sit on that hard bench day after day, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, it's just ripping that wound open, right? Over and over and over again, just picking at the hole in their lives. And then obviously it's thankless in some regards because they're walking out amongst a crowd of people in pink and they're being called every name in the book and accusations are flying at them and they don't have peace at their home, drive-bys, pictures. It's just, unfortunately, the family hasn't been spared from any of this either. And that's been like the most outrageous thing. Because, like, listen, you can go back in my content. I'm not adverse to fucking with people. I'm not. Like, I'm a bit of a troll myself, but there's rules to this, even if they're not written. Like, and you don't bother people that are just minding their own business. You don't heap attention on people that aren't asking for it, that don't want it. They didn't put themselves out here. They're not asking for any of this scrutiny. Right. They certainly have done nothing to merit. I mean, and this goes to a whole nother level too, because this isn't just trolling someone online anymore. This is like in their real lives, in their faces every single day at their most vulnerable, painful time, right? It's just, I think that, again, if you look at Karen's attack plan here, it's so multifaceted. It's almost intelligent, but in a very Machiavellian, almost sociopathic way, where it's like constantly de-incentivize prosecuting Karen Reed, right? I'm going to make it as uncomfortable as I can for the witnesses against me. I'm going to make it uncomfortable for the prosecutors and the judge and the family. And, how much is this going to cost if you keep trying me? Look over here, let's just throw the trial and push it, kick the can down the road, and then really make it de-incentivized to want to keep prosecuting. And I mean, it might work. I don't know. I hope not, but.
So in August, I went to the standouts. Now, Kate was the one that was the primary driver of organizing these and getting things together, like the blue T-shirts and stuff like that. And they had been smaller, but each one grew, and this was, I don't know, maybe that was the third one, and it was a hearing in August, and it was huge. There was probably 1,000 people there, I would say, between both sides combined, maybe 100 people on the blue side and 900 people on the other side, and they filled up the streets on both sides. And there's no question, I was standing right there when the O'Keefe family arrived. I would say pretty much every 900 of the people on the other side booed the arrival of the O'Keefe family.
There were definitely not 900 people on the other side. I would say they maybe had 150 to 200, and there was maybe 80 to 100 on the blue side. They were concentrated in the front of the court. No, they were concentrated in the front of the courthouse. I have video of it still. Like, there was definitely.
I have video of it too. I have a lot of video of it, and because I brought a couple people to make video.
I think we lost you, Kevin.
It got frozen in the Matrix.
My mic is loose. No, in my opinion, there was a substantial amount, and I've got video of it too from several people that were filming it. And they walked the length of it. So on the court side, hundreds of people walking back the other way, and then hundreds, and then probably a couple hundred people on the other side with Rita Lombardi doing interviews and shit like that on the courthouse. Anyways, I don't want to argue about that. There was a lot of people there, and they booed mercilessly the arrival of the O'Keefe family. And so people that try to say that for a long time were trying to say, oh, you're lying, that didn't happen. No, I was there. I have film of it too. That's absolutely what they did. And then I talked about it on court TV and mentioned how disgusting it was. And you could, then the next time I was there, a few weeks later, there was another hearing, and we were there, and Kate was there, and we met at Dedham House of Pizza. And again, it was a big crowd, but this time it was different. When the O'Keefe family arrived, and the blue side would always chant "Justice for JJ," the other side actually joined them because someone had put out the marching orders that it's a bad look to be booing the family. But so it was so bottom line, however it got there, everybody was saying, both sides were chanting "Justice for JJ," and they had stopped the booing. But the first time I absolutely saw it. So, what goes into the mind of someone who is going to boo the arrival of a family that has been nothing but quiet on this too? What crime have they committed? They're quiet.
Well, they're the others. That's the crime, right? You're on the side of our ire. Doesn't matter if it's real. It's the sick side of the interactive form of entertainment that they think they're part of. It's like a LARPing protest / interactive entertainment. It's disgusting on all fronts.
Right.
And it's completely man-made or woman-made.
Last night when I was on court TV, they had Vinny he walked with his cameraman through a section of the crowd to try to get a sense of the size of it. So he started from across the street, the courthouse where they film, going up a couple blocks the other way. And so I was trying to count roughly 10, 10, 10. And then obviously the crowd got thicker in different places. But I estimated that just what he walked through was just the part that he walked through was somewhere between 300 and 500 people. And that didn't count the people going the other direction, when it didn't count the people on the court side of it. So there was definitely multiple hundreds of people there yesterday. I don't know if it reached 1,000, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did. Certainly it was well more than 500 people. I'd say at least 600 or 700 people that were there just doing on that counting. So, but if they're just there quietly, I guess that's one thing. But we definitely witnessed them booing the family. And it's just that level of cruelty that goes on. It's just unbelievable.
Turtle Boy, it's the dark side of groupthink. Yeah, big time.
Right. I mean, we all remember one of the hearings, Turtle Boy confronting Paul and Peg O'Keefe right outside the courthouse.
Yeah. Well, more than one.
Yeah.
I recall Peggy flipped him off at one of his interactions with them, and I don't think I was alone in thinking, good for you. You shouldn't have to deal with that shit at all. Period. End of story. But it happened. She was there, but she rightfully flipped him off.
Yeah, she's a fighter. She's definitely, you can tell she's a fighter.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of energy, and she's got a fighting spirit. So,
Oh yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, it is a shame that they would have to go through this again. I don't know. I think it just bothers me too that jurors would raise their hand before the judge every morning
Yeah.
and say they're not following the case and lie under
Well,
oath. I just
when you think you're on a righteous mission, I guess respect for the Sixth Amendment goes out the window.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if it's that righteous ire and you can convince yourself that that's what you're doing, yeah, you'll break rules, break laws, whatever, you know. I
Yeah.
mean, because it's all for the greater good, you know. That's the idea. It's pretty sick. Well,
It's now 12:30.
and when do they break for lunch? Is it 1:30?
I think 1:30, somewhere around there.
1:30? Okay.
And is there any announcement by the judge, or they just do this quietly in the background? I don't remember.
I don't know what I said. I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, that's what sucks about the virtual world. I wish I could just buy us all lunch now. You know, we could just, you know,
Couple
Um,
meatball subs, right? Some
couple-
ham sandwiches.
couple of drinks if we could. I can't drink at the moment, but
Yeah.
happy to buy you guys one. Make you guys some Bloody Marys if I had the ingredients.
Yeah,
girls.
you make the best ones, right?
I do. They are really good. I'm telling you. I can also make some other weird. I can make a really good Long Island iced tea, which you wouldn't believe it when you saw what I put in it, and then you drink. You'd be like, "This doesn't taste like what I just watched you put in it." You know?
This doesn't taste like toothpaste. What is
It doesn't taste like it's gonna kill me, but
right? Yeah.
Karen would like it.
Oh God.
All right.
Oh, would she even
Sure.
notice how strong it was?
Not the way I make it, I tell you. All right. So, Girl with the
Right.
Eagle Eye's been giving us these great
Yeah.
reports from Channel 5. The
Yes.
court's official lunch break has begun. Jurors are free
okay.
to keep deliberating through lunch, but they cannot send out any notes until 1:30. All right.
Okay.
So basically, their food gets ordered in, and they're sitting there eating their food, and they're able to continue talking about the case.
Right.
And if they're able to argue and do battle with someone that disagree, they can still keep doing that. You know.
God, what that must be like in there, hey?
Yeah. And there's a bailiff standing by the door, making sure nobody bothers them.
Mhm.
And if one of them has to leave, they have to go to the bathroom. They have to get permission from the bailiff. If they just say, "I'm going to the bathroom," they do. But, you know, I was surprised to hear that the other day they went on a bus to go to lunch or something. That was interesting.
Right. They roll them up through the drive-through.
The last time I had jury duty in Lawrence, there was some little Italian restaurant that they would get the food from every day. But it was actually quite good. It was very good.
Oh yeah.
I'd
bet.
get like chicken and broccoli Alfredo or something like that. I was pretty pleased.
Italian
with
food
lunch.
rules. Yeah, it's good. It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also like Indian food, but I'm really particular, man, because it can be done so horribly, but if it's done right, it's insanely good. Like the
Right.
curry, I go nuts for the curry, man. Yeah, there's no
So
in
the key-
between. It's either
Yep.
great or it's horrible.
I love every ethnic food, every single one.
A lot of them.
I
yeah.
love Indian food, and I especially love, you know, that a lot of times these Indian places will do buffets at lunch. So you can go in and just almost kill yourself trying a little bit of
Yeah.
everything, you know.
Dude, I went into this great Thai restaurant, and they were trying to warn me about the levels of hot you could get, right? And they were just being helpful and thoughtful, right? And I just said to the lady, I said, just forget that I'm Caucasian. And she said, okay. And she came back with the nuclear stuff. Oh, and I
Yep.
could see some of them. I kid you not, some of the workers were watching me eat it like, no, he's gonna flip out. But at that point, dude, I was conditioned. Could I eat that now? Probably not. but in that time period specifically, I couldn't find hot enough food. I was going nuts.
Oh yeah, Thomas
Mhm.
Fleming will tell you. In the bar that I owned across the street was a Thai restaurant, and I used to go in there almost every day just to buy this one big thing of soup. It was called
Mhm.
Yum Yum Noodle Soup.
Yeah.
There's like a root yum noodle or something like that. It's not like based on what we hear, like Campbell's soup or something. Yum Yum Noodle
Yeah,
Soup.
yeah.
And but you know, it was kind of cool because they cook like some of the vegetables on the side, and so it'd come in two pieces. And so when you bring the food back, I get it to go. You dump the vegetables into the soup, and the
Mhm.
great thing, so what that means is you're not getting cooked mushy vegetables. They're nice and they have
Right.
that proper freshness to
Yeah.
them. And it was very spicy. But then there was a couple of times where they really didn't make it spicy enough to my taste. And
Mhm.
so when I would call them up, I would say extra spicy, please. So it became like it was a family run thing, as a lot of these things are. So I'd walk over there, they'd always be laughing in their accent. Oh, extra spicy,
Yeah.
you know. And I'd
Yeah.
open this
Yeah.
soup up, and Tom would be sitting some distance away, and his eyes would water just for me opening up
Yep.
the soup.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Well, I
they would like,
believe. Yeah.
yeah. He's like, are
That
they
lady
putting crack in
was.
that stuff? Why are you so addicted to that shit? Because I had to have it every day. It was like I had to have it, you
Oh,
know.
that lady was looking out for my health. She knew because a lot of folks that go in there, oh, I can take it. Right.
Yeah.
And she was almost arguing with me. I said, just forget. I can do it. Trust me. And
Yeah.
man, I felt it though, but I worked my way up to it. It's just so
You got to work your way
spicy.
up. I don't think I could handle it now.
Oh, yeah. Same here. You know what? I went so nuts with it though. That's why I had to stop. I don't know if I was like creating a hole in my stomach lining or what, but I started getting like gut rot. And friends and family were like, you're an idiot. What, you're eating too much of that hot stuff. You're stupid. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I did it to myself, but so I kind of abandoned it. But for a while it was fun.
Thomas just confirmed in chat. He goes, yeah, that stuff was pungent.
Yeah,
his eyes
dude.
would water from like a distance away. But
When
yeah, I like
you
Vietnamese
like,
food, and I
yeah,
like it
you
all.
feel like you're on a spiritual journey and you might start hallucinating like a peyote trip. That's hot.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for when you're doing that. It's an experience.
And when I drive by a restaurant that is some ethnicity, but I've never tried their food, like across from Mass General Hospital, there's a Mongolian restaurant. And I'm like, man, I want to go in there and try that. Yeah, that seems like I want to go try that every time I see it, you know.
Yeah, the first time I had it was a Jamaican restaurant, a little hole in the wall Jamaican restaurant, and it was they had the roti and the goat. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, Jamaican
they had their own
good.
curry
That can
going
be
on.
spicy too.
Oh, so I get, that was during my spicy kick, right? I was like, oh wow, okay, like a real restaurant. Like it was legitimate. Yeah. Oh, so good.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. Good. Oh yeah, I love all those different foods. Just not that it's an ethnic, but like Southern food, especially like African American Black Southern food. It's like spicy and that slow cooked meat. Oh, I love it. It's so good.
I never related to the stereotype. Now I know Kate talks about, what did you say? There's like raisins and potato salad, all that kind of stuff. I don't relate to that. I didn't grow up eating that kind of stuff, man. Like, yeah, spicy, different stuff. I don't like bland, like the traditional British foods. You know what I mean? They can be kind of bland.
Yeah,
I don't feel that.
Beans and toast.
Yeah, I'm not a big beans and toaster unless it's like chili and beans and it's got like ghost peppers in the chili or whatever. Then I'm like, maybe throw that on toast.
Remember when Gina went on like a beans and toast kick? I thought that was funny at the time.
Oh my god, that's bizarre. Yeah, beans and beanies and toast. That's weird. Yeah.
I used to go. Good. Yeah.
My paternal family is actually, the paternal side of my family is actually from Kentucky, so I learned how to cook a lot of Southern dishes. There's certain things that you can't even buy up here that you can get. Like beer cheese is like a huge one. I love beer cheese, but I have to make it myself because you can't buy it locally. I mean, I guess I could ship it from Kentucky, but who wants to do all that? So I learned how to make a lot of things, that Midwestern Southern cooking.
Oh, sorry. LJ says, when I visited Canada, I fried bologna was always on the menu. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing, maybe, but that sounds like kind of my neighborhood back in the day. I think it might have just been like a poor thing, fried bologna, right? I don't know. It might have been.
I used to go to this restaurant in Worcester a lot called the Webster House, and each week they would have different ethnic that was like their theme of the week. But whenever they would get to Polish week, I was like, oh man, we got to get through this week because, and it's not that the food was awful or gross or anything like that, but it was just like you say, Boomer, it was so bland, you know. It was like
the bland
a chunk of meat and a potato, you know. It's like, yeah, it was very bland. And honestly, I had, you know, I'm sure my ancestry, Irish food, same way. It's just those regions wouldn't have had access to spices.
I'm catching ire from the British. Shame on you, our food is not. But you know what? My stereotypical opinion of what I've heard about your food, let's be honest, I haven't eaten a lot of British food. I've had some. And what I had was really bland. I'm not saying it's all bland. I'm sure there's some that's not. But my experience was it was pretty bland.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot of those parts of Northern Europe just didn't have access to spices. And
maybe.
You know, just really didn't have a tradition of developing it. Definitely Irish food too. Yeah.
Annie McGee says in Ireland we used to eat canned baked beans over toast for breakfast. There you go.
There's a place on the Cape I think it's in Yarmouth on Route 28 called the Celtic Kitchen, where the food is incredible. So they've managed to make Irish food good.
Right.
It's just incredible. And the place is you gotta like take a number there to get in there. It's you gotta wait about a half hour just to get into that place. It's really, really good.
What foods did I eat? Oh God, we're going back a ways too. I got a memory like a sieve, but I want to say it was like the Bubble and Squeak or something, I think is what we had. And like potatoes, it was kind of like not much going on there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you know what? I will revisit it. I'll go to my way and make sure I eat something that's different from there. Why not? Why not? Give it another shot. And beans on toast, maybe I'll take a crack at that too. Why not? I've seen a lot of people say it's really good. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm missing out.
And it's not that I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't mind it. But if like you're sitting there craving like some kind of really good food, that's probably not the one.
Right. Exactly.
Like I look on TV, especially where my stomach was kind of damaged. It's in my esophagus over the last few weeks. It's mostly back to normal now. But you see these when you're really hungry and you're not supposed to eat. I'd see these buffalo wings commercials. Oh my God, it would look so good to me. I was like, I gotta have some of those buffalo wings, you know. So that's something you crave. But I don't think if I saw a commercial of beans on toast, I don't think I'd look at that and say, I gotta have that now, you know.
Right.
I don't think I don't think it has the same.
Mayonnaise, you know what? I see the mayonnaise other. I raise you one and turn that mayonnaise into a aioli, put like some hot sauce in it or something. Yeah. And then it'll level up your mayonnaise.
There's an underrated movie that I've seen like a billion times. It came out maybe 15, 20 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, called Undercover Brother.
Oh man, I've seen that. That's an SNL movie, isn't it? I think so.
A Saturday Night Live movie? I don't think so, but maybe I want to
say it was Tim Meadows was in that.
It's a it's most of it's the idea is this black. The main character is black. Most of them are, and he's kind of a private detective who has a 1970s flair to him.
Right.
And there's this secret organization, black organization that fights crime against the man. The man is, of course, a white dude or something. And
I'm looking it up now. Yep, I see it. It's Eddie Griffin, not Tim Meadows, but yes, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Oh, you're muted. Oh, you're muted there, Kev. Might be that cable messing with you.
Stupid cable, and I wasn't even moving.
There you go.
But he gets recruited into this secret organization called the Brotherhood, and they combat the man.
Yes,
has a role in it too. Another brilliant guy. It's so funny. But in it, humorists take on those stereotypes that any real black man is completely foiled and repelled by mayonnaise.
Oh,
But the only way to fix it is with some hot sauce.
but that's true. That's absolutely true, though. Yeah, you gotta fix it with hot sauce, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was just funny. They take care of all the stereotypes, but they send in the enemy sends in the foil to foil the Brotherhood, and it is the White Devil, the she woman. The black man's kryptonite is the white woman, the beautiful white woman.
Do you think they could make that movie now, or do you think folks would be too reactive?
I don't know. It's a shame that you can't do comedy, you know, because they're clearly just trying to take advantage of stereotypes on both sides. And
I say anything's. I say everything's on the table, like with comedy, you know.
Yeah.
If it's done with the aim of being funny, now sometimes it doesn't land. That's a whole other story. But if your intent is to be funny and you're not doing it out of venom, it should be on the table. That's how it used to be, you know. Like you didn't say it with venom; you said it with the intent to be funny. You know, we can all take jokes. At least we used to. I hope we can get back to that. I'm kind of naive, maybe. I think we will get back to that. I think people are very burned out on that. It's time.
I think people. Well, that part of what's going on in the last several years is a reaction to that. People are sick of it. Yeah, and you're seeing a huge reaction against this whole DEI thing, and a lot of you know. I don't want to risk going down to political stuff, but there's a reaction to the nonsense.
I think even like politics aside, like a cultural kind of shift. I think people like, you know, on all sides of the fence on, you know, politically. I think a lot of people in general just kind of want to relax and laugh again and not take ourselves so seriously. You know, like it to kind of bring it back down to earth a little bit like that. And I think that's across the board. I think that people really miss that in general, you know, because it was a good time.
I think Dave Chappelle is one of the most brilliant, not just a brilliant comedian and perhaps the funniest of all time, but one of the most brilliant storytellers of our time. Because any good comedian, their whole show that they put together is a story that kind of comes together. There's a common thread, a theme that runs through it from beginning to end. And I don't think anybody's ever done it better than him. And
he's Mount Rushmore, man. Yeah, he's in the top tier still. And you notice like there'll be like an era. You know what I mean? Like Chris Rock was the running king for a while. He had a couple of years where he was on the pinnacle. But then, you know, times shift and people, you know, they lose their number one status, you know. But Chappelle is one of those rare dudes that was amazing, got better, got even, like you noted, got even better as a storyteller, a writer, got better. And he's holding that position for damn near the longest I've seen it held. You know what I mean? Like amazing comedian. Ricky Gervais, he's another one too. He's got a brilliant brain on him too. Values and integrity, Dave Chappelle, absolutely, man. I think you have to have that to be good at what he's doing too. You know. I have a lot of reverence for Dave Chappelle.
I remember too. There was a point where he went to some school. I think he went to high school in the Washington D.C. area, and he wanted to go back to accept some award, and the politically correct part of that high school banned him, which really, really hurt him. But eventually he was welcomed back and did a great show there. But they wanted to ban him because of the transgender stuff.
Which is just insane. It's totally insane. I mean, I don't know if anyone caught one of his last specials, but he tells a heartfelt story about a trans person that was, I won't give any of it away, obviously, but if you haven't seen it, very close to him. It was no, that man does not exude hate. Just quite the opposite. No.
Right. Yeah, that was a brilliant episode where he revealed that and I think she committed suicide in the end, right?
I believe she may have. It was deep. I didn't expect that. And that's that's another hallmark of an amazing storyteller is they can still hit you with a surprise, which is like, as far as I've come to know, kind of like rule number one in comedy, right? You know, it has to work off a surprise to be powerful. It has to have an element of that, you know, misdirection and a surprise. And
Right.
And it's easier said than done, right? Like I look up to all those guys, man. I'm still learning. Still learning.
Yeah, there was a
mega fan.
young,
I guess is the level I'm
right.
at. I'm a mega fan of him.
You know, in the early years of Dave Chappelle, there's just look. We have to admit there's just something naturally funny about the guy, the way he talks,
100%,
and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But like you said, he grew and just went to different levels where
Yep.
he had that natural funniness where people might just laugh at something he was saying, to having clever one-liners and jokes early on, to where his sets his show becomes a whole storytelling thing and a chance to get across messages that he's come to think deeply about as an adult, as he matured, and his life experience, and bring that across to the audience. And just absolutely.
You're right though. Early on, there was like there was signs that he was just naturally funny off the rip. Like I think of in Half Baked when he was talking to, you remember he'd get that big brick of weed, and from his place of work, and he would he just nodded them, scientist, just his word, the inflection, and it's a guy nodding and saying scientist to a guy who's dressed like scientist. On paper, that's not funny. That's whatever. But if your voice, your inflection, your timing can make that little interaction stick in my head for decades, that's a hint that person is working on a special level, man. And then to only grow from there is it's rare. You don't usually see it. Usually people cash in on their initial, everybody likes you for how you do your thing. They can't really pin it down, but they like you. And then they ride that out until everyone's sick of you. They don't grow and they're gone. And that's it. You don't usually hear them again, but Chappelle studied Richard Pryor. Yeah. And he also had Paul Mooney as didn't Paul Mooney help write some of Chappelle's show? If he didn't, he influenced it too.
Maybe.
That
was very experimental, the Chappelle show. And I just think everybody appreciated that at the time as something unique. And he grew from there. He quit the Chappelle show and went to Africa or something like that. And it was a whole ordeal. We didn't really know what was going on at the time. And he has since explained a lot of it in his shows. But
oh God. Aperture is asking me what do I think of Joe Rogan as a comedian? You know, it's really kind of the thing right now to bag on Joe. I can say that I've never really been a fan of his early stand-up comedy, and I've seen his newer stuff, and I do know that might be a little inside, but some of you I'm sure are aware of it. You're asking, right? Brendan Schwab, he stole a line or borrowed a line from Schwab. That's kind of harsh. It's hard to see. I think Joe was average and has gotten worse. As an interviewer, I think he's killer. I still like him as an interviewer. I still like what he did with his podcast, and as a host, he was cool on Fear Factor too. I liked him on that. But a stand-up, it's not his strongest suit, man. Yeah, I'm not really into it. But
stupid Mike.
Everyone
who said he was, his show has been a real he's almost invented this thing of long form interviews now with people, which is a great contribution. He does a good job with it, and obviously has such a great variety of guests. But I didn't think his comedy was like, the material that he wrote was super intelligent, but just he himself was not that funny. The way it was delivered. But the material was unusually intelligent, really well thought out. But
I'm with you, Floppy Biscuit. Shane Gillis, Mark Norman, and they're not kids, but the newer generation of some of the new guard, the changing of the guard. I think they're awesome, Gillis and Norman. I really do. I don't like that they get lumped in with sort of the Rogan effect. I think they're there on their own merit. Gregory Asmus, I don't know, but you have good taste, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to look him up because I'm sure he's good too. I'll check him.
I think Kevin Hart's comedy, both as a stand-up and in his movies, is also really entertaining.
He's like a comedic actor. He's got that timing and delivery on lock. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to check out Gregory Asmus. Yeah. Carlin went through a whole lot of changes too. If you go back to his original material that predates me being alive, I think It's very very clean. He morphed as the time went on. His politics started to lose me a little bit, but I still have respect for his comedy, though, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely. If a comedian is going to do politics, I think it's better off if they do both sides. You know,
I agree. I
just
agree.
I don't know. Just
Yep.
don't. I hate it when somebody assumes that everybody in your audience thinks like you.
Of course,
Even though
yeah, that's a
even though like
mistake.
in this country, the world is divided. Pretty much, say
Yeah,
someone half and half, one side or the other.
sure.
You know, so why would you just assume that? And I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, Patrice O'Neill, my God. Not only an amazing comedic mind, but a thought-provoking interview. But I'll go back. I actually made it a mission. This is years ago, but if you could imagine it, I had a really shitty job. And it was, I call it a headphone job or iPod job, right? I could listen to books on tape or stand up or albums unbothered, menial labor kind of deal. And I went through every episode of Stern that I could get my hands on, going back to probably 87.
yeah.
And then all the Channel 9 episodes. And then I had got my hands on all the Opie and Anthony's, and I listened to every single one of them on that job, and then into the other jobs. And Patrice was always a standout. Yeah, rest in peace, Patrice O'Neill, big time. Yeah, Colin
All right,
Quinn,
Boomer.
athlete.
I am going to, like the jury, go have some lunch. I can
Sounds
leave you
good,
in
man.
here, or I can. I'll be watching. So if you want to,
Sure.
if you want to entertain people with your stand up, you can do that. Or do you want me
Oh,
to?
I can't do that yet, but I can chat with him for a few minutes before myself. I'll go. I'll mute up and I'll go grab some meat too.
All right. Thanks, man. We'll
No
be back.
problem.
Hopefully, we'll get a decision soon.
Sounds good.
Okay.
A lot of comedian fans or comedy fans in here. That's awesome. I already got one new suggestion, Gregory Asmus. I'm going to check that out. Hate Stern. I could see a lot of people hate Stern. You know what? But I think Stern had a good run in the 90s into the early 2000s. And it wasn't so much him, it was his show. He had a few writers on there too. And Artie Lang, I thought, was good during the early 2000s era. Truth over bias. Do I have an X? No, not currently. No, I don't. I might change that though. Jeffrey Asmus. Oh, cool. That's all right. That fixes that. I will check that out. Floppy Biscuit. Thank you muchly. Jeffrey Asmus. There we go. I will check him out. All right. Watch Derek. Like, hell yeah.
They can deliberate through lunch, but they don't have to. They can't bring any notes in until 1:30 though.
All right. Vote on the poll. Well, it's yeah, right. What we got going on here? Best stand-up of all time. AFA, is that the AFA I'm thinking of, or is that it's that shorthand for someone new I've never heard of? Okay. Yeah, Artie's man. I haven't read his book. I probably should. I'm a slow reader though. I got an attention span of a goldfish. Artie was pretty awesome. It sucks to see where Artie's at. Well, I shouldn't say at. I don't know what he's doing currently, but he's really took a a fall from grace there. Oh, I don't know if grace is the right word, but you know what I mean. He hit some hard times. Alpha Fox Adams says, Boomer told me David Lucas was the best roaster ever. I would disagree. I don't think Boomer would ever say David Lucas is the best roaster ever. I don't know. Do I follow Kill Tony? I did for a while, man. I really did. Maybe I watched too much of it and got burned out on it a little bit. I like Hinchcliffe. I think he's done it for such a long time that he's honed himself to. He's very good at roasting. But and this is just me personally, right? I think his ego started getting a little gnarly, and that gets in the way of the funny for me. And I don't know. It's just a style choice. Like something shifted a little bit. I don't know. I'll check it again. But Kill Tony got a little old for me too. I'll probably check back with it because they do have a lot of amazing comedians on there, like regularly. I think the last thing I saw was clips from the Netflix show where I can't remember the guy's name, so we'll just call him Buddy. Buddy was doing an Elon Musk, and I thought that was pretty good. It's very, very strange Elon. I liked it though. Can't go over the fact that Tony is not gay. That was shocking to me. I mean, he says that. I mean, and maybe he isn't. I don't know. But yeah, he's got an affectation that's quite, it's pretty wild. But yeah, Hinchcliffe's ego. I don't know. Let me say perceived ego, because I don't know. I don't know the guy. Maybe he's just coming across that way. You know, you can translate different on camera than you do in real life. So I don't want to say that he's got an ego problem, but it appears that way, kind of. Yeah. At least I feel like that. But oh yeah, Hans Kim. I wasn't really big into This Is Hans Kim. Nah, I didn't really catch on to that. I didn't really like him all that much. Not saying he was never funny, because I mean, those guys don't go up there for no reason. Jeff Ross. Oh man, Jeff Ross. It's like he's old school. He's been working forever. He's still good. He's still good. Absolutely, Ross. Yeah, he's sharp, man. He's fast. One of the fastest. You know, someone I'm really happy to see getting some love right now is Jim Norton. About damn time. That guy is real lightning fast. Very, very quick. But I mean, he was he was on Opie and Anthony with Anthony Cumia for the longest time, and both those guys got sharper because of each other. Big time. Yeah, One Circus. You got that right. Or Circuit, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Lil Yimmy, yeah. You're a moron. Well, why aren't you a Lethon or something? I don't know. Yeah, the whole Chip thing. I still like Chip. I still watch the animated Chip, or when he went to, was it Comical Cons? I still watch that every once in a while. Gilbert Gottfried trumps all these guys. I wouldn't say he. You know what? Kate. Okay, that's what Kate thinks of Gilbert. I will say this: Gilbert.
I can
Gottfried,
forgive Eddie Money for being FKR before that shit. That's all I'm gonna
No, hold on though. Gilbert Gottfried was funny on Stern. That's where I saw him be funny.
Okay, okay.
He was a whole different animal on Stern. He was very not PG like I was used to him. He didn't just lean into the voice. So I would say check out old Stern appearances with Gilbert Gottfried there. Yeah, for sure. Greg Giraldo. My God, we lost Greg way too early. Like anybody before their time, it's a tragedy. But check out the big brain on Greg Giraldo. No surprise that he was a lawyer who chose to leave his lawyering to be a comedian. Very rarely, I think that happens. But yeah, man, Greg Giraldo. Hey, yo, You got AIDS, yo. It's just insane. It is funny as hell. Joan Rivers. You know what? Joan Rivers is another one that I probably would have had Kate's reaction to Gilbert Gottfried a long time ago, because I grew up seeing Joan Rivers in her very mainstream appearances. Didn't really like it, but then I caught some of Joan Rivers' actual act, like some of the bluer stuff she did. Yeah, very witty, very quick, and yeah, Joan Rivers definitely one of the greats. Nikki Glazer. I'm not very familiar with her. Norm Macdonald. Oh my God, yeah. Norm is in the category different, but in the same sort of mind space for me as Patrice O'Neill. Norm Macdonald's a guy where he makes you laugh. He's a very funny individual, but he'll come out with profound statements. Yeah, there's intellect going on. It'll make you think. That was a big loss. Yeah, definitely. Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. You got that right.
Oh man. I wonder what it's like in the jury room right now. I'd probably be contemplating the window.
No. Forehead veins pulsing. Yeah. Getting the Clint Eastwood forehead vein, a thrombosin.
She really has just weaponized some of the most unreasonable people in that county.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick up Bill Burr. Yeah, she really did. She really, really did. And all the shameless people that lockstep to help. And what did they do it for? Clicks and views, temporary money. Yay. You can't take that with you, you know. We all shuffle off the mortal coil, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's temporary. That means nothing, that stuff. What you did in life matters a little bit more. I don't know, I'm just saying. That's not even a religious angle. That's just, you know. Is there permanent money? Good question. Yeah, exactly. No. But I think it's more fleeting. I think there's a shorter lifespan on some of this money than some people anticipate. I think is my point. But yeah, I get you, Ray. I get you. Let's see. Tracy Kramer. Here in the UK, we don't have many huge social media news. It's sort of covering cases. Had a few, but not. No, it's not this extreme in the UK. I know there was a lot of tabloid news in the UK, though. That was pretty pervasive. I would imagine it's still. I'm assuming it's still the case, but yeah, maybe not social media. I wonder what you guys are doing different than we're doing different in North America. I don't know. Father Ted. Oh God, I know I've seen Father Ted. I just can't recall it very well. I got family that loves a lot of that British humor stuff, so I've got memories of seeing a lot of those shows, but I can't remember them all that well. Don Rickles. Oh man, yes, Don Rickles. I quite like Don Rickles. But then, no Don Rickles, no Jim Norton, right? It's like that lineage. Colin Quinn's another wellspring of amazing comedians too. They come from the school of Colin, and rightfully so. Rodney Dangerfield, yes. He broke late in his career, came from nothing, and launched so many young comedians' careers that he didn't have to. Very, very selfless. And some of the stories of Rodney are funny as hell, too. He sounded like a little bit of a madman. Stephen Wright. I remember there's only one. I don't remember jokes. I'm terrible at jokes. I can never remember them or write them for the life of me. But Stephen Wright's the one I can remember was you ever stare out your window at night, look up at the sky, and pose for a satellite photo? Obviously, he said it a lot better in his Stephen Wright way. The dry, slowest delivery on earth. Jim Carrey he had his time for sure. Carol Burnett. Oh, yeah. I get no respect. None. Carol Burnett. Yeah, no, she was cool. I used to watch that show as a kid. I mean, there were reruns, but yeah. I was a big Mork and Mindy fan as a kid. Big time. That was my my Robin Williams kick when I was a child. I wanted to drink with my finger, which I'm sure pissed off my mom there. Stop sticking your finger in the milk. But, Mitch Hedberg, you know what? You think it was just before or not long after he passed, I started getting more of an appreciation for Mitch. He kind of came out of in my opinion, sort of the same sort of lane as Stephen Wright. I could be wrong, but I think I was a little dismissive of Mitch. I didn't really catch his delivery. But that's a good thing. If I like something right away, I might not like it for life. If it grows on me, it's a bit of a process, and it usually sticks around longer. So I kind of gained or developed a like for Mitch. Stephen Wright, it's a small world, but I wouldn't want to paint it. Yeah. That's Steve. Yeah, that was a very dry delivery too, right? I wouldn't want to paint it. Oh, nice. Jackie Blue. I hung out with Stephen Wright for a while. Met him in Boston. Hilarious. All of them. I bet. That's awesome. Ron White. Yeah. I'm not as familiar with Ron White's material, but what I've seen, I did like it. And I really liked him in interviews. I thought he came across really well, like really likable. Mark, Jude, sorry to keep going. Guys, we're just killing time, and I don't know what else to say about the trial I haven't already said, and nothing new's happening. So I apologize to those who are waiting for something trial related. But I know Mark Jude says, I know he is gross, but Andrew Dice Clay was hilarious at times. Yes, he was. He still has his moments. He still is a funny man. The day the comedy died was a double CD, double tape. So the dates, the time it came out where he bombed, I think on purpose. And the whole act of bombing for what, I don't know, it was an hour and a half or more if you spread it out on the 2 discs. It's called The Day That Comedy Died. And I thought that was an early troll move that is only now, or not now, but more recently being appreciated as like kind of a ballsy troll move. That it was it's interesting. Yeah, he's a different character. Drinking bag milk with your finger. Nice, Alpha Fox Adam. No, there was only bag milk in Canada where I come from for like 3 days. I recall it briefly as a child and never again. And I've been told they still do it in Montreal, but Montreal is weird as hell, and they still do a lot of weird stuff there. So I don't think it's really a Canadian thing anymore, is it?
So we have a couple of my speakers are off. So we're trying to bring in John Jackson and Brendan Kane, 2 close friends of John O'Keefe's.
Sure.
Let's see if you guys can hear me properly.
I can hear you.
Boomer, say something so I know that my speakers are working.
I'm yakking away.
Silence. Boomer, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Uh-oh.
Let me check
this could be StreamYard. Yeah.
Not hearing anything.
Been glitchy. Yeah, Montreal's weird, right? It's weird. It's very weird.
There we go. Looks like we're coming in now.
I think
Hello,
it worked.
John.
Hi, John.
Hey, guys.
All right,
we
I can hear
you
John. We can hear you. Can
Yeah,
Kevin
anybody hear us?
Yep, you loud and clear. Loud and clear. How you doing?
I hear you, John.
Perfect. Very quickly, we just wanted to call in, say thank you to everybody. This has been our go-to channel for the trial too. So.
Oh, good. Jesus.
I hope you guys are hanging in there. Okay, I know this is a really tough.
It's been
situation.
tough. So very quickly, how do I do this and not hear myself talking in the background?
You should make sure that the YouTube is shut off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'll do that right now.
Yeah.
I'm
you just
like,
have the
the unofficial
StreamYard
tech
open.
support.
Yeah.
Actually, Boomer, you're really the tech support.
It toggles between me or you or whoever watched the tutorial last. I think is
As long as it's not me.
right.
Took me a while to get my buds going again. I was like, oh, why aren't they going? I'm still not used to
There
these
you
things
go.
yet. You touch them in the wrong way, and and you lose them.
I hate when my buds don't work.
I usually join them, like if I'm on my phone, I don't use the earbuds or anything. I just usually gotta make sure that the YouTube isn't playing in the background. That's all.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
if you
one.
got-
I think we've got it now. We shut YouTube off.
Perfect.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that should do it.
We were getting
John.
that delayed reaction on it. Sure. So
John, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Hey, Kevin, thank you. Look, first of all, I was trying to say earlier, this has been our go-to for all of us. This is a kind of a home base when we want to listen to some objective talk from you guys. And just want to say, first off, thank you to everybody. Kevin, always from day one. And Kate, you too. And Boom, nice to meet you. Right?
Nice to meet you,
Jen, Coffin, Meredith, and obviously Matt from Boundless. You guys have been tremendous this whole time. So, yeah, we listen. We check the comments every once in a while. We shut them off mostly, but yeah, you guys have been tremendous with the objectivity and honesty. We don't always agree with what you're saying, but so it's been the most refreshing, most honest of all the coverage we've seen. So, first off, thank you for that, guys.
Hey, no problem, John.
Thanks, John. And obviously we get things wrong. I'm sure I particularly get things wrong, but you do your best to be honest at least. And that's, you're going to take risks if you're being honest, and
that's never an issue. Honesty is never the issue, right? So
yeah.
You've also been one of the only individuals that will admit they were wrong at some point. I misspoke, or you guys are always about correcting, and the evidence, was changing over time, just like Karen Reed's narrative. And you guys are always on top of it. So just heartfelt thanks for everything you guys have done, and being a voice of reason, and being some of the only folks that have kind of outlined what an innocence fraud campaign is. The fact that we underestimated the fact that so many people would believe a ridiculous, well-funded PR campaign. We that's our mistake. We underestimated it for the first trial, but did what we could after that, and you guys certainly were a great support, so we appreciate you.
So let's talk about that. You guys, at some point, by the end of the first trial, decided you were not going to just sit back and trust the system to take care of this, and you decided to become more actively involved. Talk about that decision process and when you decided that.
Yeah, so it was a definite decision. The first trial, obviously new experience for us, but we fully believed in the process. We knew what the evidence at that time was, and we thought that it was really strong. So there really was no need to be proactive with the truth. The truth would come out. And, we saw, even during the first trial, again, we underestimated the public's ability to sparse out truth from fiction. And by the time we got the hung jury, John and I looked at each other and said, okay, it's time to get into action and the process. We gave it a shot. We're going to fight back. We don't have the funds to get crowds on demand in blue shirts at the court. We got, we got a lot of support and got billboards and did what we could within reason. But, we generally played within the rules that we followed. We have that directive is, we want to keep everything above board. And it was really just John and I sitting down with a couple of other really close friends and figuring out who was willing to effectively put their neck out, because we knew we were putting our neck out. We take, vitriol and harassment. And at the end of the day, speaking for John and I especially, that Johnny would have done it for us, and that's really what it came down to.
Right.
Is he would have put his neck out, and we feel like we might have missed an opportunity during the first trial. Again, we didn't think it was necessary, but we tried to do everything we could post hung jury to try to fight back.
And by the time we spoke up, it was entrenched. Some of these narratives that obviously everybody who's paying attention to the second trial knows. Most of the narratives from the first trial crumbled. 227. The conspiracy's gone. They could have called Proctor. They could have called Higgins. They could have called the Alberts. Anybody. Colin, that poor kid, man. You don't want to. That poor kid has had his life turned upside down. And you look, and these narratives crumble because the truth is what it is. And you watch this trial, and you look at all the support on the other side. You say, you have to ask yourself, is there a chance she did this? We know what happened, but like if you're supporting her in the first trial and you're listening to the media, which overwhelmingly chase clicks and likes and notoriety and the sexy story of conspiracy and cops killing, ridiculous. So you're facing an uphill battle on that. But if you truly are supporting, that movement on the other side, and you got to think after the second trial, if you really listened to the data, you listen to what really happened, you're still saying, "Oh, she's absolutely factually innocent." You're missing a chromosome or something, right? First of all, second of all, like if you paid attention and you think, well, maybe she did it, but they can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a fair sort of way to be if you felt that way. But you're going to wear a pink shirt and hold a sign. I mean, that's not that's putting your thumb on the scale of justice, and it's unfair. And we know look, hey, you've been on this from day one. You've followed, the jurors, the story about them finding the route for the bus route for the jurors. I mean, all this stuff is just if it's fair, then let the process play out, which is what we believed would happen. It still could happen here. We all know we're all facing the reality of what we're up against right now. But this is where we're at. You guys have been on it, and we appreciate it.
Well, I'm still on it, and every day I know Kevin doesn't agree with me on here, but I am staunch in this belief. All of this support is not 100% real. It's not organic. It's not in earnest. And I think the problem that I had last year trying to get people down there, obviously, as you know, and I know, and we all know, the vitriol you receive is overwhelming for some people. But we're not going to play dirty. We're not going to pay actors. We're not going to try to entice people down and tell them they can get on television or get famous. Most of the people that want to support, they don't want to get on television and get famous. It's like a completely different animal here.
I can tell you, fact, John and I did not want to get on camera. We have faces for radio. But the last thing we wanted. But at the end of the day, it was, well, he'll do it for us. And we looked across everything, and trying to change a fooled man's mind is a fool's errand. But to me, with the law tubers, and I understand the value of clicks and the value of viewers, but at the end of the day, there's a famous quote that said, "It's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends his not understanding it." So
where you guys made such a huge difference was actually in that documentary, and I can know from firsthand from talking to them behind the scenes. So the value you guys gave them really enabled them to sell that and get that out before the trial. I don't think they could have done that without you guys' participation in that.
Kev, if you don't mind, I don't know if we try to watch as much as we can. I don't know how much of this you've spoken about, but that was actually, you were the conduit for that documentary to talk to Terry for us. I mean, you and I had spoke a while ago. You and I speak sporadically. I mean, it's not very often, honestly, but way back when you had reached out and said, "Hey, this producer's looking to talk to anybody on the O'Keefe side of this," and that was kind of how that happened. And Brent and I were just trying to navigate the waters. So we didn't know what we were doing, and they were very sweet, very nice. Terry's a wonderful woman, a woman of extreme integrity, and we appreciate all that she did on this. She didn't have to do what she did. She could have just jumped in the same ocean with with this crowd and bathed in the likes and the pink, but she didn't. Her integrity shines through on this without a doubt.
The toughest part for me, because this is all new to us, that you're still beholden to the edit. So like whatever interview I gave, they are the arbiters of what gets aired. And one of the things I pounded on constantly was the harassment of the McCabe's and the Alberts, and how much we made it clear I didn't know any of the McCabe's or the Alberts.
Yeah.
And so when we were being accused of protecting, quote, the real killers, and then getting to know Jen, I mean, I don't know her really well now. I'm friendly with her. And just seeing what they've been through, and that in every interview I did, I talked about how unconscionable their treatment has been. And in everything I've done, that hit the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
But that to me is a primary piece. John and I lost a very close friend. Keith's lost a son, a brother, an uncle. But in addition to that, you look at it and I just feel for the McCabe's and the Alberts sincerely. Right. That this whole circus and this carnival has brought so much evil to their doorstep. And frankly, every interview I did, I hit it hard, and every interview I did, it got cut.
Yep.
Yeah, so I did two lengthy interviews with him, and only about 2 minutes made it past the cutting room floor.
It's crazy, right?
That's okay, because it was not that, my strength was talking about the evidence, and that's not really good drama stuff for a documentary. But I knew that what they really needed was someone to talk about John and what kind of man he was, and that was you guys did such a great job at that. And I knew you were reluctant because you were like, you want us to work with the Karen Reed documentary?
Yeah.
I was like, let me see if I talk to them and we can get a deal where they promise to get it out before the trial, or at least do everything in their power to do that. And that was what made you guys decide to do it. And then, like me, once you worked with Terry and with Katrin, her assistant, and her production manager, you realize they do seem to be people of integrity, and you don't know until the end of the day. It's not like you had a signed contract with them to try to get it out before the trial. But I would call them up every couple.
I haven't signed a single contract.
None of us. No money, no contracts, nothing.
Right.
We just
no.
Here's our basic rule. Here's our basic rule. When we talked about getting involved and starting to do this stuff, we had one rule. If we're going to get involved in any project here, whoever it is on the other side, and it's been quite a few now, they have to allow us to talk about Johnny as a man, as who he was to us. And they have to include that in whatever they're processing, whatever they're making, right? So you want us in, we'll talk about anything you want to talk about, but you've got to devote some time in whatever that project is. Like Phelps is a great one. Same thing. He put a whole episode at the end, and mostly Brendan talked. It was fantastic. But if people listening to this haven't seen that or haven't listened to that, go back to 34 Fairview. Well done. Dr. Wolf from this trial talked about the head injury, the basal scrap, right? He talks about the almost like the whiplash of the brain, right? We Phelps had that. Phelps talks about that. It was clear in the first trial to those who were looking for that information to come out. Now, this trial came out much clearer. It's pretty clear what happened again, but Phelps is on that. But he also devoted part of his documentary, his podcast documentary, to Johnny, and that was our one requirement for anybody we talked to, and for the most part they've honored it. And look, it's going forward. Anybody else that wants to talk to us, it's the same deal. If we want to talk to us, we'll talk. We'll talk about the family. We'll talk about the trial. We'll talk about anything, but most importantly, we're going to talk about Johnny, because when this all dies down and the pink shirts all get they all find something else. They hang a different flag of a different day or whatever. The end of the day, if people go back and look at the stuff, when they see the documentaries and they listen to the podcast or whatever, they're gonna get a little taste of who Johnny was as a person.
Right.
He was hysterical. He was a funny, and it's not coming across because everything's doom and gloom and sadness of the trial. But he was a funny man, and he crack you up every time you talk to him, and just made you feel like a special person when you're around him. And it's missing from all this. And we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep talking to whoever will talk to us as long as that part comes out.
How did you guys feel, and how did the family feel yesterday when those notes came out, when those questions came out to the jury, to the judge?
You want to go first?
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, you're projecting everything, Kevin. So even going through this process, like you're standing there looking at 18 people for 7 weeks trying to project what they're thinking. It's impossible.
Right.
I will say, I'm on record. I nailed Victoria George in the first trial, but
You better be more specific about it.
that she was not on our side.
You clocked her.
I got that, buddy. That was funny.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was correct in my
That's all
assumption.
good, dude.
Sorry, my fault. My fault. Can we go back and edit that, or is this live?
Yeah.
I was correct in my assumption in reading her day after day that she was problematic for us. In this, but you're projecting on them, like you're making guesses. You have no idea. So it's the same type of thing. Yes, you're staring at them. Oh, that guy might be problematic. And did I personally feel like the jury poll went our way? No, I don't. There were 3 I felt pretty good about, 3 I was concerned about. Again, just my own useless projection. But the 3 that I felt good about are alternates, and the 3 that I had concerns about are deliberating, whatever that's worth. But you never know with the questions. Could it be good? Could it be bad? It's just you don't know, so you're projecting. It depends on what your attitude is in the moment. Is there still a glimmer of hope? Is a horrible sign? Or are Yannetti and Alessi doing their bro hugs this morning in the court, like they're celebrating early, Leon Lett style for football fans. It's not over yet.
Wow.
It's not over.
I'll tell you from my perspective yesterday, listening to those questions, I was disheartened, right? Initially, my gut reflex was disheartened. But then you kind of chew on it a little bit. I mean, you obviously dwell on it all overnight. You start thinking. And Kate, I'm kind of where you are on this a little bit. There's something going on in there. I can't say it's like an overt connection to the defense side, but there's something going on there. Somebody knows too much about what happened before, is bringing some baggage or something in there and gumming up the work. So I don't know. I mean, that's all speculation, conjecture, however you want to say it. But we know how we all watch. We watch every second of the trial. We know how it went. This case was put on. There's so much evidence of guilt here. It is unquestionable. It's unquestionable. So for something to be holding up the process, go ahead.
Boomer focused on this the other day at some point. It's proof that we listen every day. But to me, it's whatever we take away, a year from now, 5 years from now, it's the text stream data. Right? We got a 10-second window. That it was not disputed by the defense. They attacked the man, not the data. And that 10-second window, and Tank did a beautiful job in closing, talking about that the fight was over. They had decoupled. He moved the Lexus forward, we know at least 33, 35 feet, and then made the decision to put it in reverse. That is irrefutable evidence of what happened in that 10-second window, and how any rational person can just look at this undisputed data that does not lie and say, I don't think she had him. Yeah. It makes it's nonsensical.
And that's just to bring it back to something a little bit more positive. I would be interested to know, how did you guys feel listening to Hank Brennan's closing? How was that for you?
Yeah, I mean,
so I've said this to other people, but like I have this like weird need to tell someone when they're good at their job, right? Doesn't matter what it is. Postal carrier, waitress, hair, barber. If somebody's really good at their job, and you can think of someone right now in some random job that's just really good at their job. I have never seen a human being better at their job than Hank Brennan is at his job. It was again, we're obviously biased, but I listened to it twice more over the weekend, and legal scholars, I am not. That was a goddamn masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Was the jury I don't know if you guys were in court. How was the jury reacting to that?
We were.
Yeah,
we were there. We were there for the closings. You know what? They really didn't react. They really didn't react at all. Surprisingly,
they didn't really react to Jackson's.
No, neither. They didn't. They weren't. They were pretty stoic during it. Yeah, I would say not on either side. And I listened to Jackson's too. I mean, we all did, and I objectively was like, oh shit, about
Yeah.
2/3 of the way through, I was like, oh shit, this is pretty goddamn good, right? Like you're like, this is. And then he started chasing ghosts, right? Then he started planting. Then all of a sudden we heard about the garage, right? The garage enters the story, right?
Mhm.
Because obviously with the temperature data of the phone, they have to sort of contest with that a little bit. But you know, it's you know, towards the end of Jackson's closing, he started to get a little bit high pitched, a little bit not so much shrill, but tending in that direction and chasing a little bit of ghosts in it. And other than that, I thought he did a really goddamn good job too. Two attorneys at the top of their game, truly. I mean, it was a day to watch really good lawyering. It was, but obviously at the end of the day, for Hank Brennan to walk the jury through the the turbulence in the relationship prior to hit on the moments about with Johnny's niece. Her testimony is very, very important to sort of paint the picture, and then to walk through the evidence step by step, so that jury left that room with the complete story of what actually happened that night, which isn't always, which isn't always done. And he that moment. Listen, I internally high-fived when he took that moment to explain to the jury what the intent portion of murder 2 is, right? So, I mean, Kevin and I talked about this way back in the first trial, right? We were like, murder 2 exists in this trial because of the intent of hitting that gas pedal, right? Like, look, everybody who is honest about what happened understands that's the intent portion of it. And for him to take that moment, and even the boulder analogy was wonderful, like for the jury to kind of understand, it gave that jury permission to look at this person who they reflexively probably don't want to send to jail for life, and understand that this person did this act, and by law they can send her to jail for life. Now, do we know? Look, we don't know if that's going to happen, but at least he gave enough to that jury to make that decision. If they needed to, it would have been justified in doing so. So, thoughts. We can keep talking about that.
So what do you got? I mean, maybe this is I'm not even sure if I should ask this question, but if there is a mistrial again, do you have any indication, or even just you can speak for yourselves from your part? Are you ready to keep the battle going? Do you want to go for a third trial? What's the feelings on that?
I'll speak for myself. We'll talk to the family and see where they're at. If I mean my honest feeling is, if Mrs. O'Keefe wants to do this, we'll do whatever she wants. We'll do whatever Mrs. O'Keefe wants. It's been tough last few years, obviously. It's been really tough. She is a tremendous woman for what she's been handling. A lot of stuff you guys don't even see behind the scenes that she handles. She's a very strong woman. You have to be. Now, this is me speaking, pragmatic about going forward, right? They took a great shot. They put on an incredible case. They boxed out a lot of that nonsense, a lot of conspiracy nonsense, never hit the jury's ears. And Hank did a great job in all the pre-trial stuff and all the motions. He put on a great case. He put on a great closing. That was a great shot. If you don't get it now, I mean, what do you do, right? So that'll be something they'll have to weigh on their own too. But for me, it'll be what the O'Keefe family decides they want to do, and we'll jump in front and lead the way if they want us to. But if it'll be up to them, and we'll do whatever they want.
So I got a question.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. I have a question from someone else, but go ahead.
A lot of people out there are with you on that, though. There's a growing amount of tremendous support for this family from complete strangers, and I think a lot of people would continue to be supportive because this is an injustice, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Thank you, Kate. Kev, what'd you have? What were you gonna ask?
This is a question that came from a close family member of one of the other witnesses. So that's as far as I'll say. But what do you guys think? And I know this is something that me and John Jackson have talked about a lot. He says, but what do you think about Josh Levy, the feds, inserting themselves into this case and helping contribute to the harassment, and not in any way taken accountability for any of that was going on? This was a question coming in over my phone from somebody else related to the case.
Sure. What do we say about this right now, Kevin? Right? What do we say?
Yeah, putting you on the spot. Sorry, it's a good question.
No, it's all right. Look, I'll leave it at this. We would love to expose a lot of what happened here. You know, the reality is, the beginning of this, of trial one, the beginning of this process, whatever happens, we won't get into two, but whatever happens, they were able to use the shield and the sword of the federal government to create a lot of what happened here. So, you know, the parties that started it aren't in place anymore. They could be exposed in other ways, you know, publicly or professionally or whatever. I don't know. We don't know. There's no. I'm not talking out of. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. Right. But it's one of the. You want to talk about corruption? The root of all the corruption in this whole trial was there. That's the real corruption of this. Yep. You can talk about sloppiness of investigations if you want. You can talk about the other side can say whatever they want about whatever they want. It's fine. The reality is the investigation found the right person, found the right culprit. You know, and we're hoping for a good outcome here. But the corruption that existed in this trial happened when David Unetti and the defendant went into that office and got the ball rolling. However they did it, whether they convinced him of some inappropriate relationship between Proctor and Brian Albert, and he took it, you know, a hook, line, and sinker, or he was an active participant, and let's obfuscate the situation. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? That's the $1 million question for us. But regardless, Josh Levy needs to be there needs to be a spotlight put on him for this, and however that happens, it happens. It will just go from there. You know.
How do you feel about that? Go ahead, Kate. Go ahead.
I would hope that the new administration, too, the new leaders over there in that office, for Unetti and the defendant to go in and look at the DOJ employees, FBI, whoever they spoke to, and say, I was framed. It's illegal if you give the wrong middle name to a federal agent, you know? Yes. You know? Yeah. And there is no way that woman can look anybody in the face and say that and not be lying, because she knows what she did. And we know that she's confessed in multiple ways at this point, right? That is an intentional lie with a self-serving purpose behind it. And that's just one of the many crimes that I think that I've identified at this point, me, the expert on things, right? But so, I mean, you know, enough so that I see people like the Rocco is concerned that they're going to get charged with these crimes. They're all federal. So, I mean, the ball's really in their court. They had no problem chasing down this insanity. And that is, I mean, just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What is more corrupt, picking up some blood in a Solo cup or chasing down indictments that never come, you know? Exactly. Past the point where you know they're not going to come at that.
And to parlay off of that, it's like you cast a shadow. I mean, how many times do we hear the feds are coming? You cast a shadow over the whole trial. And then, I mean, everybody who watched it, we all know what ARCA did. You know, you can't have our stuff. We work for the federal government. You know, we all know what happened. So, you know, to use it, like I said, as a sword and a shield is unacceptable. And Kate, we're with you. I mean, you've been up against this before, Kate. You know that that wall, that not impenetrable, but pretty close to it, federal wall. Even the new administration that comes in, they come from within. They're not outside hires.
So they're going to protect each other.
Yeah,
office
they all have the same interest in mind, right?
Yeah,
right.
There were people in that office that are in that office that were very close to Josh Levy, that were part of this, and that are still in that office now at the highest levels. So
exactly,
it's it's very difficult to get to the bottom of it, but that will come with a combination of legal actions and public pressure. I think it's
public pressure, some exposure, of course, and going up against that, it has to be tactical, because there's a chance that you expose it and it fizzles, And you know, we've seen the power of the media on the other side saying, "Oh, it's nothing. This is nothing." And they just don't run with it. They don't talk about it. They don't expose. They don't care. It's just not. It's not helpful to them. So, yeah. Hopefully there's something that comes up with that in the future. But obviously, right now, today, the next few days here, we're just focused on honestly, this has to end at some point, and the O'Keefes need to grieve. God damn it, they need to grieve.
Absolutely, I couldn't imagine. And just one comment on on the federal government. There, I maybe I was naive, but there was a moment I was thinking, you know, someone from the federal government's going to come out and they're going to make a public statement to try to quell all the harassment of the witnesses. They left them hanging with that specter of an investigation, with
the ghost. Yep.
The ghost of it, right? Which, as you pointed to, the defense was just using. They were wielding it, right? They weaponized it and wielded it, and the silence. Like, I get cover your own ass. I understand, but that silence helped the continuation of so much harassment on the family and the witnesses and their kids and everything. It's disgusting. Why one statement couldn't have been made, I don't understand.
That's how it always is. It goes back to like when we were trying to pull that on DeCastro with, you know, the case exists. It went to court. It went through the court, and you go to the DEA and say, I want more information on this. And they're like, whoa, we can't even tell you if that was an investigation.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we know there was. Yeah.
Yeah. They turned over 3,000 pages, north of 3,000 pages, and it said nothing. It said nothing.
Yeah, a couple bad words in it, right?
Right, which should have never been, in my opinion, you know, it should have never been made public like that. What does that have to do with the case, for Christ's sake? Like, if you catch somebody planting evidence, sure, I get that. That's a crime. I understand that. But personal thoughts and feelings outside of your actions and behavior, come on, no, that was reaching.
Yeah,
I don't think that should have ever been public.
But and everybody knows. You saw it with Burgess with Aperture. You know, he had the goods, so you got to attack the man, right? Proctor had the goods. Had the goods. You got to attack the man, right? You gotta destroy his life. Destroy his life because of some some mean text.
Right.
When in hindsight, the only thing Michael Proctor was guilty of is having a great judgment of character.
Fair enough. He wasn't wrong. I mean,
he wasn't.
That's just, that's the issue that, all these people that have rallied behind Karen because they claim to be so against corruption. This is like, you literally could be Proctor or Jen McCabe or any of these. Like, the federal government went into their personal information. You need a warrant. Okay, and delved in there for no reason and pulled up years worth of their personal communications. Everybody owns a smartphone. Not everybody drinks 9 vodkas in the middle of an argument and then makes a terrible impulsive decision like that and then decides not to do anything about it. Not anybody could be Karen Read, but anyone could have their personal information stolen by the federal government for no good reason. And then that's bad enough.
But all the other witnesses in the house too, all the people that the defense team decided to include in a conspiracy theory, they got affidavits and went after almost all of them. So it's a major violation of everybody's rights. And then you have the U.S. Attorney's Office violating sequestration order in the middle of the first trial to feed testimony to the ARCA guys. This serious wrongdoing that went on here,
One would hope, Kevin, that moment there, right? Because now you've got that public. You've got that on testimony, a high-profile trial, and he had to say that's what happened, right? Dr. Rentschler had to admit it on the stand. Yes, we were told. We were kept up to date in the first trial by the federal government. No who's or not when's or what, but we were kept up to date between the voir dire and their testimony. They were kept up to date as to what's happening in violation of that sequestration order. That right there should be enough for Leah Foley to make some decisions, right? To make some internal decisions, or at least maybe sit down with Paul and Mrs. O'Keefe, right? Maybe that would be enough to at least get them in the room to maybe answer a couple questions for them. But you know,
Right.
the emails and the calls that went unanswered and unreturned with Levy, maybe now when this dies down and or when this is over, we'll get to refocus. Right now, everybody's eyes are on the jury. So you know, all this other stuff is important, but yet secondary. And it sounds terrible to say that, but at the moment, it's all secondary.
Yeah, it made a big difference. The existence of that federal investigation could have been one of the final things that made a difference. You were close to getting a verdict last year. You were off by 3 people.
Right.
Without that federal investigation, without the participation of ARCA, could you have got a decision? You know, we don't know. But because of the possibility of that, the feds have, you know, denied justice to the O'Keefe family because of that.
Agreed.
And so, you know, Leah Foley, in one of her first early press conferences, was saying how I stand for the victims. Well, do you, Leah Foley? Have you talked to the O'Keefe family? Reach out to them. You know, tell them what happened. Tell them why your office interfered with a murder trial.
Yeah.
The murder of their son.
There have been multiple attempts by the family and close friends to get that conversation that they deserve, and it has been crickets.
Yeah. So who's she
And
hiding for
honestly,
now?
there's been a massive email campaign because I know I've sent
Yeah.
a ton of communications and communications IC3 reports. It was like, oh, you want crime to investigate in this? Like I could probably point you in the direction of 4. Like what's going on with this woman's money? Where is it all going? What are we actually raising it for? We got attorneys saying they're working for free. 1 million, no, 5 million, 500,000, 200,000. We don't know. And she's in luxury hotels every night eating at freaking Savor. Okay. Like there's something going on financially with this. Why aren't we looking into that? All of these raffles that have been run are illegal. Why aren't we looking into that? You've got witness intimidation. We're sharing grand jury minutes. We're engaging the federal government by lying to them. Because the specifics of how this started, I know that the genesis has to be a lie, and that is a crime. So, I mean, if we're so zealous to dip our hands from the federal government into this state of Massachusetts and interfere with something, there it is on a silver platter. I think you got a lot of crime to look at here.
I absolutely love when Kate goes like that, when she goes out like that. You know what I mean? It's like, doesn't miss a beat. Doesn't miss a beat. Right on the nose.
On target.
Yep. You just, it's all of that and more. And I mean, so for us, I mean, we're a small group, tight group, but it's overwhelming to even chase, a third of that. By the way, you talk about the defense. Really, that's the defense that they put on. That's the defense that they put on for all that money and all that hype and all that. That's the whole defense that they put on. To me, it's mediocre. Will she pull it off? I don't know, but that's the high-powered defense. I can't even. I mean,
all these claims that they've been putting out through their lackeys, such as Nick or Turtle Boy, all the stuff they've claimed about John going in the house and 227, they didn't present any of that to the jury.
No.
No.
I think, I mean, you watched Hank Brennan do some cross-examination, and you understood that if they called some of these people to sort of create that narrative, what was going to happen on the back end, right? A lot of stuff was going to be debunked pretty quickly and with authority if those doors were open. So I think that was a decision they had to make when they realized sitting across from them was somebody who knew what they were going to try to do, right?
Yeah.
So bringing up 227 in the closing after not calling Richard Green,
unbelievable.
The definition of hypocrisy.
Well, the guy's a barely educated petty criminal with an office above McNasty's. Okay, like that's like there was and I know that Hank wasn't going to even touch any of this. It came out in open court. They were worried about it because it got out. And he was like, I wasn't even going to do it. No big deal. But like, I mean, just his lack of education, his incompetence. Like he's somebody who I think somebody had said at one point, he's probably the guy that just helps you put trackers on your spouse's phone when you're paranoid. Like that's probably the extent of his expertise, really. And I think also, anyone who's paying attention here, they're running this defense like the mob. They are literally shaking people down, trying to get them to lie, change their story, anything Karen feels like is a little bit advantageous, and like I don't understand how anybody can look at that and with any sort of credibility behind it. Like, I mean, they are clearly the bad guys. They are clearly the bad guys.
And then if you got to think about it, right? So that 227 was the genesis of that entire innocence fraud campaign to begin with. Like way back when, that's what caught everybody's eyes. Like, wait, who did what when? That was the genesis of it. And that's what made everybody, and admittedly myself in the first trial, I was like, wait, what are we talking about here? You know, like let's make sure this isn't a real thing. You know, you actually had to question it. You had to question it. But like everything else they do under scrutiny, it definitely fell apart. But it took years to debunk or to not debunk. I mean, everybody who was listening knew pretty quickly, right. But it took years for it. And even still, you still see people out there 227 too. It's like you haven't listened to a goddamn thing. And scrape the bottom of the barrel to create that narrative.
And the people out there that still believe in that, why don't they ask themselves the common sense question that if there was any truth to it, why couldn't the defense find some other forensic data expert that doesn't have a shadowy background like Rich Green? Just get a normal forensic data guy to come in and testify for him that this is true. This is what happened. They couldn't. Right. So I mean, but they don't ask those kind of questions to themselves.
Oh no, wasn't there supposedly some FBI expert that was going to come in and do that? Remember that guy?
Yeah, right. Yannetti had claimed during a hearing that the Quantico team at the FBI determined the 227 happened, but they distort things, just like the non-human hair and the gap in the library surveillance video. I'm sure what happened was the FBI ran the extraction through the same version of Celebrite that Richard Green did, and not surprisingly, it's going to produce the same result. It would if any one of us ran through it. That's not the same as saying that an FBI expert looked at the data in a broad view the way Ian Whiffen did or Jessica Hyde and came to the same conclusions. That's a distortion, and that's why they couldn't find anybody from the FBI or anywhere else to come in to say that this really was that those conclusions were real.
They didn't want to grab that woman from Vanity Fair that was like, oh yeah,
right.
It totally happened. I swear. I promise it happened.
Then Tuesday Gazette reached out to that guy, and he was like, "Oh, I guess I wasn't given all the information. He was only given Richard Green, and that's another red flag about Green. He never wrote a report, just an affidavit."
But then he testified.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, the him and Dr. Marie Russell, they're like living memes. You'd almost feel bad for them, except they literally asked for it. But they are just. I mean, the sound bites that you get, it's not serious. They're not serious people with serious opinions. It's just crackpot stuff. Like, I don't really understand. I never fell for this. From the moment that I was first told what was going on, I remember reading the blog like quickly as much as I could because his website is full of like computer aids. But going like, all right, I guess he just destroyed his blog because this is completely implausible nonsense. I wish that I could understand more how people fell into it. And there's just like red flags all over the place. As soon as you see something like this and the family of the victim isn't on board, like you really have to step back and go, whoa, because nobody wants justice more than them, right? So if they're not the ones banging the drums that something else is going on here, that's already.
Oh no, they've been duped by the Canton Mafia.
Oh my god!
Right? They've been duped by the Canton or whatever they're calling them. You know what I mean? They think there's a bunch of knuckle draggers in this room who just who can't think for themselves. It's just quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite.
Who believes this? Like honestly, I know it's a debate on this channel a lot, but like I mean, I know you guys didn't know her well, but you met her, right? Like, do you think is this indicative of her personality? Does she believe what she's selling, or is she just a pathological liar?
I don't give a shit, but you can answer that, Brian. I also don't give a shit.
I mean, the problem I had was that I genuinely liked her, and in hindsight, I don't really feel like I get fooled that often. In hindsight, I mean, I think armchair psychologist. You can look back and say she had classic signs of a sociopath. She asked a lot of questions. And had me fooled. If I'm being honest with myself. And then, you never really know what happens behind closed doors. Johnny wasn't much to, complain about girlfriends or get deep into that. It wasn't something that he was really that open about. But at the end of the day, looking back, I'm kind of mad at myself that I didn't see it.
I hear that a lot from friends, and I think that's guilt you got to absolve yourself from immediately because you just don't know. I always gravitated to those types of relationships. They wouldn't start if there were signs right off the rip, right? Because like if somebody
That's true.
immediately was stark raving, I would like to take control of your life, you wouldn't want to talk to them. So that's usually not how it happens. It's like the more comfortable the other person gets, the more that you see. And obviously you've got two separate, there's who you are in person and who you are when you're at home. But you just don't know. And again, like, it's not like, I think that we all understand that there's just her crime is one of just criminal recklessness, right? So it's not like you had a friend who was in mortal danger every day and failed to see that. That's not the case.
Right.
It's just, you never know with these people. And obviously he didn't know until, you turn around one day and you're like, wow, I'm having a really hard time extrapolating myself from the situation, right? Like, and then not everybody wants to talk about that. I never did. Like,
Yeah. So here's a little insight. He'd appreciate it. John, he would appreciate it. But sort of that type of personality and look was kind of his wheelhouse. So there wouldn't be any red flags to us. It would just be another sort of, here we go. Here we go again, to say it nicely, right?
Oh man, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
He had some wild times,
Did I just see that the parties?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Did I just see that the party? Christina Rex is reporting that the parties have been asked to return to court.
We're hanging out in the parking lot with the cars, so we can tell you nobody has left here yet.
Okay, all right. Just somebody has said that's what Christina Rex is.
Go ahead.
Reported, so
yes, Brennan's going to go
to. So
if they're going, Brennan's going to go to court.
Yeah. Okay.
He's all dressed up. I'm not today. So I'll tell you very quickly,
in, guys. I just figured that was important. So
listen, we appreciate it because we're not looking at anything else right now. I'm just talking to you guys. So I'll tell you. You talked about her and how Brennan seemed like he was fooled, and it's the nature of that kind of person to sort of want to control. So they'll take something and they'll hide it for a little bit. But you look at the control of it's. Boone was talking about this earlier. It's like, you look at the pink shirts and the hand signals and the secret codes and all the phrases and all the stuff that just makes everybody feel like they're part of something bigger. This it's almost like the socialist control of like, oh, look, you're part of the team. You're part of the thing. This is our thing. You're not them. You're not them. Oh, he's got his coat.
Yeah, the court. Ted Daniels is reporting that the court clerk told reporters he's been told
going in. All right. Hang on one second, guys. You head over, right? Hang on one second, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. No.
Hey, Kevin, just real quick before I go, I just want to wish you the best with your treatment, man. We appreciate everything you've done, and you've got our support. So thank you for everything, man, and good luck.
Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it, and good luck with whatever happens today.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead over. I'll check with you after, okay? Just let me know. All right, guys. So Brennan's heading over, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna head back in with the rest of the family and friends in here, and I will check back in after if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. You got the link. It'll work anytime.
All right, Kate's worked better, Kev. So I'm just saying.
Oh, you said the same link.
It's the same link, guys. Come on.
Just saying. It worked better. That's all. All right, guys. We'll talk soon. All right. Thank you. Thank you for listening. All right. Thank you for everybody who tuned in too. You guys are the best. Talk soon.
I'm just
okay. So this could be a moment of truth. We'll see. I guess.
Might be. Yeah. If you want to do the old rearrangement of the PFPs there.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Sorry.
Might as well. I'm not on cam, so yeah.
Wow, that hits different to be on the line with them when they gotta go in and.
Yeah, it does. But I will say this: those dudes are very likable, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that they're buddies.
John is not a practicing lawyer, but he did graduate from law school. I forget if he passed the bar or not. And Brennan, I don't know what he does for work, but everybody's seen him on the documentary. He's very intelligent, very articulate guy.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like Vinnie Politan is a reporter for The Onion now, because he's like interviewing people with dog masks. Like, he has lost all credibility during this case, and I hope it goes well for him.
Yeah, The Onion. Yeah, it's a good take, Pat. I agree. Yeah, very much so.
It's like
Billy Politan here for The Onion, no doubt.
So I guess if she's calling them back in, that we don't know if they sent a note. We don't know why. We don't know if they told someone that they have a verdict or anything, right? Would they announce that? Don't we normally know that there was a note and that's why they're being called back?
We did the other day, so I'm just assuming that they would be alerted, but I don't know. That's my assumption.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Brendan knew there, but he was probably not allowed to say so.
But they typically also will say the verdict is in and announce it that way, so it doesn't seem like it's a verdict either. From what I
They
can,
could be at an impasse.
Maybe.
What a nightmare. The jury did report last year they were at an impasse via a note. I think there were a few times when we just heard that they were called back in, and we didn't know until they started talking. Maybe they're kicking a juror off. Oh, that was my prediction yesterday.
That's not my actual prediction, but my prediction is it's a question or issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'd be able to keep it under wraps if there was a verdict. I think the whole place would explode. So,
I mean, a lot of high profile cases, you lose at least one or two jurors typically.
Mm-hmm.
It's an odd time to lose it though, during deliberations.
No, because if one of them starts acting crazy, you can bet that the ones that are getting sick of it are at some point going to be like, yeah, this person's talking about stuff we didn't hear in trial. They're being crazy. Like, help.
But how many times does that happen though, right? That's not common at this point.
During deliberation, sure. What was the case?
That's when they find out.
Scott Peterson lost, right? Because the rest of the time they're not talking about the case, right? Like you might get somebody who breaks that rule gets turned in. You're probably less likely to turn somebody in for that than if they're actually messing with deliberations. I think Scott Peterson's case lost like 2 or 3 during deliberations. Am I right?
Yeah, that was a crazy case.
So they start to see the real nut bars show their true colors, like the deeper into the deliberation. Okay. I figured you'd suss him out almost day one. But, yeah.
Well, it also could be the verdict. So it's...
could be.
We'll see.
I do want this to be over, but like, I don't know.
God, yeah. Dude, yeah.
And if it's guilty on OUI, the biggest suspect thing is that the defense added that OUI charge to the charging slip or to the verdict slip. And then the jury comes back with that exact question of exactly what the defense planned on is, can we acquit on everything except for the OUI? So then there's nothing to retry. And that's exactly what the defense wanted. And that's exactly the first question that came through. I just think that's highly suspect.
Right.
Should I put the volume on for a moment to see what Vinny's reporting, if he's heard anything? Let's just give it a second.
We are going to slip in a break, but you are not going to miss anything, folks.
Wrong time. It went to the break.
That's the lady that I think should replace Vinnie Politan.
Take his place. Yeah.
I don't even know her name, but I'm a fan of her because she's at least like
Dude.
really like, you know. And again, she doesn't swing full prosecution when she takes over, but she's just much more objective. Like you can just tell that's like actually covering both sides.
I think a coat rack could replace Vinnie Politan. I'd be happy. But,
We're gonna get in
yeah.
trouble. Kevin doesn't agree with us on any of this.
Oh, it's all right. I'm
Well, let me-
definitely
let me
not
speak for
speaking
myself, you
Kevin.
know.
Yeah. I'm not speaking for Kevin
I
or
think one
anybody
thing the
but
history
myself.
has shown is that I'm not afraid to speak for myself. So
No, I know. I just
Absolutely,
wanted to
yeah.
reiterate, just in case anyone's listening, that he does not. I know you do not endorse or condone our opinions.
No.
On Politan. They are entirely our own and not reflective of the channel owner.
That's right.
you know, I debated in my mind, but I think there's, you know, the thing is there are no major TV networks or anything that are trying to get both sides out. And, you know, even, you know, I like Julie Grant's show to a point. I like Julie Grant. She has brilliant opening monologues and stuff, but she's got everybody from one side. So I do think there is a value to getting opinion from both sides on the same show, just generally, you know. It's not perfect. It's there does seem to be an effort to try to favor one side a little bit. I don't think it's because of his belief or something like that. I think it's because there's an effort to try to get views, to tap into the numbers. But I do think he's a professional at what he's doing in terms of, you know, being an entertainer on the show like that. And he probably owns a significant stock in the company. And because he was their connection to the old Court TV, which was different ownership, it got sold off to another, and it became a different channel that's still on your dial. It's called True TV. And then somebody wanted to resurrect Court TV. And it seems like I don't know the inside story, but it seems like wisely they brought back Vinny because he's a connection to the old one. And, you know, they probably gave him a pretty good stock option. So as we all wait in silence, guys, it looks like the parties have been summoned back to court.
Yep.
And we just had on John Jackson and Brendan Kane, who are close friends of the O'Keefes, close friends of John's. Brendan had been friends with John since like the first grade. Yeah. John Jackson had become friends with, he had met John O'Keefe on the first day of college, and they became best friends quickly after that. So both of them had been with the family during court during the first trial. But when the first trial ended and they had trusted the system, the family had kept quiet. And when they didn't get the result, they decided immediately they were going to step in. And that's when I first began talking to John. And, you know, these are smart guys and they're good guys. And when you talk to them, it definitely comes across. It's just how much they actually really cared for their friend, John O'Keefe. And, you know, they just always telling you stories about, you know, funny stories. They're trying to remember the John that they want to remember, the entertaining, funny John, and the friend John that was always there whenever they needed him or any other friend needed him. And they'll just talk about that. That's all they'll talk about. They're not talking about the case, but they know the case. They know all the evidence in the case as well as we do. And but, you know, their main purpose is to try to keep the memory of John alive. And that comes through very effectively whenever they do a documentary or a podcast. So
yeah,
they were with us.
You can learn a lot about somebody through their friends, especially their closest friends. And it's everything I've heard of about John since the beginning of this. It's all been incredibly positive, and I know they did make mention that you know, John was a really funny guy, and not a lot of people know that. Right. I've seen moments of it. I've heard of John being a funny guy, you know, and that he'd make everybody around him feel cool. Like what we would say is that makes you feel like you're 10 feet tall, you know, that kind of guy. So it was
cool. Chris says Kevin kills me with that integrity shit, and he says he lets Vinny and Nick slide every night. So you may not understand certain things, cool, but I'm a guest on their show. I have 3 segments to respond in about a minute, sometimes less in each segment. That's it. I can't break in and start debunking everything that Nick says. I'm lucky if I get a chance to debunk any of it. So I guess you don't really understand, Cool Chris, how TV works. But good luck to you.
Yeah, it's not a free for all. That's for sure. That is for sure. But yeah, they those guys were awesome. It was very cool to hear from them.
Yeah, and I agree that the Phelps podcast is probably the best presentation of this so far. Just because it did cover all of the harassment and showed these freaks for what they are. And I think a lot of media avoids that completely and tries to act like they're just normal people dressed in pink cheering on a murderer.
Yep. Yeah, Phelps's coverage of it was in depth, man. He didn't leave much left. He turned over every rock.
I actually like the voicemail that was left for him by that crazy lady that was like, "You lie about everything. You said Jen McCabe was good looking." Like craziest people. Like these people are just so deranged, and it's like,
is Karen returning to court?
Never experienced anything quite like this, where you have hundreds of people supporting someone, waiting for them. They arrive, and there's a deafening silence in the streets of Dedham. That's exactly what we're experiencing right now as Alan Jackson, Karen Reed make their way into the courthouse, soon into the courtroom up on the second floor. And we'll soon find out what is about to happen. And of course, on the top of everyone's mind at this moment, is this the big decision? Is this the time when a jury will finally speak and finally answer the question, did Karen Reed murder John O'Keefe? So the quiet has actually continued now outside. I think people are feeling a sense of the moment.
Okay, so just figured I'd go in for a second while they were going in.
No, we just have to really gas her up.
Yeah.
I like how she's wearing blue.
Did you like the affect Vinny was putting on there, Kate? Did you like that?
I didn't even know that was him.
Yeah, right? Yeah,
I thought it was somebody else. I was like, oh, this is his narrator voice.
It's a hush. Rolls over the crowd, clutching our pearls. Oh, yeah, God.
The clouds, they separate. And
right,
Jesus comes down and a ray of light lightly touches Karen Reed's head. And it's like,
right.
Strength be with you, my child.
Yeah.
He's like hoping that every trial is going to turn into a carnival like this so that he can become big and famous. And it's like, it's so gross.
Yeah, that affect was terrible. A golf announcer? Yeah, creepy ass golf announcer. Jesus, that was weird.
Ugh.
I think Springer was more likable than Vinny. That's just my take.
Jerry Springer?
Yeah, I've seen comparisons that Vinny is the Springer of Court TV, which I get. I get the comparison.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying. I think Springer was a little more likable, in my opinion. He's a funnier guy.
It is similar though, where he like brings in and starts all this drama, and then he's like, "Take care of yourself and each other."
And each other. Yeah, after all that bullshit. Yeah. No, I get the comparison. I do. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. After all that. Now I'm going to appear as if I care about humanity.
The crowd outside is so inappropriate. It really is. It really is. I just can't even imagine being in the O'Keefe shoes. And
oh, dude,
you know, it's awful. Like, I don't think I'd be able to control myself. I'd be like, I don't know. It would be pretty tough.
Yeah.
I've observed that these people, just in general, anyone that I have met who knew and loved John O'Keefe, tend to be like the most rational, composed, level-headed people, strong. You know, he really like.
Right.
It's strange because none of us ever knew this guy, but you start to get to know bits and pieces of him through the people that he impacted, that, you know, was around, and you know, it just really speaks highly of the guy's character. But I think that, like, if anybody can handle this, it's them, although I'm sure it's not easy. I think I mean, I would be I am a stark raving lunatic over this. I'll go up and just scream at people. Like, I don't have that kind of composure, so it's admirable. It just makes the whole thing that much more unfair.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. That's what puts more sting into it. Because I got involved on my end before meeting anybody, right? And I haven't met everybody, but before meeting anybody. And then after meeting a few people, it's like, God damn it, it's worse because they're so nice. Like, and you know, of course I'm biased, and there's going to be a lot of folks who go, of course you're going to say that, but I mean it, man. You meet some of these people, and they're so nice. They are wonderful people, and it makes it that much worse that they're being put through this, you know. But yeah, it's no surprise his friends are cool like that, and his family's amazing. It all makes sense. It really does.
So Maui is saying there's no note from the jury.
Okay.
Which, that's interesting. I feel like if it was a verdict, though, like Court TV puts on like the verdict is coming, like,
right.
You know, they would know.
Yeah.
So it's probably a juror problem. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but
can we solve it with a taser? A good tasing.
I mean, I can't even imagine being in that juror room. I've been in that Free Karen Reed chat room a few times, and I lose my shit every time.
Right.
Because it's like you're talking to a wall. They don't accept facts. They jump from thing to thing.
They drool.
Christina Rex is reporting that all the parties now in the courtroom, as well as families, that's as of 2:22, so a minute ago, we still have not been told why everyone has been called back.
A verdict at 2:27, maybe.
That would be
Imagine.
insane. That would be insane.
A black envelope.
Yeah.
Someone's saying that in chat. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Is that the verdict envelope?
Millhouse saw a black envelope.
Oh my God. If it's like guilty of OUI, I'm going to have a heart attack.
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, no.
I think that's worse than anything.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And it's exactly what the defense wanted.
It is absolutely.
And I think that Hank should have fought that. I mean, I don't know why because the defense never asked for new charges to be put on the slip. Like, Hank should have been like, why are we putting that on there? And I don't know if he really fought it. I didn't watch that day, so I don't really know. But it seems like that was the plan, and it might have worked.
Yeah, Linda Hayes, I agree.
So I'm hearing there is a verdict. There is a verdict.
Oh, shit.
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal.
The judge has the verdict up at the desk, up at the bench.
Part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
Is there no volume on this? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Let me get you the volume. Wait 1 second.
They didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them
to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
What's that?
No verdict.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no verdict. So I think I didn't have the volume up on that. So there's no verdict.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
What is going on?
What was in the sealed envelope then?
I don't know.
Because she said, I thought she said there was a verdict recorded in the sealed envelope.
Well, your mic is.
Oh yeah, Matt, your mic is breaking up.
Let me rewind that so we can hear it.
The seated court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you. Can we get that envelope and hold it up to the light? Hold it up to a light bulb?
That Judge Cannoni is informed of this.
Sorry.
There's another knock.
Take the volume off again.
Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So it sounds like they had one and then they changed their mind and said, actually, no, don't.
That's right. We have a verdict, and they said, nah, and then they were asked to put that original verdict into an envelope to seal it as evidence in this trial. That's why it's So is it a verdict? Yes. Is it the verdict? No.
This is indication that someone in there is feeling pressured one way or the other.
Right. To me, that I bet when they open that, it's going to be guilty.
We'll see.
And like someone was like, no.
Or it could go the opposite way. Just to be fair, we don't know.
So what did they turn in if they don't have a verdict? What did they turn in? I don't really. It is confusing.
I think they filled out the slip and said take it back. And she said because it wasn't an open court, it's not officially a verdict, but it's
a verdict
now in this
but
trial.
It's not a right. It's not a final verdict. Because
so they took a vote around the table but somebody has backed out of it. Is that what you're saying?
Sounds like it. Like they marked the slip and everything and gave it to the court officer.
That's amazing.
Lazy.
That's
Susan,
crazy.
yes. because nothing can be normal in this trial.
That's
No,
an
nothing
appeal.
can. Nothing
That's
can.
an appeal.
Yeah.
You know, if it was not guilty and then it comes back guilty, that's an appeal. They're gonna
And
be like,
that's
well,
why, and that does make sense
Oh
what you
my
guys just
God.
explained, because that's why Judge Canoni would say there is no verdict until it's read in open court. That makes sense.
Right.
Of that, so. Wow.
Only in this trial, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
What is life?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna leave everybody kind of speechless.
Uh-huh.
is she gonna open both? Like, are we gonna hear the verdicts and then see what
Yeah.
the other one is?
we'll get one verdict. That's it. You get
Yeah.
one.
Okay,
I wanna
guys,
know
which
what's in
one
that
did you
goddamn
actually
thing.
mean? Yeah, for real, not for fake. Which one is the one reading? Like, what the hell? Oh, what?
You know, so, and I don't think this is biased reading into this, because I think we can look at the way the vote was last time and imagine it that the person who changed their mind or was having second thoughts or was the holdout was a free Karen Reed person, or an acquittal vote. Let's put it that way. Maybe I should say it more fairly.
And I think it's important to note that fake verdict came in at 227.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was also a fake verdict, just like there was a fake search at 227.
Yeah.
What? Okay. And God.
I don't
All right,
even
guys,
know.
let's
what
all
to
go to
like
McNasty's. My
assume.
treat.
Yeah.
I-
I'm just gonna go running down my
That's
street,
somewhere.
screaming upward into the sky for no reason for about another 20 minutes until I feel better.
And the judge thinks that it's coming, like thinks that they're closed, because she's like, everyone sit tight. Because they
Jackie Blue, yes, me too.
And I'm sorry about the mistake. So I turned on the TV, which is about 45 seconds ahead of this, and I put on NECN, which is NBC4, and I must have missed the first couple of seconds, and all I got was her saying
Right.
the verdict, and that she's putting the verdict into the slip. That's what I heard. And then then when it came on the air, I had the volume down because we didn't want the volume up when Court TV had video
Right.
on or whatever. So we heard kind of the same thing all over again. So until I rewound it, we didn't get to hear it. So sorry, guys.
I just can't imagine that it would have been a not guilty verdict. I just can't imagine that. I mean, you'd have to have all of them agree. I don't see that.
Yeah.
They had a verdict. And if they're squabbling here, again, I'm just assuming, but they're squabbling, right? We know they're squabbling. It's more likely that it would have been just the OUI yesterday or this morning. That hasn't happened. So
we're all just reading the tea leaves. We don't know. I guess on the upside of it, no matter what, this indicates that we're close to some closure, at least of this chapter. Whether it's going to be what everybody wants or not, somebody's walking away disappointed. But I tend to think that there's probably, clearly at least one free Karen Reed person on there, judging from the questions. I think it's fair to say they had a little bit more to deliberate than just a simple OUI. Although, I don't know. You're going to have people argue over what's for dinners.
Yeah.
It sounds like they got pretty close to convincing that person to go along, and that person had cold feet at the last second. But this sounds like they got pretty close, So that's hopeful.
Unless this was like a plan by the defense to say, agree with them, let them send it, and then just say, no, because it is their MO to manipulate this shit, to have a story, to have drama, to have conspiracy. So, we'll see.
All right, I am going to make coffee. We're gonna have to sit here and wait this out. So I am going to make coffee.
I'm definitely making another one too. Yeah,
I got to take a phone call, but I'll be around.
God damn. Oh, look at that. Dr. Russell's limo. I just pooped in my limo seat. I'm so nervous. Oh, man. I'm not in a limo, but I feel you. I'm going to start drinking.
Karen's probably so pissed. Karen saying, this is the weakest jury I've ever seen.
Right.
Like,
They're
they
a
can't
week
even.
for.
This is why 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty shouldn't be deciding what I do.
They probably get their clothes from Costco. Such an elitist shithead.
But they should just start eating small pizzas so they can give me the change.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do both your kids have to go to college? They really want to be free.
I think it's hilarious how, like, her color's pink and she's never worn pink.
Oh, she even said, then she's like, it's not my favorite color. But, yeah.
She's like, those trash people can wear it, but like, I would never put that on my body.
Oh, evicted fucking neighbor. Karen is in the jury room showing them her fake butthole. That that could be happening. Evicted. You never know. Dr. Russell's limo. I'm buying an expensive bottle of champagne if she's found guilty today. Beep. Yeah, I don't really drink anymore, but this is making me reconsider it. I will ruthlessly get baked. I've been known to do that from time to time. Sugary. So I'm a smoking fatty. Yeah, yeah. I got one of those little vaporizers for the dry herbs. I'm still not used to that, though. I'm not used to my weed running out of batteries. That's so weird, man. It's very futuristic. Have a White Claw? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm a White Claw kind of dude.
I just like want her to be found guilty so bad so that I can see these pink elephants like herd together and charge into the courthouse.
Oh shit. You think, yeah, right? It's our time now. The cracking of tasers, and you can imagine that. That'd be so nice. I'm all getting
some
laid
elephant nets. They'll have to call the zoo to come down and help them.
Oh my god. Yeah, the pole with the little loop on it that they catch alligators with and shit. Oh, this one's flipping on us. It's spiraling. It's in a death spiral. Get the club. Bobby Heat says, what's going on? Sincerely. Fuck, let me check my English here. Sincerely, Massachusetts native currently working. I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. Weirdness. A lot of weirdness going on. We had a stoke and choke. That's what we used to call it.
Tense moment. This trial is the craziest.
That's a clear stoke and choke if I ever saw it. You're all stoked, and nope. You get the rug pulled out.
I can't tell if Matt's trying to talk and we can't hear him, or
me.
Oh no, never mind. Sorry. I thought.
Oh, your video's like your audio's good, but your video's lagging.
Oh, it's delayed.
Yeah. Okay. I thought for a minute I was like,
No.
never mind. I guess I'm just.
It's just doing a really good impersonation of an animatronic.
My anxiety is creeped up into my skull, and I'm now.
I know.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it is what it is. I hate the.
It is, but it's also insane that just happened. Like, I know what you're saying,
all of this
and I
is
agree.
insane. It's surreal. It's absolutely surreal. And all I can keep thinking about is like. You've got this group of people who really love this guy, right? Just like, I mean, what the hell? His mother is older, you know, like, and this constant up and down. And I'm not trying to like, whatever. The system is what it is. It's just like, this could have gone so differently. I just.
Now they're saying there is a verdict. Christina Rex is reporting.
They got one.
Okay.
Here we go.
I haven't even got up to make my coffee because I'm too scared.
You're too scared?
I'm too scared. Yeah.
Laughing. This is a somber moment.
I know, but I think even the people that are feeling this, they understand. Like, you know, If we don't even steal a laugh here and there, man, the pressure's just gonna hurt more. Like I'm not laughing at the situation. Don't get me wrong, for real. But wow, this is
Listen,
nuts.
guys, no matter what happens, we got about 14,000 people across all platforms watching right now, which is crazy. And gives me hope for the future. But anyway, like no matter what happens, please, like we're gonna leave the jury alone, okay? We're gonna leave the jury alone.
Of course, yeah.
This
No,
is
I
not
don't
free
advocate.
Karen Reed.
No, it's not.
Well, I want to hear from them.
Yeah,
If they choose
we
to,
ain't going after
if they
them.
choose to, yeah. No, nobody
Yeah.
needs to know who they are. Nobody
no.
needs to be angry at them, or if it goes your way, weirdly obsessed with like patting them on the back or whatever. They're doing their civic duty.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree.
How come Court TV is not telling us as a verdict, but everyone else is?
Maybe they don't like the verdict. Maybe they know what it is. Maybe it's a conspiracy, Matt. You think of that? Ah.
Maybe they're trying to switch the envelopes.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, remember that like guy that opened the wrong envelope or read the wrong name for like some award, and it was like,
yes,
they had to
I
like take
do.
it back.
Yeah, I can't.
That
remember
could
what it was either,
happen.
but I remember it. Oh my god, the one that's supposed to be the old verdict gets. Oh
Right.
wow, dude.
And
Now
Canoni's
you
like,
put
oh,
that
wait,
out
which one is
there.
which?
I didn't know you were so much of an agent of chaos, Matt. I had no idea. Put that brain worm out there, everybody's gonna flip shit. Oh my god, dude.
I want to see both. Like, I want to see both.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see what that
Just
first one
to-
had in it too, just
yeah,
to know.
just to know.
Yeah.
Is this the feed that it would be on, right? Yeah.
I think so.
This is it.
And it's current, right? It's not 40 seconds back. I know there's a delay, but we were watching the video and we stopped. We eked it back up.
Kevin's gone.
Oh my god.
I guess usually if I put the feet up, then he just comes and takes it down.
This is the most relaxed and comfortable I've ever been in my entire life.
Uh-oh.
We have
the
Dan. Kevin, come back. Oh my gosh.
Kevin the fan.
Kevin the
fan's on. Kevin, get back here. The fan.
Can you guys reach the volume?
I can't do anything about it.
I can't do anything. Yeah.
Except for this.
I can panic. You want to hear me panic? I'll
no,
panic.
we don't need to do that. No,
okay, all right. I won't panic.
The opposite of
it's
what
not
we
helpful. I won't do it.
All right, I got my stream up now. There is no volume right now.
Do we have Karen Cam?
Listen, I have not set up Karen Cam. Oh man, I can't.
The bane of your existence, right? The Karen Cam.
It is. I'm not in the emotional state to do that right now.
Right. Yeah.
I want to see her pass out.
The fans back, Kevin.
Yeah. We're trying to call you like you were our dad.
The verdict is in.
Yeah, the fans on.
It's in.
Oh man. So this is chill, right, guys? All right. Okay.
Lawn crime is ahead, apparently. Okay.
I mean, at least.
So I'm sure you guys are reporting this, but I'm hearing that the verdict is in. You guys hearing the same
yeah,
thing?
We're all
hearing this from
that. Yeah.
Yep.
From multiple sources.
21
Okay.
hours.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
This is no biggie. It's all good.
I'm so ready to be done with this hag.
Yeah, that's the silver lining, no matter what. Is like
That's true.
Maybe.
No, you're right.
Maybe if it's not guilty, she's gonna run every talk show.
Yeah.
She's gonna be on the front of Vanity Fair.
But you know what though? The truth is catching. It's like nipping at her heels, man. Like if she dodges this, she's not going to dodge all consequence. That's the deal, right? It's not. You can't make your celebrity off of this and have it go well for you. I'm sorry, but I don't see it panning out. Temporarily, maybe. For long? No. Should be People's Person of the Year. Well, wasn't Hitler Time Magazine's Guy of the Year once? Don't.
That gives it
Headlines won't
credibility,
matter.
right? So now we're seeing they've already blocked off one lane. They're going to do their best to block off this other lane as they get the rest of these cars from three blocks back through the intersection. But they are being very cautious this time around. They do not want cars going back and forth through this intersection when the verdict is read. They just want to keep things very safe, obviously, trying to keep as few people in this very busy area as possible. So just to give you some perspective of what you're seeing here.
So I switched over to NECN so there won't be any delay. We'll hear at the same time everybody else.
Just the ones doing traffic enforcement.
Good idea,
right now.
Kevin.
Then you have police officers from several departments across the area, all over Norfolk County. In fact, they are helping with crowd control, and then you have the state police here as well, and they are ultimately keeping that buffer zone, or was the buffer zone, safe. They're trying to basically keep everybody behind these barricades and just keep things safe as the energy in this crowd ramps up, which I would imagine it will continue to ramp up as we get closer and closer to a verdict. We heard 10 to 20 minutes, and that was about 5 minutes ago, you guys. So it's going to be a little while, but you can certainly see that they're really starting to get things in place now that word has come down that there is a verdict. You can see them allowing, okay, here you go. Now if you see what's happening right here on your screen, on the right side of your screen, those are the barricades that they're essentially allowing some of the barricades to move forward, but it looks like they're not. It looks like folks are trying to push them a little further than they wanted to let those folks go. So you can see those people kind of being pushed back a bit. And I think, for the most part, it should be mentioned that this is a far cry from what we saw last year, right? I mean, the crowds were very loud. There was a lot happening. They're trying to keep control of this situation, and it looks like they're doing a very good job, given the amount of law enforcement they have out here, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot to coordinate outside the courthouse, clearly, Melanie Mendez for us outside the courthouse. Let's go to NBC 10's John Maroney, who is also outside the courthouse, who can give us a slightly different vantage point of what's happening on the ground there in Dedham. John?
You're right. We're right out in front of the courthouse where they're trying to get it set up so the folks on the other side of the street, they've been here throughout the course of the trial, on the other side of the street, they're going to move these barricades into the center of the street, and then they'll allow the crowd to come up to that point. They've also started to put a line of cars in as well, police cruisers to sort of serve as blockades, and this will be in here and in place when the verdict is read. The folks, as I said, they have been outside here for a couple of days now, and they've been in that location. They've been sort of built up and standing there. They will be able to get a little closer when the verdict does come down, but at this point in time, they're still keeping them back as they get this all set up. You want to take a look down the street a little bit here. You can see some of the media that has lined up. It goes down the street, and also to the right there, you can see the SUVs. Those are the SUVs that Karen Reed and her team come in to the courthouse and leave at this park there. Of course, they arrived here about an hour ago now, 45 minutes ago, with the whole thing inside taking place. The judge asked them to stay in place in the event that there was a verdict, and of course, there has been.
I'm sure none of this affects the jury at all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not in the slightest.
As you can see, folks are starting to move up to the barricades now and line up.
This is over a freaking hit and run, too. Like, this is absurd.
That's so stupid.
It's the power of manufactured outrage.
What's happened to our society, though?
I think that people just have nothing in their lives anymore. Or it's like social media is just taking over their brain.
It's the zombie apocalypse. It happened and we didn't know it.
The chasing that used to go on with Karen Reed doesn't really happen anymore.
Not quite like Romero predicted, but looks similar.
So it hasn't really been that much of an issue, but it will be interesting to see what
I just hope it's guilty and Karen freaks out and they have to tase her. That's what I'm hoping for.
I know. I love a good tase for real.
Yeah,
Just saying.
You were there for the first trial, so we
I
love
just
having
can't,
you
like,
there
his
now
family
for that
must
perspective
be.
of the differences and what it will be like.
There's
when
something almost
what
like
sounds like an
weirdly
actual verdict,
voyeuristic
not a
about
hung,
this.
hung
Like we're
trial,
all
a hung
glued to
jury,
this.
but an
It's
actual
such a
verdict will be
private
coming down.
moment for these
Melody
people.
Mendez has
And
also
look
been
at this.
monitoring the
Look at the
situation.
scheme. Look at the. I
Keep
mean,
in mind, Melody,
Yeah, it
is
should be
that
private.
this is not a local trial anymore. I know it's taking place in a Dedham courtroom, and it's the
I'm also, you know,
Commonwealth
just
that
wondering,
is
part of this
the one that
explaining
is
what's going
charging
on
Karen
here
Reed, but there
is
are
I
people
liken this
around
to
the
a
world that
it's
are
a
watching this, and
hysteria,
so
and it's
these
there's been other
moments are
types of
big, and I'm sure that
hysteria
pressure is on
historically
the
that always break
officers
out, the
as
Salem
well
witch
to make
trials,
sure
Red
that
Scares,
everything is
various
handled
things,
as you
and
want it to be
they
on the
tend to
court
come
stage.
after times of anxiety.
JC, you are
Yeah.
absolutely right.
So,
I'm
for
glad you
instance,
mentioned that because I do think it's
the Red
important to
Scare in
note.
the
I've spoken to
1920s came
several
right
of the police
after World War
officers that are
One,
out here
which
this
really
morning.
affected a lot of people,
All of
and the
them have
Spanish
said
flu, which
they
killed a
are
large
just
percentage
trying
of the
to keep
population, or
everything
significant
as civil
millions
as
of people.
possible. They want this to go smoothly.
The
They don't want
Salem
folks
witch
to see.
scare
One of them,
hunt,
this was a
Salem witch
direct quote
scare
from one of them.
came
We don't want people to
after
think that we
the
can't
King
handle
Philip's
this
War,
and
in
see the
which
fiasco they saw
about a
last
third
time.
of
So
the
there is a
colonists in
very
Massachusetts
clear
were
sense,
killed by the Native
JC, as to
American
what you just
uprising.
said, that yes,
It's just all
eyes
in
are
our
on
case
this
here. This
county,
came
this
not
city,
long
this
after the
town, and
pandemic,
specifically this
and I think there's a
courthouse
lot of
right now. I've gotten to know a
anxiety
lot
out
of the
there
court officers
still,
inside this
you know.
Norfolk County Superior Court over the last
building by
8
the day,
weeks, and
people
I
are
have to
worried
tell
about
you, they
war.
are
You know, there's a
on
lot of
high
instability
alert,
right
as
now.
they
Yeah.
have been throughout this whole
Absolutely.
trial, being
A lot of
so cautious and so careful as to
a lot of
every move
fragile
they
mental
make.
states
They
to
are
be exploited
constantly
if you
watching
were
what's happening
wanting
around
to
them. I do
whip
want
up
to give you a
something
little
like
anecdote. I
this.
just had a chance to speak to some lawyers out here who were actually inside the courthouse conducting
I had
other
actually
business. They were
asked
here
in the
for,
middle of this when I had my
several
yearly
reasons.
checkup
They
with
were
my
in the
primary care
courthouse conducting
physician
other
last
business when
year.
all of a
I
sudden
said,
they said,
have
"We
you
gotta get
noticed
out."
that
They were in
people
the middle
seem
of their case, and
less
they said, "You gotta get
intelligent
out. We're evacuating the
since the
courtroom." They
pandemic?
evacuated the
And she
courthouse,
jolted
excuse me,
up
not
in
the
her
courtroom.
seat. She goes, "Oh my God, yes."
Got everybody out
And
of
so I
the
said, "Well,
courthouse, with the
what is it?
exception
Is
of,
it some part of the
O'Keefe
virus that's
family,
affected our
the Reed
brain, or is it
family,
just
the
like
defense
this
team, and the jurors,
insecurity and anxiety that
and the
comes from
prosecutors, and
the
they
social
want
phenomenon of the
everyone out. They
pandemic?"
want
And
to
she
keep
said more the
this
latter,
as
but but
safe
she
and
admitted
as
that she had seen it in her
pared down
patients.
as
That
possible inside
a
that
lot of people
courthouse
just seem
right
to
now. You
have
can see
lost
they've
their
moved the
ability
barricades
to
forward quite a
think
bit to
critically,
allow
you know?
people to get a little bit closer.
Well, during the lockdown, a lot of people
JC, I'm glad you
overdosed
did
on
mention that,
social
because it is
media
very
because
clear that
it was
there is
in
this
lieu of
extra law
having
enforcement here, and
social
everyone is
contact. It
just
was the closest
That's
thing.
true.
dotting their I's,
Yeah.
crossing their T's to make
And it's
sure
a
everything
breeding
is
ground
done
for propaganda,
as it
right? As
should
we
be.
well know.
No
Right.
doubt with a
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and that set the stage for all this. No.
I apologize for
Didn't
interrupting. I
help.
wanted to
Yeah.
ask you.
I mean, it helped
It's very easy
it
to
helped
see the Karen
their
Reed
efforts, but yeah, it
supporters
didn't
because
help
they have
us
all rallied
collectively.
around
Right.
the color pink. From your vantage point,
Yes.
do you see?
I just want to
don't
say
wanna say
before this is
opposing
said,
side, but do
everybody,
you
man,
see
no matter
other
what
messages
happens,
in that crowd?
it's more
Because we
important to
see
support the
pink from
family, the
above
friends,
and
and the
from a
witnesses
distance.
than it is to be upset,
Yes,
even if
you
it's
know,
it's not
a
what we
few
want.
things.
If
First
it
of
is,
all,
if it
I
goes
have
south
met a
legally,
few people, and
that
I
still
will say
pales in
only
comparison.
two, but there are a
You
few
know,
people
our
out
thoughts
here
should be with the family.
wearing shirts and holding signs of support for John O'Keefe and for the O'Keefe family.
With that said,
I did have a
even
chance
if
to
she
sit down
gets
and
hit with
talk
a
to them.
guilty,
You know,
again,
how has this been for you?
the family.
Do you feel the tension that there was last time? And one of the gentlemen told me specifically, no, I don't at all, because he said he feels like he's not being attacked this time, and he feels like everyone is just kind of minding their own business. The other gentleman I spoke to didn't feel the same way. I will say that. He was definitely not thrilled about the Karen Reed supporters that were in the area, but he came out here because he felt like the other side wasn't being represented. I do want to mention, too, I have been reaching out to contacts with the O'Keefe family throughout this trial, JC, for the last 8 weeks, and they obviously do not want to talk to the media, but I've been speaking with one of John O'Keefe's closest friends who didn't want to speak for the family. I've just been exchanging texts with him today, and his comment comments were that obviously this is, and I'm reading this from my telephone as I speak, obviously this is a stressful time. He doesn't want to speak for the family, but look, it's been 3.5 years. They're just trying to trust the judicial process and hoping that a jury is.
Sorry, I don't know what we lost here or why. Let me just reset this. Sorry, guys, the computer's running a little slow. Must be getting after running this all day, but we can switch to Kate. She's, if we need to in a second, she's got it in backup here too. so we won't
I have
lose
court
anything.
TV, so if you need me to go somewhere else, what do you want on NECN?
I'll give it a second. I don't know why this is not resetting properly here. Yeah, it just froze up there, and then I hit reset, and it's not giving me the play button. So let me give it another second, because I'd like to be on the NECN just because there's no delay. So
Where I don't know where
I got
that
it back.
Oh, you
I got
got
it back. All right. Yeah. There's the 45-second delay is. I know. I'd rather see people hear the verdict all at the same time that it's actually live.
We just heard the screech of tires. That tells you everything when you think of the size of the crowd, and we can hear that kind of minutia.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard not to empathize with the sentiments that Melody was just reading, because it has been 3.5 years. And then you get to a day like today when you expect to hear a verdict, and then you hear the fact that actually the jury changed its mind and it doesn't have a verdict. And then you hear again the verdict is reached. So that's where we are right now, all sort of teetering on the edge, waiting for this to come to a close after 3.5 years. NBC 10's Malcolm Johnson is also outside the courthouse. Malcolm, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Hey, good evening, Glenn. I would say this is really organized chaos in many ways. As you just heard and you all mentioned, you were able to hear some of the things in the background as Melody was live reporting there. State police and other first responders have things under control here, no question about it. And I wouldn't say that this is a crowd that is overly frantic or excited. Many of them have a sense of calm about them and anticipation. It's emotional for many of them. If you take a look behind me here, they have set up these barricades on High Street, which is the main thoroughfare here in town. And if we look just past the barricades, you can see many of the folks with their hands in the air, waving, blowing kisses, giving the I love you sign in sign language. And then if we pan off to our left just a little bit, you can see the caravan of state police troopers that are lined up here, and obviously the media. Many media members have made their way here, not just local, but from across the country. So let's give you a sense of how people are feeling this way. If we walk over this way, again, hundreds of people here in attendance. Over this way, you have some of Karen Reed's legal team and their vehicles, their escort vehicles that are here waiting as well. I got a chance to speak with Dedham police officers. If you give us one chance, state police are telling us to get off the road here, so we're going to make our way out of the middle of the roadway. We were going to go and speak to a woman across the street. If nothing else, we can try and show her. Anthony, if we come over this way, we can show her. She's the woman in the white with the pink stripes there, and she's speaking with the Metro-elect police officer there. She's got glasses off to the right. I said, Cheryl, would it be okay if we interviewed you? And so that was our plan to do so. That being before state police told us we could not be in the roadway. You see she's got her hands folded there. We wanted to speak with Cheryl, who's also here with her sister and other family members, because I think the images that you see right now convey the emotion that so many people have here.
Why is it taking longer this time than the fake
flashing a
verdict?
smile now. She said, sure, it's fine. I may cry, but we're happy to talk to you. So
It's
there is
life's
this
way, just
anticipation,
kicking you in the taint just a little bit.
There is a sense of calm. I think
Yeah, they got to handle security in addition. Yeah, I mean, it should take less time, right? Because the families are already there, the parties are already there. But I think security is probably the main reason.
We believe and stand for people who want to peacefully protest, but this is a lot. It's burdensome on our town. There are no parking spots. It's interfered with our budget. The police and fire department are utilizing all of their resources.
Like, do none of these people have jobs?
While we do see people here peacefully protesting,
I just don't understand.
No, they believe they have a calling.
so we'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Who's paying their
Continue
bills?
to give you all a feel of
Disturbing.
what things are like
Probably your
here
taxes.
out in the scene just
That's what I was
outside.
thinking, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Peaceful, things
This
are
is what
quiet as we
Massachusetts
continue to
is
wait
supporting.
to get the response to that verdict.
It's such a heavy moment for supporters, whether you're looking for justice one way or another, and whatever this verdict comes in, I keep going back to Peggy O'Keefe. I keep going back to the sadness that no matter what this verdict is, John doesn't come home. They do have a civil suit, no matter what this verdict is, that they will continue with. So their fight, no matter the verdict in this, it appears like that will continue. We'll see how emotions are handled, because it has been 3.5 years. And we know this time, or we believe there's a verdict. They have said they have a verdict, but Glenn, as you pointed out, they handed in a verdict slip just an hour ago that they had a verdict and pulled it back. So our understanding is that this is now the verdict that's going
Hello,
to
Jen.
be delivered.
Hi, everyone.
Waiting to hear what her
Hi.
fate is. 3 charges.
It
Glad you
looks
could
like
join us.
I wanted the gang all here. I've been,
Yeah. Margaret's on her way.
I'm working, so, but the minute I heard, I switched over.
Okay.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all? Yes. 003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Yes. So say you all? Yes. Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Your call me.
Disgusting.
I am so sorry for that family.
And hearing the crowd cheering like this.
Karen Reed has been acquitted in the murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Karen Reed has been acquitted in the murder of her boyfriend, John.
Well, now we know money can get you out of anything.
This jury found that she is responsible, that she is guilty for one of the lesser included offenses, and that offense is operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Let's listen in again.
Found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
All right, they just said they're looking to set a date for sentencing. Prosecution says they are prepared to move forward today. I think the most startling part after we heard the verdict was the volume of the cheers that you could hear right
You could hear it very clearly.
The courtroom.
Very clearly, you could hear those cheers. And sentencing, as you mentioned, JC, would be the next step. It probably will happen today. We know from our...
All right. Well, so I don't think you don't want to hear the coverage, right? I turned off the volume.
And Massachusetts is officially the biggest shithole in the country now.
Hey, thanks.
Like, what a joke.
Well, this is, you actually got 12 jurors to vote not guilty on these issues. So I don't believe 12 jurors were contaminated. So I believe there was a flaw in some part of the prosecution's case.
I disagree, particularly with the Discord at the end.
You know, like, look at this case compared to the last one. There were so many more things in the last case, and there was 9 people that were guilty. So there's no way in hell this jury wasn't tainted.
It's just the idea of 12 jurors being tainted seems
Well, not all
unreasonable to
12.
me.
It's just one that
So,
convinced the rest, you know.
I don't think there are one brilliant free Karen Reed person and 11 morons. I don't think I don't agree with that conclusion. But I think there were weaknesses in the prosecution's case that couldn't be settled in the deliberation room. And
I don't think I'd be as disgusted if they won this case without harassing all those people.
Right.
Right.
If it was just one in court. It was just one in court on the merits of the argument. I'd be fine
Agreed.
with it. But after watching the disgusting display the media's put on and all these parasites have enjoyed from their monetary gain to their joy and jubilance over the suffering of others, that is what's making me want to puke right now.
So someone's saying she got 1 year probation. So did they already do the sentencing?
Yep. 1 year probation.
Yeah,
that's what I assumed.
So I mean, if she had any integrity, if any of these people did, if David Yannetti, they'd come out on the courthouse stairs and say, the people that have been falsely accused, sorry we used you, but yes.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to do that.
You were innocent.
Well, we know they aren't going to do that.
Of course not.
But I hear you, Kevin. I know.
It's going to get
Peg
worse.
runs her over with a car right now. That would be the perfect ending.
No, I don't think that. I just think it's really, I mean, this was bought and paid for. Bought and paid for.
Yeah.
Well, at least all killers in the country know you just need to raise some money and convince some idiots to donate to you, and you can get away with anything, even if you admit it.
This is the blueprint now. This is the blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly all of this makes us question the decency of so many people around us, our neighbors, family, friends, whatever, people that fall for this stuff. It's unbelievable. People that would rather support someone like Turtle Boy and think that somehow that person is someone who is after the truth, who is trying to bring you the truth. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And it speaks of the level of need, I guess, with people now in these days to want to have something to hang off of. But we've failed to teach people how to think critically. And whether that's in the school systems or whatever it is, people have lost their minds in social media. We've seen this over and over again, even with a lot of the lawyers that I see on Court TV and go on with Court TV with. Mm-hmm. There's a real lacking in ability to think critically. And it's one of the things that inspired me in the writing of the book, that not that my book was a solution to it, but it just was stunning to me to watch it as we went along, to hear the way people, the types of questions they would ask, the types of questions they wouldn't ask. They weren't after the truth. They didn't know how to find it. They didn't know how to think critically. And it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
But
she's the female OJ, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is, we're just spectators in this. We don't have to live in this. Like, there are people that have to live in this.
I was going to
imagine walking out of the courthouse with those cheers. Like, the family is just devastated, and the deafening cheers by these pink elephants outside the courthouse. Like, it's just so disgusting. These people should be ashamed of themselves.
I just cut a comment. Somebody said, admit you lost. We didn't lose. Peggy O'Keefe lost a son.
Yeah, this was not.
And you thinking this is a
situation.
fucking game, you've lost your mind.
It was never a game.
No.
Nobody was declared innocent.
No.
The jury did not find that there was evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, which is not the same thing. Does not mean the jury found that John was killed inside the house.
So So 227 was a message. Unreal. Yeah, I could see that. There's some public statements too. Yesterday about 11, and things would move, and we'd see. Yeah, it sure did play out, just like it was called. That's nuts. There were some of those comments. We have to re-examine that. That's crazy as hell. Yeah, this isn't a game. It never was a game.
So Trooper Paul was more effective than Aperture, I guess.
No, I really do think it was. I mean, I think we heard Brendan and John kind of nod to that too, that it was a bad draw. Like I said, there was obviously some pressure. There were some people that were pressured into, the jury. The jury.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should jump to conclusions on things like that until we actually hear from some jurors. I mean, I've never heard of any jury where one person buoyed the other 11 into accepting.
No, I'm not saying it was one. I'm not saying it was one at all.
Or even 2 or 3. I mean, I think the only reasonable conclusion here is that the majority of the jurors did not feel that the case was proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think to not conclude that would be in putting our own bias into it.
But I don't think that they didn't have outside influence, because, that message that they sent to the judge was exactly what the defense wanted when they put that charge on the slip, and exactly what the defense wanted to happen happened. And I just think it's too much of a coincidence with this amount of evidence for them to just come out with that. That's the only question they had. Like the only set of questions they had were those. It's just not right.
No, Kevin is not the one that's being naive. I'm reading the chat. Look, we all have to we all invested a lot into this. Nothing compared to what the families, the witnesses have at stake. But we've all invested a lot into it. But you have to distance yourself from that and evaluate it rationally. And it doesn't make sense. If the jurors have spoken, and you have to accept that and go and look and see why, what went wrong. And I don't think it was to chalk it up to simply up to jury pool contamination I don't believe that explains it. So these were 12 jurors. So
that live in Norfolk County that I've heard about this case for 2 years straight, and have family and friends that probably are free Karen Reed probably in the crowd.
And they probably have people on both sides, though. When I was in Dedham just a couple of days ago, the people that all drove by were shouting support. So,
Kevin, I don't know. I have to go with Matt on this one, and I don't know who else is in that, but from day one, I was so worried about a stealth juror, because you cannot get an independent jury pool from this area. It should have been from Boston. I know we have to deal with the fact that the verdict is in, and I will respect that. But wait, I will bet any amount of money that there were particular FKR people in there, and it's going to come out. That's my opinion. And
well, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that you're not going to get 1 or 2 FKR people to convince 10 people who were convinced that Karen was guilty. You're not going to 1 or 2 of them is not going to convince them to change their vote. So then you would get a hung jury. But we didn't get a hung jury. We got a decision.
Well, I think oftentimes what happens is the stronger voices, there's always, the jury makeup, typically there's several people who just kind of go along. And then there's the strong voices that end up not coercing, but guiding, if you will, a verdict. That's just the way it works. That's just, you have the leaders, you have sort of the followers. And I bet you the leaders were possibly, in that vein. That's just my concern. It is what it is. Like you said, we've got to respect it. I'd rather have guilty people go free than, somebody innocent get convicted. So that's our system, and it's a good system. This one hurts. This is like OJ and Casey Anthony to me.
Well, it's like I said earlier, it just has wide-ranging effects on so many things. Obviously, first and foremost, John's family. Second, after that, the witnesses who are falsely accused and have had their lives largely destroyed and now have to live with this. Now is the time to make sure if the feds have exculpatory evidence that clears the witnesses, they reveal it, because it's needed now more than ever. But then, you know, just to give this triumph to stupid people, the turtle boy, the grifters of the world, is just it's unimaginable that there's this many people that can't think clearly and can't weigh evidence clearly and are so easily fooled and duped. It's just you know, at least if you got the right verdict, some of those people might have gone back and started questioning why they were duped, but now none of them will. And so
the feds are responsible for this. So Josh Levy is responsible.
You know, I
without it,
really
there was
can't
nothing else.
disagree. I can't disagree with you again, Matt, on that. That was the, you know, the distraction that caused all of this. It was the smoke, I should say, that caused the fire that wasn't even there.
I've seen the messages, and even Turtle Boy probably would not have been convinced to take up this cause were it not for Karen selling him on the idea that the feds were going to arrest the real killers in a few weeks. So yeah, the feds absolutely interfered in this case in a decisive way and have been interfering actively right along. So I believe they're sitting on evidence such as geofence data that would clear the witnesses, that would have proved that John didn't go in the house, and they're sitting on it for their own reasons. And we're trying behind the scenes to do everything we can to get to the truth on that. But at the end of the day, I don't work for the Boston Globe. You know, I don't have credentials like that. And I'm not one of the witnesses that was falsely accused. So I can only do so much. I've done the best I can, and I'm doing the best I can. But at the end of the day, it needs more than that.
I just really just feel sick for the O'Keefes, just sick. And as you said, for the McCabe's and the Alberts, I feel terrible for them. But especially the O'Keefes. I just can't even imagine what they must be thinking. What a menagerie and a circus. I just feel terrible for them.
They trusted the system. It didn't work.
And look at this, all these people. I mean, it's just amazing. And it looks like nobody's there for the O'Keefes. As just like this whole case, John O'Keefe, who's dead, is just not even in the conversation, barely. I guarantee none of those pink shirts are saying they feel terrible that John O'Keefe is dead.
Karen's going to be a talking head on Court TV or something now, I bet, or somewhere. I don't know.
Well, Casey Anthony sort of disappeared into obscurity, but even she had a docuseries, you know, that she made money on and had her time in the sun. And she basically tried to stay out of the limelight. And OJ was running around playing golf. I think Karen Reed will do the full-on circuit. I mean, she was doing the media circuit when she was a defendant. Just think what she's going to do now that she was acquitted. She's acquitted. It's a travesty of justice, but, you know, you just have to, it's our system. And
what happens what happens if by some combination of lawsuits and pressure, and we finally do get the evidence that from the feds that shows indisputably that John didn't go in the house? You know, it's too late. She's not going to be tried again. It won't change any of the minds of the fools. So they can't think this out. They won't understand, you know, that there was no other possibility. There was no other theory. So, I mean, that they were sold on a bunch of bullshit.
No, I'm just going to respect the system.
I just don't understand how the McCabe's are going to like live in that town, and you know,
yeah, they.
You know, on the upside, though, you know, we're working off the presumption that was all done just to get Karen Reed off, which it's not a presumption. It was all done just to get Karen Reed off. So hopefully, like I guess again, silver linings. it will no longer be necessary to harass the ever loving shit out of them because they no longer have to be fingered as the real killers, you know, now that she's gotten off. Because it was never about justice for John O'Keefe.
You know what, Kate, though? That isn't what will happen, because I think the blogger will continue to rage. I get what you're saying, that now there's not really a reason to do it. But remember, he's still facing charges. And I think he's going to continue to rage because that's what people want to hear. You know, let's get the real killers. I can hear it all now.
I mean, one of the things that was like really like heartbreaking was when Paul O'Keefe was interviewing, and he's like, you know, we don't even talk to a lot of our friends anymore because we don't know where they stand. And we have a very small circle of friends that we know we can trust because, you know, you don't know, like everyone is believing this bullshit, even their own friends. Like, how can you live in a place like that? It's awful.
Disappointing. Well, guys, I'm going to sign off. I'm in the middle of a work project, but thank you all. It's, you know, you're one of the positives and upsides of all of this, getting to know you guys and work with you guys. And there is that. But
oh, absolutely. I count all the friends that I've made through this, and yeah.
Right, there is the silver lining.
All the friendships, yes, absolutely.
Yep, and that'll last, and we'll go on.
You got that right.
All right, y'all. All the best. I'm sure we'll be back around the horn soon.
All right,
Okay,
sounds good.
Thank you for joining us, Shannon. Thanks for being here with us the whole time. Appreciate having you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate having you guys too. It's been a pleasure having you guys with me, and certainly being able to listen to you guys when I've been in the hospital and stuff. So much appreciated it. And many times you put a smile on my face, and certainly appreciated being kept up to date on everything that was going on. So I want to thank you guys too. And
thank you, Kevin.
And it's been great to meet you guys, and hopefully we'll do something together again soon. Obviously, I'm going to be working with Kate still, but we'll head over to Boomer's new channel and see what new content he's putting up there. But thank you very much, guys. Unless there's something else you want to say, please. I'm not in any hurry. Go ahead.
Is Karen going to come out and say something?
Oh God, just for doing fans, I could skip that.
I'd rather watch the Seinfeld.
Just because
I know.
I'm getting a bunch of phone calls. I'm sorry. I will talk to you guys. I'll touch base with you tomorrow, probably, or maybe later today, Kevin.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right, guys. Right. Boomer, you guys all set? Matt, is there anything you want to say before we head off?
I'm all good. I just in parting like to say, just don't. Yeah. Thoughts, prayers with the family, the witnesses.
I'm whining.
Don't forget about that. They're the most important in this story, other than John, of course. And I agree. The friends that I've made through this, it's been special. So thank you for having me, Kevin, and take care, everybody. And I will be talking to you later.
All right, guys. Let's end this here. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Good night, and we'll see you all someday soon.